Anyway, be that as it may, let's get back to it. This is the final session of the whole Discworld long play here. We finished 1, we finished 2, and today we're going to finish Noir. But the game has taken a real turn. Luton died, stabbed by the very golden sword that he looted out of the Archaeological Guild. Well, we were allowed to take it, but still, we looted it. But we rise from our grave, and now, for some reason, we can become a wolf. And this gives us a new perspective on wherever we are. And Gaspod here, another werewolf, gave us, honestly, a massive dump on what it's like to be a wolf. But I think the main thing is that there are clouds around now, which we can smell. And I'm going to assume that this is information we can use to figure out the case. Now, the problem is I've long forgotten what the case is. Let's have a quick look at the case list. There's the Mundy case. We were told to track down Mundy. Well, we found Mundy. He's dead. Do we really care who the killer was? I guess we still do.
I'd learnt that Mundy had been hung upside down by his legs before he was killed.
But is that in any way relevant here? Maybe, maybe not. What about the other cases? The Therma case. It feels like we've written that one off. But we never did find Therma. I suppose Malachite, the one that asked us to find Therma, is dead, so maybe we don't care about that anymore. The von Uberwalds. Well, we know about the Church of Errata, but why do we care about this? Honestly, what are we still trying to solve? Sapphire skipped town, and the golden sword has been taken off of us. But our name has also been cleared with the watch. The gargoyle spotted somebody else doing the murder that we were locked up for. So actually I'm a little I am wondering a little what exactly Luton is still doing, but I guess now he wants to solve his own murder.
The scent of a woman around my grave.
That would probably be Ilsa who left us that note about how much she loved us, but, you know, married to Two Conkers. By the way, Two Conkers, great name. I need to add it to the names list.
The smell of Gaspode the Wonder Dog. Not unlike that of a privy carpet.
Privy?
Something had passed through the cemetery and left a very strange trail. Something had passed through...
Yes, I get that. Okay, so it looks like in dog form all we have is this.
The scent of a woman around my grave.
So we have fuchsia, aqua, unpleasant.
The smell of...
Yes, of course. And magenta glowing dots. If I can make my own... Oh, hello.
Ah, the famous stench of the river Ankh, so beloved by the citizens of Ankh-Morpork.
Well, that's not useful, but maybe it wasn't meant to be. If I could make some of my own deductions right now, I suspect that the reason we became a werewolf is because Carlotta is a werewolf. And I deduced that because she gave us a kiss in the middle of the last act, and that's the only physical contact that anybody's made with Luton. So I suspect that that kiss was also a bite in which she gave us werewolfy abilities. Then again, we were knocked out, so maybe we got nibbled during that time, but it wouldn't have quite the same impact if it's something that happened off-stream, right? Or off-screen. I think we read this letter, no need to do it again. Right.
The cemetery was at the back of the Temple of Small Gods.
But I have no idea who's been knocking us out, who stole the sword off of us, who killed Mundy, or any of that. I suppose it could also be Carlotta. We have no good reason to trust us. She said she'd pay us, and she's never paid us. Maybe we should go and confront her. Ooh, we know this window.
I was on the other side of a stained glass window with some kind of angel on it.
Yeah, there's that preacher.
I could see that someone was on the other side of the window.
Can't help but feel that we're going to smash this at some point.
I was confident the silhouette belonged to Mooncalf. I could...
Okay. The relevance of this is more than a little lost on me, but maybe we should just put our crowbar to use as usual. Oh, no can do. Try that one more time. This game's a bit finicky about single and double clicks.
I wasn't about to start smashing windows, even though I wanted to.
Yeah, there we go. Especially on your case file, sometimes you're meant to single click, sometimes double click, and it's easy to forget which. Anything else here of note, though? Maybe getting stabbed with that thing is what turns you into a werewolf. Well, that would explain why it's so coveted. Alright, I think the first thing we do is confront Carlotta.
It is you, sir.
I'm just as thrilled.
Who would Sir like to see this time?
I'd like to see Carlotta. Is she home?
I will go and check.
Oh, now this is different. He's actually buggering off. Well, now that we have the dog ability...
While the butler was gone, I slipped into my wolf form. A purple scent stretched across the hallway, and I instantly knew it was Carlotta. But that wasn't all. The richness of her odor told me something else. Carlotta was a werewolf, just like me.
I wasn't expecting to have my suspicions confirmed quite so quickly.
It seems that Carlotta is not in her room.
Take a message. Tell her to meet me at the Café Ankh later tonight.
As Sir wishes.
If Carlotta was the werewolf who infected me, I wanted to speak to her as soon as possible. Sheesh! You'd think a guy could take one kiss and wake up the same shape next day, wouldn't you?
It doesn't work like that.
Al-Khali was still following me, but he was concealing himself better since my little discussion with Horst.
This happens
would
every
say
time
that?
I double back to a location. How's the Count doing?
Can I see the Count?
I am not in a position to know how good your vision is, but you may see the Count, which I believe is what Sir actually meant in Sir's untutored way.
The Count's health was getting worse. He wasn't making much sense.
Is that you? I knew you'd come for me sooner or later. Is it time? Is it time already? It's been such a long time, hasn't it? We've had fun together, haven't we? Soon enough.
Count?
Soon enough, my dear. Soon enough.
Gosh, how long have we been dead?
Count? It's Luton.
He cannot hear you.
Why not?
It's almost his time.
I've seen some scary things in my time. I've seen men driven mad by money or women. I've seen wars where neither side has known what they were fighting over. I've seen Nobby getting out of the shower, and believe me, that was no picnic. I didn't really discover what terror was until I found myself talking to a 7-foot-high skeleton with a scythe. Your death!
Am I? You know, I wondered why I was carrying the scythe around.
Am I?
Are you what? A selfish, bitter man who has yet to squander his one last chance at redemption?
Am I dead?
No. It's not your time.
I thought you might have missed me the other day when I was stabbed and you've only just got around to me.
I'm famously punctual.
So why are you here?
I've come out for the Count, so to speak.
Oh, well, that's a shame. I was hoping to ask him a few questions.
You seem remarkably calm for one who's just seen the defeater of empires, the swallower of oceans, the thief of years, the ultimate reality, the harvester of mankind, and the assassin against whom no lock will hold. That's me, in case you have trouble with long sentences.
It's been that kind of week. How long has he got?
That depends on you.
On me? I thought our time was allocated by the fates.
It is true that fate is the ultimate master of life and death. But even fate takes a back seat to the laws of narrative causality.
I don't understand.
Really? Who said you were supposed to?
You might give me a clue.
Let's just say that the actions of one person may change the way the whole story is told.
I don't understand.
Don't worry. It'll all become clear to you at the end.
I quite like this interpretation of death. Quite a bit more than in Discworld 2, in fact.
How come you're here?
I came on my horse.
What is it? A skeletal horse whose hooves spark with flames with each step?
No. Just my horse. I call him Binky.
And he's not a skeleton?
He happens to be very well fed and looked after, thank you very much.
I still don't understand why you're here. I mean, you're death. Shouldn't you be everywhere?
I am everywhere.
But you're here.
Yes. As well. Don't try to work it out. Even I don't fully understand it. It involves really complicated numbers.
You turn up like this for everyone?
Generally, I'm only expected to make an actual appearance on special occasions.
And this is a special occasion?
Not yet. I've arrived ahead of time. But there's going to be a lot of business in Ankh-Morpork soon, so it doesn't hurt for me to get here a little early.
You wouldn't care to tell me more about this, I suppose?
The immediate future is not a matter on which I propose to enlighten you, no.
How come I can see you? Is it something to do with me being a werewolf?
In a sense. It has much more to do with certain other matters.
Such as?
Ordinarily, I am only perceived by those who are about to die.
So you are invisible? That must be useful.
I'm not invisible, as such. People just can't see me. They won't allow themselves to do it. Until it's time, of course. Wizards can see me, and cats. Odd, really, but there you go.
But I can see you.
Indeed. People in a state of heightened awareness sometimes stop seeing what they expect to see and start seeing what is really there.
Like with Gaspode.
Frankly, I think your seeing me has more to do with your quest for the golden sword.
You know about that?
I've been around. I hear things.
Why should the sword be a factor?
Well, it's more to do with narrative causality, as I said.
It's not really a quest. I mean, I'm just investigating a few murders.
Believe me, I know. I was there.
You mentioned narrative causality before.
Did I? I must be becoming careless.
Why? Aren't you allowed to discuss it?
It's not exactly against the rules. But it might ruin it if I told you.
Ruin what?
The story.
Giving me a whole lot of nothing to work with, Count. I wonder if I should even bother asking about this stuff.
It seems a woman that I've been involved with is a werewolf.
Indeed.
Her name's Carlotta. She's the mistress of the house, I guess.
Carlotta, Yes, of course she is. Couldn't be part of the Von Uberwalds if she wasn't, You'd be a werewolf, too, if you married her.
The Von Uberwalds are all werewolves.
Really? How do you know that?
How do I know that, eh? How could I not know that? I was married myself, you know. Do you remember my wife?
Yes.
No.
Before your time,
No one was before my time.
Have you heard of the goddess Errata?
A goddess? Yes. Yes, she was. I always liked your mother. That's why I married her, I suppose.
Is he...
Dead? No. You'll know when he dies.
How?
I will swing my scythe.
Do you have to do that?
No. But when I appear in person, I am required to separate the soul from its body.
Why?
It has symbolic value.
Do you know Errata?
The goddess of misunderstandings. Yes.
What's she like?
Chaotic and confusing. But she has a certain sense of justice, I think.
Justice?
All the gods are sentimentalists at heart. Of course, I never let that sort of thing get in my way.
Fascinating and all, but I have to assume there's something I ask about that will conclude the Count's life.
Do you know anything about Reagan's murder?
Of course.
You were there?
Well, yes. I have to be. But this is very irregular.
Of course. You know about all these murders, don't you? I mean, you're basically an accessory after the fact. Or possibly before the fact.
Young man, I am the fact.
Well, tell me everything you know.
Are you sure? It would take millions of years.
I meant about this case. We could stop anyone else from being killed.
No. Absolutely not. You can't expect me to be a witness in a murder inquiry. I'm going to take the fifth.
The fifth what?
No one ever says what fifth. They just take it. And I'll have the 6th, 7th, and 15th through 23rd, just to be on the safe side.
So you won't tell me anything?
Oh, lots of things. I like to talk to a man who likes to talk.
But you won't tell me anything about the murders?
I will not. Supposing that caught on. You think I want to spend every day in a witness box?
Even though Death said he wouldn't tell me anything, I had a suspicion that I might be able to learn something if I could just trip him up. I'd have to be careful, though. The last thing I wanted was to get Death upset with me. He's not a guy you want as your enemy.
Now, perhaps I could physically trip him up using my trusty crowbar.
Neither the Count nor Death seemed likely people to discuss that particular matter with. Neither the Count...
Yeah, I didn't figure. Right, what could we possibly ask him about that could give us something to go on? Yes, the attacker.
I think the murderer I'm looking for is some kind of beast.
No doubt you will find out soon enough.
Do you know a troll by the name of Jasper Horst?
I haven't met them. Yet.
Yet. I could feel the yet coming.
Do you know anything about the counterweight killings?
I already told you that I cannot discuss the details of my work with you.
It's possible I need to go out and get something and come back, but surely I should try everything I have right now.
Do you know anything about jewels?
Jewels? Shiny. Not much use for anything except looking pretty.
Count von Uberwald?
Has it turned cold again? I can't tell.
There's life in the old Count yet.
There will be. Right up until the end.
What about you?
I'll be there.
No, I mean, do you know anything about jewels?
I once had to acquire a diamond for a friend.
Where did you find it?
In a temple. They thought it was the tear of a god.
Was it?
No. Gods never weep. Sometimes the imagination of mankind astonishes me.
You don't know anything about gold-plated jewels?
Sorry, no.
They have a lot of dialogue for something that leads to nothing, don't they?
Do you know anything about golden swords?
I've seen a couple in my time.
Such as?
Oh, I don't know. If you've seen one golden sword, you've seen them all.
I already asked you about errata. Gosh, do I even have anything else to go on here?
Can't you just tell me who killed Mundy?
I won't squeal, Copper. No one will ever say that death is a pigeon on a stool, you doity... you doity rodent of some sort. I say, this is fun, isn't it?
What do you know about...
I haven't...
We've covered Carlotta.
What do you know about a dwarf named Alkali?
I haven't met them. Yet.
Do you know a woman named Ilsa or a man named Two Conkers?
I haven't met them.
Do you...
I haven't...
I suppose I haven't asked about Malachite yet.
You can at least tell me why the murderer killed Reagan, Mundy, and Malachite. Surely that wouldn't be a problem.
Look, if I tell you about him, where does it stop? No. I will tell you nothing.
I think it's too late for that.
Bugger.
Him.
I don't suppose you could forget I said that.
Sure. Thanks for eliminating half of my suspects. So, the murderer was male. Well, that put Carlotta and Sapphire in the clear. I'd found Reagan's body, and Malachite had been hacked to death with my crowbar.
I also know it's the same person doing all three.
There must be something you can tell me about Reagan's murder.
What would be the point of your job if I did all your work for you?
I'll make you a deal. You help me, and I'll help you.
Oh yes, that'd do my reputation good, wouldn't it? You sidling up to people and saying, "Hey, sister, you're deader than a bucket of fish." No thank you.
Okay. I was only trying to be friendly.
I don't have many friends. Don't have the knack, I suppose.
You and me both, pal.
Still, we both have jobs that allow us to get out and meet people.
What if Luton himself did it? Oh, the unreliable narrator. No, we're not playing a David Cage game here.
Do you know any...
I already told you.
You can at least tell me why the murder... Surely...
Look, if I tell you about him, where does it stop?
So, if I know it's a bloke, what can I do with that information? Rule people out, obviously.
I think the murderer I'm looking for is some kind of beast.
No doubt you will find out soon enough.
Well, goodbye. I'm sure we'll meet again.
Oh, you can be certain of it. Incidentally, I rather like your hard-boiled monologues.
You do?
Oh, yes. And of course, the way you can actually think out of the corner of your mouth. Very impressive.
I didn't know I was doing it.
Oh, yes. Take that, you doity rat. Wonderful stuff. Very entertaining. You know, sometimes I've wondered if I should take the scythe around in a violin case. It would certainly add to the atmosphere of menace and uncertainty.
Really?
Of course, I don't play the violin. And I can't talk out of the corners of my mouth. It's a great shame.
You kind of lost me there, Death. But what have I learnt here? Carlotta's a werewolf. Carlotta's been snooping around, but she's not our killer. That's assuming we can trust Death.
I confess, I was consumed with avarice. but I wasn't about to steal an entire staircase.
And I assume I can't go into doggy form here.
I really didn't want the butler to see me change.
Alright, let's vacate for now. Some places completely unavailable, like the dock. Wonderful. Love it when things get illuminated for me like that.
When I returned to my office for the first time since my murder, a man was already there. I knew he was a man because Corporal Nobbs was the only person in Ankh-Morpork who has to carry a letter to confirm his species. He's the kind of man you get itchy from just talking to. There must be something here. Hello, Nobby. Luton, you're alive? I was just cleaning out your desk. Yes, of everything of value. Didn't they bury you? Rumors of my death have been slightly exaggerated. Meaning? Meaning I'm not dead, I just got buried. Yeah, don't tell me the details. Suit yourself. Nice crowbar you're using to jimmy open my drawers. Yeah. I sort of borrowed it from the evidence room. That's okay. I sort of borrowed it from a cart. Oh, I searched Reagan's body and there were 2 tiny bite marks on it. Really? I guess it was more suspicious than you thought. Well, I ought to go. Looks like you don't need your things collecting. How goes the case? The counterweight killings? Oh, still not much progress. They wouldn't let me investigate it if they thought there would be. How many murders do you guys think there are? 3. One of the patrician's clerks, the reader of esoteric occultism up at Unseen University, and one of the city's richest merchants. There'd be 3 more if you counted Mundy, Reagan, and Malachite. I suppose so. Still not convinced? Well, Vimes isn't convinced. Even though I've been cleared, I have to get back to the yard. Nobby didn't seem very comfortable around me. I didn't know if it was because of my return from the grave or because I'd caught him trying to steal everything of value that wasn't tied down. Although with Nobby, even if you tied it down, he'd steal the string. The only thing I was sure of was that my next step was to look into the counterweight killings. I had a feeling I wasn't going to like what I found.
When have we ever liked what we found? I wonder if I can use my doggy form to... No, don't leave. No! Wanted to click on Luton here, but we clicked on leaving. Do we see the stench of Nobby?
There was a faint haze of purple in the room.
Isn't that Carlotta?
The maroon scent wasn't recent. It suggested the tangy red of iron. The maroon scent wasn't recent. It suggested the tangy red of iron. The cloud of teal-colored scent was the smell of tobacco and petty theft. Definitely Nobby's.
So, can I connect the purple haze to Carlotta? Is Carlotta even a character that I can connect things to? Contacts and suspects. Take Carlotta and attach it to this.
The purple scent was definitely Carlotta's.
Okay, but that doesn't give me something new to work on. What about the maroon traces? Is that me? Or is it Al-Khali?
It was possible that the maroon scent belonged to Al-Khali. It certainly did seem dwarfish. And he was the only dwarf that had been in my office.
Yeah, that doesn't give me much to go on, though. So, maybe I should make note of this. Purple is Carlotta. Maroon is Al-Khali.
The maroons.
Maroon, get this off of me. There we go. And the teal. Teal here is Nobby. Oh, what about this?
Around the door was a strong, dark cyan odor with an earthy overtone.
Earthy? Maybe that is Al-Khali.
Not a dwarfish scent.
Wish we wouldn't be barking like this. What about two conkers?
I was pretty sure that the dark cyan scent had nothing to do with that.
This would be easier if I just had a list of all the characters and I could rub them against this. I don't know who else we could even attach to this. Oh, we can pick up the scents. Can I store them? No, but it looks like I can rub them against things in my notebook. Well, I thought I could. Come on, we did it before. There we go, I can pick up the purple haze. Null string?
The purple scent was definitely Carlotta's.
Okay, I'm unsure what I meant to do with this stench.
I could hardly carry the desk around, even if I wanted to. As if there wasn't enough death in the town. Now I was dead, and I was no closer to catching my own murderer.
Okay, but there was nothing new to be had there. Perhaps if I go back to the watch, we'll find Nobby. It's weird that this place is still open. Oh, and maybe this is why.
They looked like ordinary bandages, but at some point they'd been soaked in plaster. What they were doing in Rodin's workshop was anyone's guess.
Well, they're mine now.
I'd found the plaster-encrusted bandages on the floor of Rodin's workshop. Apart from the fact that they'd been soaked in plaster and left to dry, there didn't seem to be anything unusual about them.
And yet we take them.
There was a blue mist around the statue Rodin had been working on.
And is it Rodan?
The place where malachite had been perched smelled of a deep, earthy brown.
I guess this is just telling us who is who, so we know that this deep brown is... Why can I pick them up? Because I can't really rub them against others
As
here.
far as I knew, it wasn't Carlotta's scent.
But maybe I can take this scent over to Malachite's murder.
I didn't think that had anything to do with Malachite's murder.
Okay, then I have no idea. But maybe we make a mental note of it.
It smelled totally different.
Yeah, I can't carry the scent with me. Oh, hold on. Ah! Here we go. We have a collection of scents.
The earthy brown scent of malachite was unmistakably the scent of a trawl. The scent of a woman. The dark cyan scent was strong and earthy, with a hint of something potent about it. There was something about the purple scent that reminded me of werewolves. A strange scent I first found in the cemetery.
Well, is it Carlotta?
The purple scent was quite distinctive. I'd know it if I smelled it again. The two scents had a superficial similarity. One was more supernatural than the other, though.
Right, I see. So I think I need to take scents that I know who they're of and then rub it against scents that we find.
The unmistakable scent of the River Ankh. The aroma of a very old and slightly damp nursery rug. Eau de Gaspard.
It's good that we know that is malachite, though.
There was a blue mist around the statue Rodin had been working on.
Blue mist, though. So can I pick up the blue mist and store it in my scents? Yes, because that's how I know it's Rodan. Right. Okay, maybe we're getting somewhere. So we want to grab scents and put them in here, and that's essentially our way of collecting character information. All right, back to our office we go then. So I can pick up the dark cyan. Well, I can try and I can fail. Having a very hard time picking up any of these. There we go.
The maroon scent reminded me of iron somehow.
I was able to pick up these before. Now I cannot. There we go. Now I can store this as Nobby.
Nobby's teal scent reeked of tobacco.
Maybe there are certain points where I grab the haze from. You're failing to pick up the ones that you already stored.
There was a faint haze of purple in the room.
Right, so can I take that faint hint of purple and then say that it is Carlotta?
The purple scent was quite
No. Perhaps the idea is that I already have it.
There was a certain similarity between the purple and fuchsia scents. They both belonged to women.
Maybe what I need to do is unmistakably get a stench. So the reason I was able to do fine with... Can I let go of this, please? There we go. I knew this was Nobby because we just saw Nobby here, and same with the Alkali been poking around here, but this one...
Around the door was a strong, dark cyan odor with an earthy overtone.
So we need to find these scents elsewhere and then combine them. That's my best guess. And it's a pretty good guess.
I think we could safely say that the door to my office was just for getting in and out of my office.
In that case, let's go and pick up some stench. Oh, but hang on, I can't really do it when I get spotted, right?
Much as I'd enjoy ripping Mankin's throat out, the Octarine parrot wasn't a great place to change into a wolf. My usual, please. Luton, you're... What? Is my tie not done up straight? Is there an unfortunate mark on my nose? I heard you were dead. Perhaps I am. Get me a stiff drink. How about a whiskey? Don't you want something with it? All right, put another whiskey in there. Drinking like that'll kill you. I'm dead already. You didn't come back here to drink, did you? How's business been? Poor. Sapphire's missed several days. I don't think she's coming back. You could be right. So this is the small talk to win me over before you start grilling me again, is it? You may be onto something there. I hope you know you're not making any friends here.
Is there anything I could possibly still get out of this guy?
What have you heard about Malachite's murder? Nothing. Come on. You know there's no point lying to me. I heard you done it, all right? Happy now?
Ecstatic. This is all old news, though. Do we have anything new to talk to him about?
Do you know anything about some kind of beast stalking the streets? Leave me alone, Luton.
God, this guy just hates us. For all the right reasons.
You wouldn't happen to have heard anything about the murder of one of the patrician's clerks, would you? No one outside of the palace knows anything. Except the commander of the watch. I heard that the patrician has asked Commander Vimes to come and speak to him about it sometime soon. Hadn't he already gone to see him? Hey, what do I know? I'm just a bartender with big ears. Perhaps he just wants an update on the case. Whatever. Apparently one of the wizards up at Unseen University got themselves killed. That's right. The reader of esoteric accounting or something. Esoteric occultism, yeah. How did you know that? I was speaking to Mrs. Foames earlier. Mrs. Foames? She's the head chambermaid up at the new hall. One of the halls of residence? Yeah, the big one that runs off from the huge library. What did she have to say? Just that this wizard had died in mysterious circumstances. Although she sounded like mysterious circumstances are pretty normal up there. It'd be a nice change if someone died in unmysterious circumstances for a change. Can't be easy working at the university. You couldn't pay me enough to make me work there. Oh no? No amount of money would make you work there? Well, obviously not a huge amount. For enough money I'd do anything. Anything? Well, not involving fish, broccoli, or vinegar. I hear a prominent merchant has been killed. Heard anything about it? All I heard was that someone in the Merchants Guild got killed. That's all I know.
Ooh! Truly, I was not expecting anything out of you. I just expected him to lay into us. But there you go. Also, I now have this to show everybody.
Do these mean anything to you? Bandages? They seem to have plaster caked into them. No, I don't know anything about that. Yes, you do. You are the most useless liar I've ever met. It's nothing to do with me. That's a matter for the watch. The watch? They're only bandages. That's all I'm saying on the matter. I don't want no trouble. And they are trouble.
Why would he think bandages are trouble?
I'd found the plaster-encrusted bandages on the floor of Rodin's workshop. Apart from the fact that they'd been soaked in plaster and left to dry, there didn't seem to be anything unusual about them.
Yeah, likewise, Alec. I do enjoy fish, some more than others. I love broccoli and I adore vinegar of all types. Malt vinegar, that kind of thick, dark vinegar that I always forget the name of. Vinegar on my chips, vinegar on my fish, vinegar on my fish and chips. Vinegar is so good. Right, can I figure out the stench of Sapphire?
There was a hint of an apple-colored scent in the air.
Balsamic, thank you. Alright, so let's get this appley scent. And then we can store it here.
The apple-colored scent wasn't entirely unpleasant.
Yeah, we haven't found anything else appley, have we? It's not malachite, is it? Looks similar.
Although they were similar, one had a much sharper quality. The cyan stench was coming from a bottle of perfume.
Hard to imagine that's worth taking, but the game seems to think so.
You couldn't possibly confuse Gaspod's scent with anything else. It was unique.
This must be awful to the colorblind. We should make Pizza play this.
I could recognize faint traces of the hideous trawl perfume in the dark cyan scent. It seemed that the scent belonged to Sapphire.
Ooh.
The dark cyan scent was strong and earthy, with a hint of something potent about it.
So she'd been around our office, had she? Unless I'm confusing that with another scent.
Dark cyan was the most prevalent smell in the dressing room. There was a booming bass quality to the scent.
I can't take it, but am I not to assume that that's simply Sapphire?
The main smell in the dressing room was the same as the scent near the door in my office. It was definitely Sapphire's.
Yeah, there we go. Leads based on scent for a dog off his lead. Alright, this is actually quite interesting. I initially thought this would be garbage, but it's not. Because it's deductive in a deductive game. Detective game. There we go.
There was definitely the remains of a magenta scent in Mundy's room.
Don't know how this would hold up as evidence, mind you. Carlotta?
Although they were similar, one had a much sharper quality.
Okay, good. I'm keen on ruling out Carlotta, as death has kindly done for me. Wish the scroll wheel worked on here, but it's not how things operate.
The two scents had a superficial similarity. One was more supernatural than the other, though. My killer had been here, but were they responsible for Mundy's murder?
Who is this magenta one?
A strange scent I first found in the cemetery.
Is that not Elia, though?
There was a bold scent of navy blue in the air.
Well, that's coming with me, then. We don't have anyone else like that, do we? Do we?
There was a superficial similarity between the two scents, but I don't think they were connected. They were very different in tone and pitch. The navy blue scent was strong and distinct.
Strong hint with a nudge.
The teal scent strongly resembled tobacco and guilt.
Nobby! Nobby!
I guess Nobby's scent had lingered on from when he was here several days ago. I had a feeling his scent was as good a lingerer as Nobby was.
Oh, man. You ever met someone with a scent that just lingers? Ugh.
There was a hint of an apple-colored scent in the air.
Apple again? Who was our appley one from before?
The apple-colored scent wasn't entirely unpleasant.
This was in Sapphire's changing room.
The apple scent here was the same as in Sapphire's dressing room. I guess it belonged to Mankin, the half-elf barman.
Which means he came along and he cut down Rodan. That all makes a lot of sense. Meaning that this must be Rodan's, right? Rodan? No, the other dude. The dead dude.
Around where Mundy's body had lain was a dark blue scent.
I better take Mundy's scent with me.
Both scents were human. I was pretty sure of that. Where Mundy had been in his room, there was a dark blue smell.
Starting to get a lot of these, though. And Darius is drywalling in an old house right now. 2 ladies live there. Every day I come home smelling like a musty old home, and it is awful. I'd recommend having a shower. Alright. There's so many more smells to be collected, no doubt. I want to go to the Merchant's Guild, but first I want to check all the places where
I went over to
Oh?
Horst's quarters, but he wasn't there.
Not that I'd be able to transform and check out Horst's. This I'm curious about. What happened here? The gargoyle doesn't seem to mind me.
Some parts of the roof had a navy blue scent to them.
This would be awful for the colorblind. Rodan?
Both scents were human.
No. Mundy?
Both scents.
No. Can I pick this smell up? No, we need to figure out who this could be.
I guess the navy blue scent had to belong to Commander Vimes.
Stands to reason that he would be here, though. Does that mean that I can narrow this down as Vimes? Yes, good. Very handy to get these linked to actual people.
There were signs of a teal scent on the roof. The scent had a distinct hint of tobacco.
Nobby then. Why is Nobby always playing second fiddle to Vimes? I guess they couldn't get enough characters.
Nobby just couldn't conceal his odor.
And Magenta?
There was definitely a magenta hint amongst the scents on the roof.
Magenta's not malachite. Dark brown is malachite.
Around the chalk outline was a brown scent, presumably malachites.
And we don't pick it up because we already know about it. Same with you, same with you.
The magenta traces were too weak to be accurately memorized.
Right, but we do have some.
I was pretty sure that Malachite's murderer was the same as mine. Of course, I survived the operation better than the big dumb troll did.
But that doesn't tell me who it is. We need to find this magenta scent around somebody else. Is there a scent over here? Or is it just lingering bit of the magenta? Looks like it is. Making headway, though. The gargoyle does not appear to want to speak to us. Well, the feeling's mutual.
I headed over to Pseudopolis Yard, but Nobby wasn't there yet. I decided to come back later.
Oh, he's gone. It's all gone.
The River Ankh. Probably the only river in the universe on which you could chalk the outline of a corpse.
This is the overwhelming stench of the Ankh, no?
Here on the Maudlin Bridge, the reek of the Ankh was at its most sickening.
Okay, we don't pick that up, maybe for good reason, unless it's still a scent that we have here. No, we've identified the Ankh long ago.
The smell of the Ankh almost drowned out the remains of the magenta scent.
So once again, we know the same murderer was here.
There was no mistaking it. Even against the reek of the Ankh, it was the scent of my killer.
So my killer was at all the scenes. Unless I've missed one, right? Malachite, Rodan, Mundy, myself. Yeah, no mistaking it then, huh? So we find the smell, we find our murderer.
Saturnalia was locked up tight.
Hold on, what's this?
Having a chalk outline outside just didn't put people in the mood to gamble. It was probably the only time in my life I'd had an effect on high society.
Wait, is this me? Did I die here?
There was some kind of moss on the ground where I had been killed. It obviously didn't grow here, which means it came from somewhere else. The question was where.
Well then, it does give me a place that I can do some deductive smelling.
I couldn't think of a good reason to erase the chalk outline other than the giddy thrill of vandalism.
Alright, let's have a look at that moss, shall we?
Some moss, found where I was murdered.
Why would there be moss? There it is. Wait, with flashing dots?
The magenta trail led to the site of my murder. I guess it must be the murderer's trail.
I can't take it, of course, but I can still... Oh, whoa, what?
I followed my murderer's trail back to the Temple of Small Gods. This was the other side of the window behind Mooncalf. I could see that someone was on the other side of the window. I was confident the silhouette belonged to Mooncalf.
Okay.
I'd lost the trail. I couldn't tell where it went from here.
But we are quite certain it's this magenta one, right?
It smelled exactly the same.
So perhaps there's some kind of hidden way around here? Or perhaps I need to go into the Temple of Small Gods and figure out more. Gaspode, any
I'm back.
ideas?
Good boy.
Do you see scents as colors?
Yeah, we've had this already.
Are you the only dog on the streets then?
No.
Tell me about the others.
The Dog Guild. Bunch of troublemakers trying to overthrow the master race.
Overthrow the master race?
Yeah, your kind. Well, your kind before some werewolf bit you.
And who do you think could have bit me?
Well, there are a few werewolves in Ankh-Morpork. Like any busy metropolis, we have our share of the ethnic minorities.
Not all of those minorities change shoes by about 14 sizes in the full moon, though.
True enough.
Tell me about the Dog Guild.
I already told you. A bunch of troublemakers.
But there's no guild house for a guild of dogs.
That's right. No motto and no coat of arms. Not even a little tartan one.
So what's the deal?
The guild is made up of all the dogs who have been bad boys.
How do you join?
You have to run away from your owner.
What does a dog guild do?
Same as a regular guild.
Cut themselves off from everyone else and act smug?
That's about it. It controls scavenging rights, nighttime barking duties, breeding missions, and howling rotas.
Seriously?
Well, it used to when Big Fido was in charge. Since he, disappeared, they've basically just run around as a pack of thugs.
Disappeared?
He's dead. I know he's dead anyway. I saw it happen. But observational evidence isn't as compelling as you'd like to think. Nah, most of the dogs believe that he lives on, leading a huge pack of mountain wolves who nightly strike terror into isolated farmsteads. I guess it makes digging in the middens and hanging around the back doors for scraps seem, more bearable.
We're only doing it until Big Fido gets back.
Exactly.
You said there were a few werewolves in Ankh-Morpork.
That's right.
Do you know any of them?
I thought I knew all of them.
Who are they?
Well, there's Ludmilla Cake.
Who's she?
Mrs. Cake's daughter. Even in human form, Ludmilla is built to a larger scale, and she has slightly pointed ears and teeth which are white and beautiful but catch the light in a disturbing way.
What's she like?
Apparently, she has this disturbing habit of staring at people's throats while she talks to them, which tends to put a damper on the conversation.
Anyone else?
There's Lupine, although he's technically a were-man. He's a 7-foot-tall, muscular, hairy young man with long canines, pointy ears and yellow eyes during the full moon. The rest of the time, he is a real wolf.
That must make relations with other werewolves difficult.
Well, he appears to have a satisfactory liaison with Ludmilla, despite being the same shape only 1 week per month.
That all of them?
After that, there's only Angua.
Angua?
I don't want to talk about Angua.
Where does Angua come from?
I told you, I don't want to talk about it.
Did you run away from your owner?
Not exactly.
What happened?
He threw me into the river in a sack with a brick when I was a pup.
How did you survive?
Well, luckily, the river was the Ankh, so I just walked ashore in the sack.
That's quite a puppyhood you had.
Yeah, and that's not mentioning the certain confused relationship I had with the brick for several days.
So you've never had an owner?
Well, I was fixed up with some owners.
Were they nice?
Oh, they were nice, all right. They were so bloody nice, it drove me nuts. Yeah, they were always patting me and giving me a bloody B-A-T-H. Yeah. They even gave me a little bright doggy bowl with the words Mr. Huggy on it.
And you ran away?
The moment the brush hit the bubble bath.
Who was Big Fido?
Yeah, he used to be a rather dainty white poodle with the overgrown remains of a poodle cut and wearing a diamante collar.
What happened?
He went, to hijack a phrase, barking mad. One day he realised that everything around him, his bowl, his collar, his kennel, his blanket, had his name on it. He ate his blanket, savaged his owner, and ran off to found the Dog Guild.
And others followed him?
He intimidated others with his dream that all dogs were wolves at heart and needed only to band together to overthrow humanity, the master race, and reclaim their ancient heritage.
And where is he now?
Nobody knows. But mothers tell their pups to be good, or Big Fido will get them.
I thought you said he was dead.
Oh, he is. I saw it happen. Sorta fell to his death. His sorry remains were picked up by foul old Ron and sold to a furrier in about 5 minutes. But that's just what actually happened. That doesn't mean anyone knows what happened.
The myth has more power than the truth.
You're not as dumb as you look, are you, Luton? I'll make a wolf out of you yet.
That was quite a lot of talking, but a whole lot of not much to go on. I suppose I have bandages to show everybody now. Ooh, maybe you know about the moss.
Do you recognize this moss?
Gordon Bennett, who do you think I am? Laddie the Wonder Dog?
Do these bandages mean anything to you?
Gordon Bennett?
Okay, apparently not.
Tempting as it was, I decided not to start attacking people with the crowbar.
I really don't want to go through all my notes with you.
Do you know anything about a legendary golden sword?
Oh, of course. I've got one over here. Where did I put it?
Ha ha.
Is there anything that might be relevant that you might know about? Ooh, maybe this.
There's some kind of bestial attacker out in the streets of Ankh-Morpork. It's hard to say anything about it, but could it be a werewolf?
What's it done?
It's killed at least 3 people, and probably a few more besides.
Did it kill you?
Yes, I think it did.
Well then, whatever it is, isn't a werewolf.
What makes you say that?
If it was, it'd have known how to kill you properly, right?
So what do you think it was?
Beats the hell out of me.
Okay, but that's interesting. Probably weren't mauled by a werewolf. Did we ever check this?
There's a letter at my graveside.
Who's it from?
Ilsa.
Who's Ilsa?
An old flame of mine from the good old days.
How old?
Old enough to be good.
What does it say?
It appears to be a love letter.
Dear Luton, I'm writing this letter even though I know I will never have the courage to give it to you. I have to leave Ankh-Morpork. I can't tell you why. I wish I could. These last few days have meant the world to me. but I haven't the strength to tell you to your face that I can never be yours. I am married to an Agatean man named Two Conquers, and I thought I would never see him again. He was dead to me, and my life was empty. Please believe me, I never meant to hurt you. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me. I will always look back on the Hotel Pseudopolis fondly.
You all right?
Sure. This is just one of those big emotional scenes like in the Clickies.
I suppose a bone is out of the question. Maybe a dog biscuit? Wag, wag.
There was a water-soaked letter by my graveside.
We don't take it with us, though. Now, since we've done all that legwork, do we have more to go on here?
The scent of a woman around my grave.
At Fuchsia 1.
Well, of course it was the same scent.
Alright, alright. Oh no, I don't want alkali.
There was a they both. Although they were similar. The smell of gaspo. I followed the magenta scent with a certain sense of grim inevitability. I already knew where it would lead.
Ah, this is how I was meant to discover that this is my dead body.
Down by the river, the smell of the Ankh was... Oh, I don't know. It was pretty bad anyway. I followed my murderous trail back to the Temple of Small Gods.
Yeah, but it runs out here. That's okay, we still have other lines of inquiry to follow. If I change here... Yeah, it just gives us this again. Fair enough.
Turning into a wolf wasn't something I was entirely comfortable with yet. I was trying to restrict myself to just when it was really necessary.
And is it necessary Oh? Okay, almost certainly not, but sure.
Turning into a wolf was...
Maybe you're not meant to come back here if it wants the other CD. I'm just really quick at switching them.
Who would say...
I don't think I have anything new to show to either of them.
I'd like to...
Alas, the young...
Nobby? Hey. Good point, Raziel. We have not saved or saved often. In here, the third and final session.
You could say this about Nobby. Deep down, he was a good man. Well, deep down, he was probably a man. Good might be stretching it a bit. Back behind the desk, I see.
Hello, Luton.
Do these mean anything to you?
Well, it could be the work of a plaster surgeon.
A plaster surgeon?
Yeah, they're cosmetic surgeons for trolls.
Oh?
Some troll's on the run, wants to change his face. Well, he goes to a plaster surgeon. The Watch would like to get their hands on any plaster surgeons working in Ankh-Morpork, I can tell you.
Don't you want to know where I got them?
They're just some plaster-soaked bandages. Why would I be interested?
Nobby, do you ever actually do any detective work?
Well, I'm only a corporal.
I'm beginning to understand how detritus got to be sergeant.
That is interesting, though.
I'd found the plaster-encrusted bandages on the floor of Rodin's workshop. Apart from the fact that they'd been soaked in plaster and left to dry, there didn't seem to be anything unusual about them.
If I'd found those next to Malachite, what's the implication? Had Malachite gone and changed his appearance? He was on the lam, after all.
Do you recognize this moss?
No.
Nobby gave us a great bit of intel on the envelope that it could be used to fake the fact that somebody had blackmail information. And it was Rodin who had that, I think.
Do you know anything about some kind of beast stalking the streets?
Give me a break, Luton. I don't know everything.
Yeah, I know about meeting Carlotta. We're meant to do that at the cafe later on. I'm trying to squeeze everything I can out of places that I think have less to go on earlier. Right, these I need to know more about.
Since I'm no longer a suspect, would you like to tell me something about the counterweight killings?
Sorry, Luton. Still can't discuss it.
You mentioned the murder of one of the patrician's clerks before.
Yeah,
What can you tell me about that?
that he's dead.
That's all your in-depth inquiries turned up?
Not as easy as that, you know, making sure someone's really dead. He might have just been playing dead. Anyway, he was killed in the palace.
You must know more than that. Or is it that you can't tell me about it?
If you want to know more, you'll have to find out yourself.
Sorry. Never would have guessed it, Nobby. What can you tell me about the murder at Unseen University?
Nothing.
Nothing.
The university isn't being cooperative. Old Vimes is saying that because it's murder, it's our jurisdiction. But they're arguing that they can handle their own affairs. It's all got political.
That doesn't help the inquiry much, does it? What about this merchant that you said was murdered?
I can't discuss that with you.
Well, you must be able to tell me something.
The guilds like to keep these disputes to themselves. You know what I mean? You'll have to talk to the Merchants Guild.
I like that there are multiple different ways to get leads in new locations. Because we found that location early on already. Alright, enough out of you knobs. How about we go and finally have our hot date at the Cafe Ankh? Actually, before that, what does Luton say if he tries to go werewolf mode in Pseudopolis Yard? And I can't go around the back here. Back to my cell, can I?
Ah, great plan. I'd just change into a werewolf in the Pseudopolis Yard reception. That really wouldn't help clear my name. Turning into a...
Right, I am keen to get the scent of Ilsa and Two Conkers, and that should be down here. Because they were hanging out down here for a while. There we go. The red mist.
The predominant smell in the cellar was of red wine, considerably more pleasant than the smell of the river, at least.
I can take that.
Although superficially similar, there was no mistaking the metallic maroon scent for the sharp smell of Ephebian red wine. The distinctive bouquet of Ephebian red wine, laden with the subtle fragrance of cabbages and carrots.
Really now.
There were some faint traces of a light blue scent in the corner of the cellar. The scent was very weak, and I didn't think I would be able to remember it very well.
Sure, but I have blue. I doubt it's Vimes.
The scent was extremely weak, and I didn't think it was important.
Oh, okay. But even so, I'd like to cross it off my list. There's no way it's Rodan. Yeah, it's probably just Two Conkers. Guess we're saying Two Conkers isn't very important.
There was a lingering smell of purple in the corner. It was too scattered for me to remember it.
Sure, but I can rub that against some other fuchsia. The serial killer?
The two scents had a superficial similarity. One was more supernatural than the other, though.
Okay, so it probably wasn't Ilsa killing us.
Definitely the same scent.
There we go, good. So we know that Ilsa is Ilsa. What do we not know then? Gaspard, the Ankh, Malachite, Mannequin, Serial Killer. Yeah, that one we need to know. We got Ilsa. We've got some artifacting. Mundi, Carlotta, Sapphire, Rodan, Alkali, the wine battles. Nobby, Troll Perfume. I wonder if we'll find that on someone else. And Vimes himself. So we've identified all the scents aside from our killer so far. A good run. Nothing else down here, is there? Nada. I wonder if Semel has a smell. Do vampires have a smell?
You wanted to see me.
I tried to reach you at the mansion, but you're never around when I need you.
You never need me when I'm around.
A funny thing happened to me the other day.
You arranged all this just to tell me an anecdote?
It's a funny little story. I think you'll like it.
I'm listening.
The other night, someone stuck a sword through my ribs.
Ah, it must have been someone who knew you well.
The thing is, not long afterwards, I was in my coffin thinking about it when I realized I wasn't dead.
That was lucky.
Luck was not a factor. Why did you do it, Carlotta?
Do what?
Make me a werewolf.
If I hadn't, you'd be dead. Would you prefer that?
That's not the point, and you know it. You did something to me that was going to change who I was for the rest of my life. And you didn't even tell me.
They do
I
that,
didn't
Luton.
think you'd understand. Besides, it wasn't as if I planned it.
Are you telling me you turned me into a werewolf by accident?
How long have you been a werewolf now?
Not long.
Have you felt what it's like? That force that pulls on you, that draws your attention to every jugular, pulsing with life? The irrepressible call of fresh blood? A sudden attention to the phases of the moon?
I have to fight to keep control.
We all do. Coming to a city of 1 million people, it's like a starving monkey wandering into a banana plantation. You learn to live with it.
And you decided to infect me with lycanthropy?
Infect is such a negative word. I prefer blessed.
You think this is a gift?
Of course it's a gift. It's the greatest gift I could give to someone. And I chose you.
Why?
You're a smart man, Luton. Figure it out.
I can't help but notice that your recurring alibi for the murders is that you were at the Temple of Small Gods.
Everyone needs a little solace now and then.
You seem to need it a lot.
I'm not easily satisfied.
Which god is it that you worship?
I really don't like to discuss religion.
Come on. I only want to know the name.
All right. Her name is Errata, but I don't appreciate you prying into my spiritual affairs like this.
Can I pry into your physical affairs?
My affairs are never just physical.
I bet you say that to all the boys.
Unfortunately, we've already covered the errata stuff. Is there anything else to go by here? A great thing is brought up. Why don't we combine our troll smells with the bandages to see who it could possibly be? We'll do that when we're not talking to Carlotta.
I got a key from Reagan's body. It led me to this. It's empty.
It's empty.
Mean anything to you?
No, nothing.
I could ask her about the various killings that we now know about, and I rather think I shall.
I take it you don't know where the golden sword is now.
Of course not. Do you think I wouldn't tell you?
Frankly, my dear, I don't know what to think.
I've already asked about errata. But I want to know more about the murders.
Do you know anything about the murder of one of the patrician's clerks?
No, I don't.
So level with me. What do you really know about the counterweight killings?
Nothing, I swear.
I swear all the time. But that doesn't mean you can trust me.
You haven't sworn once in this game, Luton.
Do you know anything about the murder of the reader of esoteric occultism?
No.
Have you heard about the recent murder of a rich merchant?
Sorry, Luton. I'm not an expert on murders, despite what you may think.
Meeting her here hasn't actually given us any leads at all now, has it?
Have you seen anything strange around town recently?
What kind of strange?
A little birdie eater told me that Malachite was killed by something bestial.
A werewolf?
I don't think so. Whatever, it was vicious.
You don't think werewolves are vicious? You should hear my aunts talk about me behind my back.
I think whatever this thing is, it's more powerful than just a werewolf.
Strange that this is all we have out of you, but it'll do for now.
Where can I find you?
I'll be around.
That's not very helpful.
What can I say? I go where I want to, with anybody I want. I just happen to be that kind of girl.
This isn't over, Carlotta.
I hope not. We don't have to be enemies, Luton.
We'll never be friends.
Let's not fight, Luton. We can work together, recover the sword together.
I don't know who you are anymore.
I'm the same girl I ever was, Luton. It's you that's changed.
You're telling me.
You know, Luton, you don't have to work with me. You don't have to say anything, and you don't have to do anything. Not a thing. Oh, maybe just howl. You know how to howl, don't you, Luton? You just pull your jaws apart and blow.
After Carlotta had left, I sat alone in the cafe, thinking about my problems. As bad as it seemed, my life was still better than it was a few years ago. Back then, I would have sat alone in the cafe, drinking through my problems.
Am I really alone, though? Poor Samael having to watch all that. Surely he won't mind this, though.
I was pretty sure Samael wouldn't mind me slipping into wolf form, but it still didn't feel right. I just couldn't do it while somebody watched.
What if I turned the corner?
I just...
Yeah, okay. Maybe I can have a wee word with Samael. Hey, I've joined
Samael, Mr. Luton.
How's business, Samael?
It's pretty good, Mr. Luton.
Do these bandages mean anything to you?
I wouldn't know anything about that, Mr. Luton.
Did Samael ever know anything about anything?
Do you recognize this moss?
I wouldn't know anything about that, Mr. Luton.
I forget if we ever got anything out of him, because we asked him about everything.
Have you heard about the murder of one of the patrician's clerks?
Sure thing.
Ooh.
I was interviewed by the watch about it.
You? Why?
He was the clerk in charge of the palace stores. He was the one who bought the wine for the palace.
Really? So do you know anything about the murder?
No, sorry. But there should be someone here from the palace any moment now to collect the next shipment. You could ask them.
I guess I could, but I doubt they'd tell me anything.
Ooh, wow, an actual lead-off of Samael.
Do you know anything about the murder up at Unseen University?
No, sorry.
Don't you get wizards in here? You're just around the corner from the university.
No, we don't get wizards here. The wizards prefer the mended drum and other noisy establishments.
What about the other staff?
The mended drum.
Some of the other staff do call in every now and then. I guess the closest to a regular would be Cassandra, but she's not working there at the moment.
At the moment?
She quits her job occasionally, but she always goes back. The university pays her a good wage for what she does.
Which is?
Mainly laundry and a bit of dusting.
If the pay's good, why does she keep quitting?
She doesn't get on with the head chambermaid up at the new hall.
Why?
Mrs. Foams has a bad reputation as someone to work with.
I heard that a merchant was murdered. You wouldn't know anything about it, would you, Samael?
A merchant? I think you better ask at a less reputable establishment. I could get into trouble suggesting that something was up in the Merchants Guild.
Why?
The cafe is part of the Merchants' Charter.
The Merchants' Charter?
It just means that if we're found to have caused any bad publicity for the city or the guild, they send someone round to smash the windows.
Doesn't that cause bad publicity?
I'd rather not pursue that interesting point.
Yeah, I can see why Samael's likable. He knows where to put his neck out, which is nowhere.
Thanks again, Samael.
No problem, Mr. Luton.
And whilst Samael did give us the keys to the wine store, the point wasn't that he gave us the keys. The point was that he gave us permission to go in there, because Luton could already crack open. He just didn't want to without Samael's permission, which is a wonderful play on situation where normally vampires aren't allowed in unless you invite them in. Whereas in this case, Luton wasn't going in until he was invited by a vampire. It's a very clever game like that. Or I'm reading into something that doesn't exist. Your call.
Turning into a wolf wasn't something I was entirely comfortable with yet.
Yeah, but when's someone taking the wine? Maybe it doesn't happen for a wee while, or maybe there's another area? Maybe it's a come back later thing. I still have plenty of places to check, though, no?
There was still no sign of Horst in his quarters. He could be anywhere.
I get all my best thinking done in the office. Now let's pursue this interesting idea of whose bandages are these. Probably Malachite's, but I rather no.
I doubted the hideous stench was connected to that.
Hideous stench. Malachite?
There was no hint of malachite's odor to the bandages.
That's very interesting, because if it's not malachite and it's not the troll perfume, is it sapphire?
There was a faint, dark cyan scent on the bandages. I couldn't be sure, but I thought the bandages had something to do with sapphire.
Maybe that's why not Rodan, the weird elf guy was unhappy to talk about the bandages.
I'd found the plaster encrusted, apart from the fact that they'd been soaked in plaster and left to dry.
Perhaps we should go and shake him down about that.
Around the door was a...
I never finished off these scents, did
The
I?
maroon scent wasn't recent. It suggested the tangy red of iron. That's where I first smelled it. There was a the maroon.
Yeah, nothing new to be had here, right? Not that I can tell, at least. Right. Mankin.
Is this a good time for a friendly chat?
Given that there's never a good time for a friendly chat, I guess it's as good as any.
How's business? Do these mean anything to you?
Bandages?
They seem to have plaster caked into them.
No, I don't know anything about that.
Yes, you do. You are the most useless liar I've ever met.
It's nothing to do with me. That's a matter for the watch.
The watch? They're only bandages.
That's all I'm saying on the matter. I don't want no trouble. And they are trouble.
Why can't I grill him about it if I know that it has the stench of sapphire on them? Maybe I meant to bring the bandages into the changing room.
The perfume had nothing to do with that.
I'm not so sure.
There was a faint, dark cyan scent on the bandages. I couldn't be sure, but I thought the bandages had something to do with sapphire.
That's a shame. I really thought there was a lead on that, and maybe there still is, but it might be evading me. Anyway, Sapphire's looking mighty suspicious these days. I imagine I'm not able to transform here, though, right?
I didn't want to transform in such an exposed area. I didn't want to...
I do not want to spend time with this man again.
Help again, Malaclips.
They'll all need my help sooner or later. They just don't know it yet.
Did you use the bandage in the scent adventure? Yes.
Which deity?
Right, we've talked plenty about this.
Tell me. You...
And it was a whole lot of red herring. But do you know anything about the new murders?
What do you know about the murder of the patrician's clerk?
He wasn't killed. He's been smuggled out of Ankh-Morpork by a team of crack Ephebian ontological guerrillas.
Ontological guerrillas?
A vicious band of terrorist philosophers trying to spread their doctrine that our existence is purely an abstract experience mediated by a limited sensory experience, which cannot be relied upon to provide accurate perspectives or any true reality should one exist.
Sounds plausible.
So, they got to you too, did they?
Given the way he speaks, I wonder if they could have gotten Dale from King of the Hill for this. It would seem very fitting.
What about the reader of esoteric occultism? Do you know about his murder?
Ha! Internal politics. It is of no consequence to the world what happens inside Unseen University.
Even if they accidentally summon hideous demons from beyond space and time?
As long as they stay inside Unseen University, no problem.
I heard a prominent merchant was killed.
That's right. A gangland killing by the Shin Kicker Triad. They told Bjorn Iron Trader to stop trading with their rivals, but he didn't listen to them.
I don't think that's the murder I'm interested in.
Maybe it should be.
As expected, this is a complete waste of time.
What?
It looks like a jelly baby and Mummy's burial wrap.
And the plaster?
Perhaps he's been decorating.
Fascinating.
Do you recognize this moss?
Is it Gerald?
Gerald?
My pet lichen?
No, I don't think so.
It could be. Servants from foul old Ron's conspiracy kidnapped him many years ago for a purpose unknown.
Are you sure they didn't steal it to add flavor to their boot soup? It sounds more likely.
Possibly. It's always so hard to be sure.
Again, have we had anything of use out of this rambling old coot? Same could be said for this guy. He was just there to serve as the alibi confirmation for Carlotta.
I didn't want to transform in such an exposed area. I have some more questions.
Ask them, if you must.
Did your church buy that window? Now let me get this straight. So, here I am. So what... You keep...
Yeah, I doubt there's anything new in all of that. These then.
I asked Mooncalf where he was when the murder took place, and he told me he was holding a sermon. Have you heard of the counterweight killings?
I have not.
Nothing at all? Heard about any ritualistic killings in Ankh-Morpork?
Again, I have not.
I was suspicious. Most religious fanatics would have turned the counterweight killings into fuel for their zealous fire. Mooncalf's silence spoke more than words. Not literally. It wouldn't be much of a silence if it spoke. I imagine silences get kicked out of school for that sort of thing. The point was, I was suspicious of Mooncalf. There was something he wasn't telling me.
Yes, but I'm having a hard time getting anything more out of him. Not like I can ask him about the smells that lead over towards him.
The jewel wasn't the kind...
Could I...
What can you tell me about a golden sword?
You should talk to Malaclips, the mad priest over on the other side of the temple.
Oh, we've done that. He's getting me nowhere. Oh, this is a fat lot of not much. Could you tell him about Mal and Carlotta being a werewolf? I don't think that's something I can bring up.
I asked Mooncalf if Carlotta was in the temple when Mundy was murdered. Frankly, he didn't seem very sure. His face took on a vacant look, like someone trying to remember who won the boat race in the year of the asthmatic antelope.
Yes. Yes, I believe I saw her in the temple that night.
Does she come here often?
She is indeed a regular of the Temple of Small Gods. I myself have lectured her at great length on the virtues of the cult of Anu Anu.
Why does she come here?
Why does anyone come here, Luton? For answers. For absolution.
Okay, and the last things I have, of course, are my bandages and moss.
Do these bandages mean anything to you?
I prefer to involve myself with more spiritual matters.
Nothing more spiritual than some moss.
Do you recognize this moss?
I prefer to involve myself with more spiritual matters.
Well, that is a damn shame. I thought I might actually get something here. Can't transform, can't smell, no leads. On the plus side,
I didn't want to transform in such an exposed area.
this is not the end of our leads, so let's carry on over to the Merchant Guild. Unless there's somewhere else I can squeeze more out of before going there. No, if I don't get anything out of the Merchant Guild, then maybe I'm in a bit of trouble. Ooh, well, I haven't done Patrician. I want to quiz the guards about the palace murder.
I'm back. I've got a few more questions.
Make it fast.
Do you know anything about the counterweight killings?
Have we heard that a mad assassin is coming after the patrician? Of course.
Yeah, it's a bit hard to ignore the...
If he's a good assassin...
That's...
Yeah, we've already covered this. Could have sworn I saw a note in the book about Carlotta being a werewolf. Yes, we know she's a werewolf. She's told us, we've smelt it out, we've been told by the Count. There's lots of information about the werewolves.
I hear one of the Clarks got murdered.
Ask questions like that, and we might have to arrest you.
On what grounds?
Well, on the palace grounds, obviously.
Not bad.
Do you know anything about the murder of the reader of esoteric occultism?
We don't know nothing about any murders, all right?
Have you heard about the recent murder of a rich merchant?
We don't know.
Okay, I get it. Perhaps I can turn the corner here and go all lycanthropic. I can! Okay, this could be useful. That's the ankh we can smell, right?
The garbage was giving off a distinctive green cloud, not dissimilar to the smell of the river Ankh.
And I can't... Oh, I can actually grab garbage. Beautiful. Into my scent collection you go.
Ah, the smell of garbage. An inferior version of the smell of the Ankh, in my opinion.
Can I compare it to the ankh? I wish the scroll wheel worked here.
The Ankh smelled much worse than garbage. The empty barrels were surrounded by a cloying red mist, and it had the shrill pitch of red wine, if I wasn't mistaken.
Well, I'm not mistaken, but I do want to cover all my corners here. I don't think there's any lead to be had in comparing it to the wine.
The red wine here smelled identical to the wine from the Café Ankh wine cellar. I guess they must be the supplier for the palace.
Okay, but the real thing of interest is this.
One of the empty barrels had a faint magenta trace to it.
Yeah, we've been trying to figure that one out now, haven't we? Magenta.
Definitely the same scent as my killer, which meant whoever it was made it into the palace concealed in a wine barrel. Why did that bring to mind the phrase, "You wait, time passes," and Thorin sits down and starts singing about gold?
It doesn't, but there you go. So, somebody crawled into a wine barrel to get themselves over to the palace grounds to commit some muida. Is that right? I wonder if Two Conquers is still up there. He is? Surely these people won't mind if I transform.
Leonard would probably be fairly nonplussed if I changed into a wolf, but I didn't want to chance it. Just a few more questions, if you wouldn't mind. What is that thing you're working on?
Right, we've covered all this.
What are the problems?
Mainly weight.
Yeah, we've covered this as well. Right, but I want to know about
Do
these.
these bandages mean anything to you?
What? Sorry, I was a little distracted.
Do you recognize this moss?
That might just work.
It may to be of much sureness. Never mind.
I wonder if I meant to get them something to help them have this thing fly.
I really didn't want to talk to anyone about the grappling iron. I knew full well that asking either Leonard or Two Conquers about any of the murders would be a waste of time. Do you know anything about the counterweight killings?
I am sorry, what did you say? I wasn't listening.
Well, that wasn't useful at all. Wait, unless Two Conquers is an individual to
Just
talk
a
to.
few more. What is that?
No, they're one and the same.
Two Conquers was Ilsa's companion, an Agatean with a sharp mind but a slender grasp on the local tongue. He was also Ilsa's husband. I still didn't know how I felt about that. There was nothing useful to me on the table. Well, nothing useful that wasn't glued down, or that I thought Leonard wouldn't notice missing. Leonard would probably be fairly nonplussed if...
Well, this has been a fat lot of not much, although we can figure out how the killer got over here. It doesn't feel like usable information. It certainly didn't lead to any epiphanies on our notepad. However, we still haven't checked out this. Good thing I've got my second disc to hand. I'm so fast.
The Merchants' Guild was the youngest of the Ankh-Morpork guilds, founded in self-defense by the city's traders and shopkeepers when they realized their role in the grand scheme of things was to be robbed. Robbing fat merchants, it seemed, was a perfectly socially acceptable, even heroic thing to do. Consequently, they weren't the friendliest of guilds either. I wasn't holding out much hope that they'd help me. Evening.
Usually is when the sun sets.
Is everyone in this city a smart aleck?
Who's he?
He used to be a regular at the Mended Drum. He made a reputation as a know-it-all.
Used to be?
The Mended Drum is a bad place to use the phrase, no.
Where did they find his body?
The Shades. And the Diesel Gate. His kidney down a well in Dolly's sister's, I think. Bits of his innards all over the place. Sounds like he had a lot of guts. So how did you end up working on the door?
Oh, there's only so many good positions to go around.
I take it this isn't one of them.
Oh, it's not that bad. I get to hear all the interesting news with this job.
And has anything interesting happened recently?
Oh, yes.
Such as?
We got a new kettle. Much nicer than the one with the leak that we used to use.
You boiled water in a kettle with a hole?
Well, we made a lot of steam anyway. It wouldn't stay in the cups, though.
And that's the most exciting thing that's happened here.
Oh, exciting. If you want exciting, you should see the new colour scheme in the coin shaving room.
Come on. Someone was murdered. Wasn't that exciting?
Oh, sure.
Why didn't you mention that?
A guild policy. We're not to discuss the incident with outsiders.
What's all this about coin shaving?
You haven't heard of coin shaving?
No, I didn't even know they grew hair.
Well, you take a coin and you carefully shave off some of the gold, which you can then melt down and sell. Easy money.
I think I see a problem with that.
Yeah?
Well, I didn't think there was any gold in Ankh-Morpork dollars.
Well, there isn't. Not anymore. We kind of shaved them too much.
So what do you use the coin shaving room for?
We keep the kettle there. It sets off the new decor superbly.
That's why you redecorated it?
No, we used to keep the old kettle there, only all the wallpaper fell down.
I don't understand. Why is it guild policy not to discuss the murder?
Well, as you probably know, we formed the guild to stop the dreadful habit of visiting heroes robbing all the fat merchants.
Yeah, I heard that.
Ah, yonder lies a fat merchant, they'd cry, using that special landlord a flagon of your finest ale hero talk. Let us relieve him of some of his ill-gotten gains. Pon my scalliard. Next thing you know, they've robbed you blind. That's the thanks you get for years of service.
Years of service, carefully mixing sand in the sugar and switching the number plates of the donkey carts.
Hey, that's a very stilted view. What about all the other top-quality bargains we offer?
Ah, yes. All those once-in-a-lifetime, never-to-be-repeated, absolutely didn't fall off the back of a cart offers.
Exactly. Plus, we keep the economy of the city running.
By giving small sums to the less smelly beggars?
Annually, yes.
You were telling me about guild policy.
Ah, yes. Anyway, it was decided that it would be the Merchants Guild's policy to fully further the aims of its members, advertise the civic charms of Ankh-Morpork, and beat 7 kinds of hell out of anyone with a leather loincloth.
Advertise the civic charms of Ankh-Morpork?
Are you saying you don't like Ankh-Morpork?
Oh, no. Absolutely not. I heard what you guys did to Castroaster.
Damn straight. He got tired real quick.
This doesn't explain why you can't discuss the murder with me.
Well, the Merchants Guild is supposed to be the shining beacon that shows the rest of the world how unsurpassably wonderful Ankh-Morpork is.
By robbing them blind?
Oi, watch it.
Sorry. Continue.
Anyway, the point is, it's bad publicity if we're seen to have a murder in our ranks.
Couldn't you sell it as a tourist attraction?
What?
You know, come to Ankh-Morpork, site of the infamous counterweight killings.
Show some respect. A merchant lies dead, struck down in his prime.
So do half a dozen other people.
True, but they weren't merchants.
So how exactly do you go about advertising the civic charms of Ankh-Morpork?
We pursue those misguided people who publicly fail to recognize the many attractive points of this fine city.
Pursue?
Yes, we hire large gangs of men with ears like fists and fists like walnuts to point out that Ankh-Morpork is in fact a marvellously clean and decent city in which to live. A process whose ongoing nature might be swiftly curtailed if they don't shut up right now.
I suspect they see sense.
Oh yes, even if their eyes are a bit swollen.
There's a lot of talking and not a lot of getting me anything. Could I just beat my way in?
Tempting as it was, I decided not to start attacking people with the crowbar. I had a feeling that the envelope wasn't something I should discuss with everyone I met. Do these bandages mean anything to you?
I don't know anything about that.
Do you recognize this moss?
I don't know anything about that.
Right, maybe I can just quiz him directly about the murders.
About this merchant that was killed.
Sorry, I'm not allowed to discuss the incident with outsiders. A guild policy.
It wouldn't hurt to tell me the broad details, would it?
It would hurt a lot. They'd throw me off the roof.
No one's going to know.
I'd know about hitting the ground.
Is it really that important to you?
The Merchants Guild takes its policies very seriously.
So it seemed. I had to find a way to exploit that. Do you know anything about the murder of the reader of esoteric occultism?
I can't help you there.
Do you know anything about the murder of one of the patrician's clerks?
I can't help you there.
Have you heard about the counterweight killings?
Who hasn't? It's the talk of the town. A gruesome serial killer in our own backyard.
Ankh-Morpork, where major political events are never talked about, but grisly murders are discussed over the dinner table.
Hey, if it isn't local news, I'm not interested.
Oh, of course. 10,000 killed in a pogrom in Omnia is irrelevant. But Ankh-Morpork man stubs toe on the Magdalen Bridge. Oh, that's news.
Someone stubbed their toe on the Magdalen Bridge?
Never mind. About this merchant that was killed.
Sorry, I'm not allowed to discuss the incident with outsiders. A guild policy.
It wouldn't hurt to...
The
So I had to find a way to exploit that.
How can I exploit their ways? Could I offer them some money?
I suppressed the urge to ask for money. I was broke, sure, but I wasn't that
What
desperate.
about special money?
I had a feeling that Mundy's coin was important, and I wasn't about to show it to just anyone.
Damn, I wanted to shave my coin. Can I beat him?
Tempting as it was,
No. Right, what can be done then?
according to Nobby, a prominent merchant had been killed as part of the counterweight killings. The counterweight killings had struck at the Unseen University, and the reader of esoteric occultism had been killed. One of the patrician's clerks had been murdered, apparently as part of the counterweight killings. Vimes had mentioned the counterweight killings to me back in Mundy's room. Apparently there had been a string of weird ritualistic murders in the city. There's talk of a bestial attacker loose in Ankh-Morpork. I was wondering if it might have killed that merchant.
wonder away. But I'm not discussing the incident with you.
Damn.
Nice try.
Do you know a troll by the name of Jasper Horst?
Well, no one I know.
You don't know Jasper Horst?
I couldn't exactly slip the fact that Carlotta was a werewolf into casual conversation.
Oh, hang on, that only shows up at some time. I wonder if this is something I could actually use.
When I smelled Carlotta's scent in the von Uberwald mansion, I knew she was a werewolf. What do you know about the goddess Errata?
I don't know anything about that.
Do you know or care about the Golden Sword?
I didn't want to this.
No. What about the Golden Jewels?
The jewel.
No. Anything I can do to make you open this door?
Can you think of any reason that Monday...
I didn't think so, but it was worth a try.
Do you know a woman?
No one you know, no one you know.
Woman. No.
You don't know Carlotta.
Do you know... What do you know about...
God, you don't know anything. Nothing that you're willing to talk about, at least. That's unfortunate, because that was my last grasp at some easy ways forward. Yeah, Luton continues to not be paid for his work. Right.
Who would sell?
We haven't spoken to Death in
Can
a while.
I see the... Still here, I see.
Oh, Death's
In a
gone.
sense.
Oh.
How come you... How come I... You...
Yeah, that's nothing new here.
It seems a woman that I've been involved with is a werewolf.
Indeed.
Her name, she's...
Carl.
Yeah, we already covered this one. They're all werewolves. They all know about that. I haven't actually had any new things to go on, so maybe I need to make some connections here.
Who would...
Is she...
I will go in and out.
I really didn't want the butler to see me chained.
You're up late.
I can never sleep after I've been stabbed to death.
What did you want to talk about?
Do I even want to talk?
Have you heard about...
Sorry, I'm not an expert.
No, then there's nothing new here. Can I talk to her about her being a werewolf?
So, how many people have you killed?
I'm not that kind of a werewolf.
I suspected you were a killer even when you were just a woman. Now, I'm certain of it.
I was never just a woman.
You expect me to believe you've never killed anyone?
I have a lot of self-control.
It didn't seem that way when we kissed.
Don't mistake passion for a lack of self-control.
Do all werewolves see the world the same?
Everyone sees the world differently, Luton. That's what life is all about.
I meant the colors. Do you see the same colors I do?
What color is the smell of the River Ankh to you?
A kind of cacophonous bright green.
I guess we do then.
Whoever killed me had a distinctive magenta scent. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you?
Doesn't ring any bells.
There was something else about it, like a kind of fluorescent sparkle.
Like a greenish yellow-purple?
That's the one.
That's octarine.
Octarine? Sounds like a type of fruit.
It's the 8th color of the spectrum.
8th?
The basic color of which other colors are merely pale shadows impinging on conventional reality. The color of magic.
Conventional reality?
Or what passes for conventional on the Discworld.
What's that supposed to mean?
If I always knew what I meant, I'd be a genius.
So what smells of octarine?
Anything magical.
Then how come I've never seen it before? There must be 100 magical things in the city. Unseen University should glow like a sparkler.
Mortals can't see it, only wizards. Although we can smell it, of course.
That doesn't explain why Unseen University doesn't reek of it.
Well, it fades quickly in sunlight, and in extreme cases, walks away.
But that's not useful information at all.
So, do you do this all the time? Set up some poor sap and get him to do your dirty work?
All right. I admit, I deceived you. But you're not my puppet, Luton. You never were. I could see the fire in you, and I liked it.
That's why you infected me?
You haven't been a werewolf for long. You don't know what it's like. You can't have a decent relationship with mortals when you're a bloodthirsty wolf 1 week out of every month.
You ruined my life so you could have a companion?
Don't be so melodramatic, Luton. It doesn't suit you.
What would you call it?
I gave you a gift, and it's a wonderful gift. You just have to get used to it.
Of all the washed-up men in all the cities on the disc, why did you come to me?
Why does anyone do anything? We're all pawns in someone's game, Luton. The best we can hope for is to take charge of our lives. And don't forget, never forget, if I hadn't done this, you'd be dead. I saved your life.
It wasn't much of a life to save.
It could be.
If I became your lapdog, I could never do that.
I wouldn't ask you to. You're special, Lieutenant. You're like me. The law isn't for people like us.
What is?
Well, that's another thing I've been trying to figure out for years.
So, do you do this all the setups?
Fascinating, but not useful.
Do these bandages mean anything to you?
I'm sure you can think of something better to ask me, Lieutenant.
No.
Do you recognize this moss?
I'm sure you...
I'll be in touch.
I'll be waiting.
I can't transform here again, though the butler's around, but what can now be done? Could I become a wolf and then rub some of my smells against some of this stuff?
The scent of a woman. A strange scent I first found in the cemetery.
I take Carlotta's scent and combine it with a knowledge of her being a werewolf? No, that's a null string.
I doubted Errata had anything to do with that, but I was prepared to be wrong.
Is there any scent that we haven't figured everything out, everything about?
The cyan scent was distinct and potent.
Does the troll perfume?
I don't think that has anything to do with the bandages.
No, but we do know that it's Sapphire's scent on them, right?
The dark cyan scent was strong and earthy, with a hint of something potent about it. I don't think that has anything to do with the bandages.
What? I thought the whole thing was that we do know it has something to do with the bandages.
Some moss, found where I was murdered. There was a faint, dark cyan scent on the bandages. I couldn't be sure, but I thought the bandages had something to do with Sapphire.
I wish I could use that and then push it on the half-elf guy saying, what do you know about the remaking of What's-Her-Face?
This scent definitely belonged to something that was alive. I didn't know of a connection to the maroon scent. I didn't see... The bandages had a hint of dark blue to them.
Hold on.
There was a faint dark... I couldn't be...
Rodan and Sapphire, they are in cahoots then.
I was so tired of trying to make connections with Mundy. He was dead. Perhaps I should investigate other things.
So hang on, if the bandage is the scent of Sapphire and Rodan on them, then I think Rodan did a remodeling of Sapphire. Is that anything I can actually tie to in my notes, though? Because the Sapphire case is dead. Let's go and visit our friend again, shall we?
Is this a good time? How's... Do these mean any... And they seem... No, I don't... Yes, you... It's nothing to... The what there. That's all I'm saying. I don't want... And then... I had a feeling that...
I really want to finger him on that one, but I don't have an option for it.
There was a bold scent of navy blue in the air.
Now, statue guy is gone, although if he came back, that would be muckle convenient. Hold on, maybe. Oh, whoa, hold on. That scent of Rodan was all over there. That's where he got it done. And that's why the place is still around, and that's why the bandages were there.
There was a blue mist around the statue Rodin had been working on. The bandages had a hint of dark blue to them. Well, of course it was the same scent.
Yeah, I get that, but I think I'm mixing up Rodan with knife ears here.
The bandages had a hint of dark blue to them. There was no hint of malachite's odor to the bandages.
How can I use this information? Could you rub the bandages in Sapphire's name? Sapphire's name isn't something that can be interacted with here. We have cases and we have Sapphire, but I can't actually interact with the name Sapphire. And if we use the bandages on my scent of Sapphire...
There was a faint, dark cyan scent on the bandages. I couldn't be sure, but I thought the bandages had something to do with Sapphire.
Do I have the scent of knife ears? What's his name again? I really think that's my next big leap here. Rodan is the guy that... Rodan is the name of this guy. Mankin is your name. Do I have the scent of Mankin? Because I'm very suspicious of him. Take it from the top. Malachite, Mankin.
The apple-colored scent wasn't entirely unpleasant.
There you are. Got you. I got you now, Mankin.
I don't think that has anything to do with the bandages.
I don't got you now.
I couldn't make a connection with the apple scent. There was something more supernatural about the magenta scent. Nothing smelled as badly as the River Ankh. It was unmistakable. The rich aroma of Gaspode had little to do with anything. Certainly nothing you wanted to smell.
All right, let's begin the brute forcing.
This scent definitely belonged to something that was alive.
Carlotta's alive.
I was so tired. He was dead. Perhaps I didn't see what... The bandages had a hint of dark blue to them. I didn't want to start imagining a connection with Nobby's smell. I still had to sleep at night. I doubted the hideous stench was connected to that. It didn't smell of navy blue. Well, it was certainly trash. The realization didn't help me much, though.
Dang.
I couldn't see a link.
I guess we're at the stage of just rub the bandages and everything.
If there was a connection, I needed to learn more from the Merchants Guild somehow. I needed to get into Unseen University to ask some questions about the wizard's murder.
Maybe the gambling place has opened up again and the wizard's still there.
I needed to get into the palace if I was going to learn anything about the Clark's murder.
Oops. Lost my bandages.
I couldn't honestly... If there was a connection... There was no... I didn't think that... I couldn't see... There was no connection... If there was a...
Then I am out of ideas. It's connected to Sapphire, but I can't make a connection here. There's no Sapphire to interact with. Can you go deeper in the statue place where Malachite was? Can certainly give it a go. There's here, and then there's nothing else. Malachite is gone because he's dead. We got the bandages. Can I do anything with the statue?
All I knew about the statue was that it was a work in progress. I didn't have any reason to steal Rodin's statue.
Do we have a reason to smash it apart?
I wasn't about to smash up Rodin's work.
Well, you know how the killer got to the palace. Yes, we do. Maybe that means we could start... Hold on. Someone's meant to be coming back for the wine at some point. That's another thing to check. Nah, but they're not here now. However, what if we got into the wine barrels and got carted away?
I didn't really need a wine barrel. Most of the wine barrels in the Café Ankh cellar had been brought into Ankh-Morpork on the Milka.
Okay, but can we prise one open and get inside? Oh, now we're going places.
I had a long wait, but it paid off.
Alright, great, somewhere new.
The wine barrels had allowed me to break into the palace. It didn't speak too highly of the palace's security, but I wasn't complaining. There really wasn't anything useful I could do with the barrels. The storeroom was filled with boxes of food and supplies. I guess even the patrician had to eat every now and then. I couldn't think of anything useful to do with the boxes.
Can we think of anything useful to do in the room at all? No, I guess it's just our way in. Oh, good lord, did they get the guy from Resident Evil Director Cut to do the music for this place?
I guess they didn't have an open door policy. Locked.
As if we don't have a solution for that.
I had a bad feeling that if I used the crowbar to open the doors, I'd attract the palace guards. I had a bad...
Any smells at all? Not a sausage. What about in here? Luden's got such a daft face, doesn't he? I guess you don't see it because of chat. Hang on. If I can find my mouse cursor. Look at that freaking Luton face down there in the bottom right. Such a punchable face. I think they would have done better if they just never revealed it. It looks better when it's crunchy, PlayStation textured and covered by his hat. Oh, what's this now? We got some smells going on.
The scent of red wine wasn't as strong as in the cellar, but it was still noticeable. My killer had definitely been here.
True enough.
The magenta scent was too faint for me to remember it well.
Let's just make absolutely sure that is indeed our killer's scent.
It was the same scent as my killer's.
Well then, let's get to work.
The double doors were more stately than the others leading from the hall. I reckoned that it led to the oblong office, the patrician's personal sanctum. The only noticeable scent in the hallway was someone's trail which led to the double doors.
Is that not Vimes's scent?
What was Commander Vimes doing in the palace?
Well, we already know that. He was meant to come here to discuss the killings of the patrician.
The door was locked. I thought I could make out voices, but I couldn't hear what they were saying. I guess they didn't have. I could hear a conversation on the other side of the door, but I couldn't quite make out what was being said.
in our wolf form here.
As a wolf, my hearing was dramatically improved. I could recognize one of the voices as Commander Vimes, and the other voice had the calculating tones of Lord Vetinari, the patrician of Ankh-Morpork.
Are you any closer to a solution for our mutual problem?
No, sir. I've been occupied.
Indeed. And what could occupy you?
There was a string of copycat killings. I've been trying to solve them.
And have you?
No. My lead suspect was killed.
That is very unfortunate.
It certainly was for Luton.
So there has been no progress in determining who killed Cypher.
Not as such.
I had been given to understand that this was precisely the situation you were well equipped to handle.
I will solve this case, sir. You can count on me.
Do you recall what I said the city reminds me of?
You said it reminds you of a clock, sir.
Indeed. Big wheels and little wheels, all turning at different speeds to keep the machine working. That, after all, is the most important thing. The machine keeps going.
You've told me this before.
Do you know why it keeps working?
Because you want it to keep working?
I'm flattered that you think I have such importance. But no, it keeps running because the people believe it will keep running. Faith is a powerful force.
There is a point to this, sir?
I always have a point. Sometimes it's sharper than others.
I'm sorry. Continue.
One of my clerks has been found face down in a vat of wine, and that makes it appear as if the administration has lost control.
And the administration is me, right?
We are all the administration. You do the work, and I take both the credit and the blame. Provided I do not take the blame, I am content. I trust I make myself clear.
Perfectly.
Suddenly, I could smell blood. It filled up my senses like a night in a forest. Except a night in a forest didn't make me want to tear someone's throat out. I didn't know whether the guard had cut himself or if I was just developing a healthy bloodlust, like any young werewolf. But I couldn't control myself. The next thing I knew, I was in my office. I had no idea how I got there, how I got my coat out of the palace, or where I'd got a traffic cone from. It had been that sort of night. I was sitting at my desk, thinking over the case, when there was a knock at the door.
I understand you've been a busy boy, Luton.
It's a busy life when you're a private investigator. Plus, you get to see interesting foreign places and learn a trade.
There was a commotion at the palace last night. Perhaps you know about it?
What goes on at the palace has nothing to do with me.
Indeed it is not. And if, for some reason, you did take an interest in the palace, I'm sure you would not be so foolish as to be caught breaking into the palace.
Of course not. Think I'm suicidal?
Strange you should say that. I heard you'd been killed.
I expect you hear a lot of things that aren't true. I bet someone has to explain them to you using very small words.
The thing is, the intruder at the palace appears to have been a werewolf.
There's a lot of that around this time of year, I understand. Must be the moon.
I paid my respects to your grave.
Oh, that was nice of you.
It was empty.
Oh, you know how it is. I get claustrophobic in narrow spaces.
So do werewolves, perhaps?
I wouldn't know about that.
Remember when I said how disappointed I was that I couldn't take you out for free?
Oh, that was a very touching sentiment.
Well, Lord Vetinari has generously offered to pay for the inhumation of last night's intruder.
He has a big heart.
It's a shame no one can find it.
Was there a point to your visit?
I was just passing through. Thought you might benefit from my advice.
How generous of you.
Well, I'll be on my way.
The door's behind you. I can explain how to use it if you want.
Watch your steps. Lieutenant, I will be.
What a very, very strange intermission we got again. And it's always involving that bloody assassin. When we met him at the gambling place, such a very disjointed animation and occurrence happened. Anyway, we're back, having learned what exactly?
I'd overheard the patrician and Vimes talking about the murder of the clerk at the palace. Apparently the man's name was Cypher, and he'd been drowned in a vat of wine. There are worse ways to go, I guess.
Name 2. Oh wait, worse. Thought you said better. Perhaps I can quiz the guards on this, or perhaps the guards just aren't here. Makes life easy.
Turning into a wolf. I was trying...
Doesn't make things easy. I'm very curious if you know anything about this.
I knew full well that asking...
Yeah, waste of time. Okay, fair enough. I was more interested in checking with the palace guards here. They're not here in that case. Let's see if we can get a good whiff of that assassin.
There was a faint haze of purple in the room.
I can't pick it up.
The maroon scent wasn't recent. It suggested the tangy red of iron. The maroon scent wasn't recent. It's the cloud of teal. Around the door was a strong, dark cyan odor.
So, who is all this then? Was the purple haze Carlotta? Because I managed to forget by now. Wouldn't have been Ilsa.
The purple scent was quite distinctive. I'd know it if I smelled it again. There was a certain...
Okay, so this I imagine is Carlotta. This was Sapphire, right?
I knew it was the same scent. That's where I got it from.
Yeah. This is Nobby and this is probably Alkali. So no smell on the assassin then. That's strange.
I'd overheard the patrician and Vimes talking about the murder of the clerk at the palace. Apparently the murder could have been part of the so-called counterweight killings.
It was part of the counterweight killings.
Saturnalia was locked up tight.
Well, we have a way to unlock it. Ah, damn. Well, we have it, but we're not using it.
Horst still wasn't back at his quarters. I was beginning to wonder if he was coming back at all.
Look at that blue apostrophe.
I went over to Horst's quarter. There was still... Horst still wasn't back at his quarters.
Why is that blue? Nothing happening at Moulding Bridge. Ah, perhaps I can quiz Nobby a bit more now that we know about the drowning of wine. The Archaeologist Guild is removed from the map now, Alpha. A few places are.
I found out about that Clark cipher. He was drowned in a vat of wine.
If you say so. Lucky for some, eh?
Oh, okay, Nobby, I'm glad we had this talk. Yeah, I forget where the Archaeologist Guild is, but it's no more. Oh, the assassin said that he said hi to my grave. Perhaps his smell is here.
The scent of a woman around my grave.
Yeah, nothing here. Perhaps he's a scentless one.
Something had passed through the cemetery and left a very strange trail.
And it just takes me back here, which is decidedly not useful. Oh dear.
The river...
Oh dear. I think I am stuck.
I'd already had to dive onto the Ankh once. I wasn't about to do it again.
When's the last time we saved? Okay, good, I can get out of there. Yeah, let's make a note to save and save often.
Mind if I ask some more questions?
As long as they're not about the incident, be my guest.
So how did you...
I don't know.
Do you know anything about Cypher's murder?
I can't help you there.
What can be done then? Am I meant to go back into the palace? Feels like I got robbed of my options to do things there a little bit too fast.
The palace was due to buy some more wine. As far as I could tell, they would be collecting it sometime soon.
Well then.
I didn't think I could risk breaking into the palace that way again. Not with Remora after my blood.
Dang. You can try and connect other items to smells. You only tried the bandages. I guess I should try and connect the moss with smells.
Some moss, found where I was murdered. I couldn't... There was something more... There was no...
See, if it's not the serial killer, then who else could have tracked moss over to my dead body?
The rich are... Certainly. Nothing... It was... If there was a... I couldn't... There was no...
Unsurprisingly, none of that matches up.
I was pretty sure that this scent definitely... I was so tired. He was perhaps... I had no reason to doubt that it was Rodin's scent.
This doesn't seem to actually be connecting the moss to any of this.
It didn't smell... I doubted that... I didn't want... I still had... The only
Unless you're meant to do it the other way around, you're meant to connect the stench to the moss. Now, who could have possibly left the moss with me? Doubt the serial killer would have.
I doubted the moss had anything to do with that.
Trying to think of anybody that could have had something to do with dragging moss over to me. Sapphire?
I doubted...
No. Alkali?
I doubted the moss had...
No. Moss from a troll would make sense, but all the troll-related stuff is having nothing with the moss.
I doubted...
No.
There was a lingering smell of purple in the corner. There were some faint traces of a light blue scent in the corner of the cellar.
Well, this is doing me a fat lot of nothing.
Some ale, Mr. Luton. I didn't want to bother Samael with the details of the murders.
But Samael is part of the merchant stuff, right? Maybe he can give me something.
I heard that a merchant was murdered. You wouldn't know anything about it, would you, Samael?
A merchant? I think you better ask at a less reputable establishment. I could get into trouble suggesting that something was up in the Merchants Guild.
Why?
The cafe is part of the Merchants' Charter.
The Merchants' Charter?
It just means that if we're found to have caused any bad publicity for the city or the guild, they send someone round to smash the windows.
Doesn't that cause bad publicity?
I'd rather not pursue that interesting point.
Oh, Samel.
Do you recognize...
I wouldn't... I would...
I'm hitting a dead end here. I'm more than open to some ideas from chat. Something with a bit more clarity to it than just rub smells on everything. Have you been to the casino? The casino is closed.
Saturnalia was locked up tight.
I'd like to get in there.
Satur-
Unless you're telling me that what I can do is use the grappling iron, which I still have, to get into the top. But that appears to not be an option. The gargoyle does not want to speak. I have tried to speak to the gargoyle, and it says nothing. I suppose I could try getting really close to it. I still think Mankin has something to do with this damn thing, but I can't get any intel out of him. He just does not want to talk about the bandages.
There was nothing I could do with the stage other than be glad I didn't have to perform on it.
Have I talked to him about the wine-related death, though? I mean, surely that's useful to rub on somebody. And if not Mankin, then who?
Is this a good... I decided not to bore... It was probably bad enough to have had one in his establishment without me going on about it. Tempting though it was to watch the little rat squirm. I hear a
All I heard was that I saw.
Yeah, so talking to Mankin was one of the many ways to unlock the merchant's quarter as a place to visit. But otherwise, there wasn't much to get out of it.
The bartender was a half-elf called Mankin, and I knew he wouldn't appreciate someone coming into his place and asking questions. Fortunately, I didn't care what he appreciated.
Hey, you're in health, you're one with the nature and whatnot. Tell me about this bleeding bit of moss. Is the troll still in the grave? Yes. Compare the moss to the graveyard? Maybe.
Do you recognize this moss?
If you asked fewer questions, maybe you'd get more answers. I read that somewhere.
That's a very reasonable deduction there, Alpha. As expected of a man who enjoyed Alchemica, or whatever that stupid book game was. Well, it wasn't stupid, it was very smart. Smarter than me.
The rubble was definitely the body of a troll. But according to Malachite, it wasn't Therma's body. I had plenty of better things to be doing instead of playing with rubble. I had plenty...
It was a good thought, but evidently not good enough.
I examined the body closely, but all I could see of interest were the troll's diamond teeth glinting at me.
Where's my diamond tooth? What happened to it? When did that get taken out of my inventory? I used it to break into stuff, but I guess we threw it away after cutting glass with it. Maybe you need to smoke the moss in a pipe to get as clever as Holmes. Well, I'm glad Tothra's coming in with the brilliant suggestions. Just need to find some rollies.
Who would say I liked...
Can I see... Still here.
Just rubbing everything I have against you here.
How...
Where are you, Death? I can't use anything here.
How come... Is it some...
There we go. Huh. I can't seem to actually talk about anything.
Do you
There
know
we go.
anything about Cypher's murder?
I already told you that I cannot discuss the details of my work with you.
Where did the merchant...
I'm not saying any...
Perhaps if I could get some information out of the gatekeeper at the Merchant's Guild, I might stand a chance of getting something out of Death. Wizard...
Indeed.
So they...
That is,
So the reader of esoteric occultism must have known he was about to be murdered.
knowing when you are going to die and knowing how are two different things.
The indication still seems to be that I need to grab some information out of the merchant doorkeeper, but he is not playing well with me. No, I couldn't do troll vision
Mind
over
if I ask some more questions?
wolf
long as they're
vision
not
over at the troll's grave.
So how did... I don't know. So how... What's... Do you know about this...
Sorry, I'm a guild.
It wouldn't hurt.
It would. They.
No,
I'd know about.
is it really...
The Merchants Guild takes its policies very seriously.
So it seemed. I had to find a way to exploit that.
How, though?
I'd found Reagan's body in his carriage in the river under the Magdalen Bridge.
Gosh, I can't think of anything I can do to this guy.
I had a feeling that Monday's... I had a feeling that the envelope wasn't something I should discuss with everyone I met.
Tell him man can give you info. Let them smash the cafe up. No. See, Mankin runs the Octarine Parrot, which is a bar. Samiel runs the Cafe Ank.
I went over to Horst's quarters, but he wasn't there.
Gosh, I've got nothing. Since the guards are gone, try getting into the palace. Oh, we've already been into the palace. That's partly the problem. I can't enter here, and I don't want to transform here for some reason.
Turning into a wolf wasn't something I was entirely comfortable with yet. I was trying to restrict myself to just when it was really necessary.
There's nothing to interact with here, it's just that the guards are gone. I can still get up and into this area, however that's of severely limited use because it's 2 conkers and this weird guy that never tells me anything. And there's nowhere else to go here.
2 conkers. He was... Just a few... What is that? What... Do you reckon...
What? Sorry.
Smell the table? I can't transform here, sadly. I've already asked them about everything, I think. Unless we can talk about Ilsa disappearing.
Do you know where Ilsa is? To be knowing is not the me I am in. You don't know. No. I think that's the first time I've heard a straight answer out of you.
But she's your wife.
I couldn't exactly slip the fact that Carlotta was a werewolf into casual conversation. Do you know anything about some kind of beast stalking the streets? What are you being said?
These people are useless. I feel like a logical step should be to use what you did. Deduce somehow that a troll was transformed. Yes, and I've been trying that and getting nowhere with it.
I'd overheard the patrician and Vimes talking about the murder of the clerk at the palace. Apparently the man's name was Cypher, and he'd been drowned in a vat of wine. There are worse ways to go, I guess.
Could I use that on the wine outside the palace?
The empty barrels at the foot of the palace wall looked like they used to have wine in them. Cypher had drowned in a barrel of wine, just like these. I had a suspicion his murderer got into the palace concealed in a wine barrel.
Yes. I see you don't want to go further with that thought process, Luton.
I'd found the plaster-encrusted bandages on the floor of Rodin's workshop. Apart from the fact that they'd been soaked in plaster and left to dry, there didn't seem to be anything unusual about them.
I think we already tried this, but can I combine the bandages with the idea of Malachite's murder? Or vice versa. Again, it's so hard to tell when you're meant to click or double click.
I don't think that has anything to do with the bandages. I needed to learn more from the Merchants Guild somehow.
Wrong murder.
I don't think that was directly connected to Cypher's murder. That didn't have anything to do with the attacker, as far as I knew. This was between me and Carlotta. I didn't think that had anything to do with Malachite's murder.
Right, well, I am out of ideas then. We got our best thinking done in the office, though. Maybe with the coffee.
Nothing like a cup of imp-made coffee to make me jittery and paranoid.
Is Horse the only other troll name that we can interact with? I can't even interact. Well, can I? Is Horse the name that we have access to here? Yeah, Jasper Horst is here somewhere. There he is.
An associate of Alkali's, whatever that means, Horst was a troll who was large on stature and fond of long, rambling sentences that rarely got to the point. I didn't trust him for a second.
Can we trust him to be who he claims to be?
I don't think that has anything to do with the bandages.
I haven't done anything since I last saved, so no point in doing that right now. But there's also no harm in doing that right now. Our last update was learning that a mage was drowned in wine, so maybe ask Malaclips. Oh, the last person I want to talk about anything. But yes, we have not rubbed this information against Malaclips. But he's not mage, is he? It's just a mad prophet. I could go for some mad prophet.
What do you know about the murder of the patrician's clerk?
He wasn't killed. He's been smuggled out of Ankh-Morpork.
Which sounds...
Yeah, we've heard this before. And then there's you, Mooncalf.
I asked Mooncalf where he was when he always...
Yes, he is always holding a sermon. Cafe Boss mentioned coming to pick up the wine. Yes, I hid myself into a wine cask. I broke into the palace, and I discovered that that clue that we just talked about, Cypher being drowned in wine. Now I can go back to the Cafe Ankh, and I can go back to all these barrels of wine. I suppose I could rub the clue that we found about that.
I'd overheard the patrician and Vimes talking about the murder of the clerk at the palace. Apparently the man's name was Cypher, and he'd been drowned in a vat of wine.
Oh, forget about the
There are worse
Milka.
ways to go, I
The
guess.
Milka's gone. I can't even interact with the wine cart anymore.
Cypher had drowned in a barrel of wine, just like these. I had a suspicion his murderer got into the palace concealed in a wine barrel. Most of the wine barrels in the Cafe Ankh's cellar had been brought into Ankh-Morpork on the Milka. I didn't really need a wine barrel. Just like Samael had told me, there was a box of receipts in the cellar.
And we can't go back in.
I didn't think I could risk breaking into the palace that way again. Not with Remora after my blood.
Maybe there's a smell somewhere that I've missed, but I don't know what I could be doing with that. And it's awfully strange that the trail runs dry over in the graveyard as well. But I don't have an answer for either of these things. Crowbar in the box of receipts? Why? That doesn't make a lot of sense to me, but it is an idea. Not a very good one. In fact, it's an awful one, but we'll let Luton decide on that.
I was worried that if I started wasting too much time with the receipts, I might become an accountant.
Well, do you want to become an accountant? That's on you. Rub the killer's scent on Mooncalf. We cannot assume doggy form in Temple of Small Gods. And my best attempt to... It is awfully strange that we get a view of the window like this, though, isn't it?
I could see that someone was on the other side of the window. I was confident the silhouette belonged to Mooncalf. The trail led to the Temple of Small Gods. Then I lost it.
But why and how?
This was the other side of the window behind Mooncalf. I could see that someone was on the other side of the window.
Ah, now there's a thought. Have we talked to Mooncalf about Carlotta being a werewolf? Since they seem to confide in each other so much. I can't help but feel that Luton is going to say, ooh, don't want to discuss that with just anyone, but we should try. I'm well aware this is not Mooncalf, but hey, maybe, just maybe, we can get somewhere with it.
It turns out that Carlotta is a werewolf.
Really? I'll have to work out how that changes the web of the conspiracy. Mumble, 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 mumble. Move that chain of command here. Mumble, 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 mumble. Carry the one.
I tried smashing the window, but no.
Mumble, 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 mumble.
Well?
This could take a couple of days, Luton. Bear with me.
Forget about it.
Ah. We already know that Mooncalf is holding out on us. Is he holding out because he is also involved in the werewolf conspiracy? Does he have his own beast within?
I couldn't exactly
Bugger.
slip the fact that Carlotta was a werewolf into casual conversation.
But we did with the other guy.
I have some more. Did your... So, why should... Because Anu is about... But such a... So what? Come on.
And this is all stuff that we've talked to him about before.
Can you tell me anything about Errata?
Bah! Maleclipse's deranged goddess. I do not waste my time with such trivialities.
As long as we don't have a 2-hour tirade about Ludwig, yes, I'm grateful for not having that, but I still don't have any clues.
I asked Mooncalf. He always...
Him and his sermons. Did you rub your inventory on every object and character already, or is this part of the deprivation still ahead of it? We've done a lot of that, but I have not methodically done it all, and it's difficult because there are smells, characters, objects, and clues. That's such a huge amount of different things to rub against different things, and we can't always interact everything with everything else.
I couldn't exactly...
Yeah, I am completely kaput on ideas, so chat, take the wheel for a bit. I've done so much work, surely you can pitch in a little bit. You need details of the 2 other murders to progress. Don't doubt that, but getting them is proving difficult. The guy at the front of the Merchant Guild does not want to talk about... Oh god, where is it? Doesn't want to talk about this. And then there's the wizard murder. I don't even know where to begin with this one.
The counterweight killings had struck at the Unseen University, and the reader of esoteric occultism had been killed.
Esoteric occultism actually sounds like something that Malaclips would know something about. Have we really not asked him about that? I thought I had. You're about as esoteric occultist as it gets.
According to...
Wrong one.
According to Nobby, a prominent merchant had been... The counterweight... What about the reader of esoteric occultism? Do you know about his murder?
Ha! Internal politics. It is of no consequence to the world what happens inside Unseen University.
Even if they act...
Yeah, we heard that one before. And I don't have access to Unseen University, and I'm just not seeing it somehow, right? It'd be very funny if there was some, move your map thing that had been passing me by this whole time. Right, who would know about occultism? Death would. Death doesn't know what to spill the beans.
Who would...
What about you, Mr. Butler?
Have you heard about...
I don't know anything.
Do you know...
I don't know.
Do you know...
I don't know.
Do you know...
I don't
know. Could I ask you about Carlotta being a werewolf?
So, Carlotta is
Oh.
a werewolf.
The young mistress's various shapes are not my concern, sir.
Ah, of course. Not being able to see the Unseen University would be appropriate. We saw it in the first 2 games. Wasn't even that difficult.
What do you... I don't know anything.
Reagan...
Let me know if his...
Can I see...
I am not in...
Still here.
How...
I came on... No.
Can't you just tell me who killed Mundy?
I won't squeal, copper. No one will ever say that death is a pigeon on a stool, you doity.
There must...
What would be the...
You...
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
I don't...
Have I rubbed everything against death at this point?
You can at least tell me why the murderer killed... Surely...
Look, if I... No, I
bugger.
I don't...
Sure, thank...
All stuff we've covered. In the first 2 games, you were a wizard. Ah, yes.
It's in...
Indeed.
Her... She...
Yeah.
Nothing new there.
Have you...
This is all stuff we've covered already, though.
Do you know...
I haven't yet.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I already rubbed everything against death, so maybe I need to make my own deduction, or maybe there's something bigger I'm missing.
Do these...
I cannot help you with that.
I don't suppose you know anything about mosses.
Moss? Did you say...
What?
Moss? Plants.
Oh.
Yes, lots of plants here. Can't remember much about them these days. The memory fails. There are books, though. I forget where. Ah, yes, the library's apocrypha. All the books are there, you know.
May I use the library?
Eh? What was that, my boy? The library. Ah, yes, the library's apocrypha. All the books are there, you know. You can use it if it will help your inquiries. How go your inquiries? Have you heard from Reagan?
No, not yet.
This room contains the von Uberwald's Libraris Apocrypha. So will, I trust, be careful not to damage any of the priceless tomes housed within.
I'll be careful.
One would be very upset if one was to return to find, sir, perhaps folding paper animals from a priceless folio edition of the Dictionary of Eye-Watering Words.
What are they?
They are books, sir.
I realize that. What are they about?
The Libraris Apocrypha is a collection of obscurities and rare volumes from across the continent. If knowledge were an animal, the Libraris would be a great dragon. Sir, by the same scale, would be a kebab on an ant's barbecue.
I'll be careful.
Well, how very fortunate. I suppose I should have figured the man lives in a terrarium. He might know a thing or two about moss. But we got there in the end. Index cards and the whole library. Alright, well, let's get to work.
The library was the von Uberwald's collection of obscurities. Perhaps I could turn it to my advantage. I leafed through a copy of Laws and Ordinances of the cities of Ankh and Morpork. Fascinating stuff. I learned that there was a law that made it a crime to walk ducks across the brass bridge. You had to wonder why it was necessary to pass a law like that.
Could I find something that would incriminate the Merchant Guild for not giving me information?
My hand fell upon the Dictionary of Eye-Watering Words. It lived up to its name. I skimmed through the section of the library that looked the most used. I found a copy of The Joy of Tantric Sex, with illustrations for the advanced student. It raised an interesting question as to which of the von Uberwald household had thumbed the pages so thoroughly. I found a copy of My Life Among the Sponge-Eating Coral House-Dwelling Pygmies by General Sir Roderick Purdy. It was no help at all. I found a copy of Stripfettel's Believe It or Not Grimoire. I learned that the average dung beetle ate more than its own weight in dung each day, but nothing that was going to help me.
I didn't think the dung beetle ate dung. I thought it rolled it up and used it as a home.
I could probably pick random books indefinitely if I wanted, but I figured it might be more useful if I looked up something specific. I grabbed a book from the shelves. Jane's All the World's Siege Weapons. Fascinating stuff. If I was planning to storm a castle and I had the defense budget of a small barony. My hand fell upon...
Are you alright, Luton?
The books were all neatly indexed by a vast series of cards in a wooden case. It looked like the von Uberwalds were using an ancient version of Huey's octal system of indexing. It was complicated, but I reckoned I could at least use it to find out what books they had on a particular subject, and then wander around until I saw a bookshelf with the right number on it.
Oh god, no, Luton, stop! I need you to use it!
The books were all neatly...
His feet did something very weird at the end there.
I could mess up the filing system, I suppose, if I wanted the butler to eviscerate me with sarcasm the next time I saw him. A far better plan would be to use the index to look up a book on a particular subject. I skimmed through the section of the library that looked...
You say use them, but how?
I could mess up the filing system, I suppose, if I wanted the butler to...
I suppose if we're looking up this moss, Maybe I could look at the bandages
I
as well.
found a copy of Orange Crate's On the Nature of Plants. The book was a tediously detailed study of the plant kingdom, and one of the most boring things I've ever read. But I found the moss in there. Apparently it was a lycanthrope, a type of animate moss with crude locomotion, found only in the worst sewers in the most decrepit urban areas. Apparently the lycanthrope looked like harmless moss until something to eat walked by. Then they transformed into a deadly lichen and devoured their prey, at least as long as it was small enough. Otherwise, they just clung on for dear life.
And that's meant to be useful? Okay, could we use this for looking up any of our other things? Maybe about this coin, for example.
Whatever the coin was, I couldn't find anything about it here.
At least you took the time to check. Can I look up a book about crowbars? Can I look up a book about money?
I
Might
didn't
help me
really
with the
know
merchants.
how to look that up in the library.
Ah, but you tried, Luton. He can be a real pig to to click on sometimes.
I didn't really know.
Okay, are any of these seriously worth looking up, though? I guess there's only 2 more. Index on envelopes? No. And an index on bandages.
I didn't really.
And then finally,
Although I appeared to be alone, I found it hard to believe I wasn't being watched. I wouldn't trust me with all those valuable books, and the butler certainly didn't.
okay, but what exactly did we learn?
The lycanthrope only grew in sewers. I had to find out how to get into the sewers of Ankh-Morpork. Not many people could claim that.
Will this tell me how?
I checked through the library and found some ancient plans of the city of Ankh. There was an intricate sewer system beneath the city. It must be thousands of years old. It would be in quite a state if it was still around, and as far as I could tell, it would be under the waterline if there wasn't a drought on. Given the rains that we'd had recently, I could only find one section of sewer that might be above water. There was a shallow sewer running from the Maudlin Bridge around the rimward side of the Royal Winter Palace of the Kings of Ankh, now the home of the patrician. I guess the designers weren't allowed to put sewers under the palace grounds, which might have been why the Royal Summer Palace of the Kings of Ankh was a long way from Ankh-Morpork. That and the stench of the River Ankh, anyway.
Okay, well, I'm glad I checked that information here before running around like a headless chicken. Are there any other clues that might be useful to me if I spent some time looking them up, like the jewel? Yes, that's what I'm thinking,
None of the books
Raziel.
on jewels or antiquities I could find said anything about a gold-plated jewel. I couldn't write off the possibility that there was something in the library that I hadn't managed to find, though. If I knew what it was called, it'd be easier.
Ooh. Get a name of the jewel and look it up in the library. Let's mentally bank that one. And by let's, I mean you do it. My memory is not so hot, you see. You see it every day. At least Wednesday to Sunday.
Finding a book on swords wasn't as difficult as I thought. I even found a tome on gold blades. 1001 Golden Swords, the complete story of gold swords throughout history. Unfortunately, it wasn't very helpful.
Gosh, this library has a lot to offer, doesn't it? Please, Luton. There we go. Can I look up stuff about wine?
I didn't really know how to look that up in the library.
I guess I don't either.
I didn't really know how to look that up in the library.
Oh, damn, that was one I was thinking would be a way forward. You know, find an ancient book on merchant guild laws or what have you, and then force them to adhere to it.
I didn't really know.
Is there any book on Jasper? Although I have a feeling he's just gone now.
I didn't really.
A book on errata, perhaps? Ooh.
The only literature I could find on errata in the library was a leaflet published by Malaclips, who gave his permanent address as the only really holy corner of the Temple of Small Gods.
Do we take it? Aw. That Malaclips is full of red herrings, but I'm very concerned that someday it might not be a red herring with him. Let's, while we're at it, see if we can look up something about werewolves.
I didn't really know how to look that up in the library.
Grace Nakamura did. Let's not invoke her name, mind you. None of this seems reasonable. Alright, I think we've figured out all we need to figure out, which is to get ourselves over to the sewer. Here we are.
The ancient civic plans from the library led me straight to the sewer's entrance, not far from the Mortland Bridge. A relatively small tunnel was concealed beneath a pile of debris that must have accumulated over the centuries. It looked as if most of the tunnels here were actually still above the water line, or the sludge line, to be more honest about it.
Yeah, now that we actually have some progress beneath us, let us save and save often.
I wasn't even sure it really was water. I didn't want to root around in the water.
Oh God, is it a maze? Could well be.
Al-Khali.
Could I at least get some nice sniffing going on? Oh.
The smell of the Ankh was unbearably strong in the sewer, and it was all I could do to remain conscious.
Maybe what we need to do is follow where the scent is weakest. It's just an idea, mind you. Oh ho ho!
The trail that I had seen in the cemetery seemed to continue down in the sewers, starting at one of the pipes and disappearing into the passageways. It was almost drowned out by the smell of the Ankh, though.
Don't think I can't see this.
The trail that I had seen in the cemetery seemed to continue down in the sewers, starting at one of the pipes and disappearing into the passageways. It was almost drowned out by the smell of the Ankh, though.
All right, but keep following it. Ah, and we find the lair. Also more sewer water.
The lair was concealed in one of the sewer's many niches. There was all manner of debris piled up inside the niche. It looked like some kind of nest. I was strongly reminded of what I'd found in the Milka's cargo hold, only this nest seemed bigger somehow. Amongst the garbage was some kind of pendant.
Can I have it?
As I stood in the alcove examining the pendant, I felt as if I wasn't alone. It was the same presence I'd felt in the Milka's hold. I could feel the cold touch of death upon me. It was a strangely light touch. Size obviously isn't important, I agree. You are Death, right? Rats have their own death? No offense, I mean, you're very, very intimidating. For a skeletal rat, at least. So what's your connection to the big guy? You're sort of like relatives, then. You probably get together for birthdays and Hogwatch night. I'd like to see that. So, what's it like being the death of rats? You don't get to talk much, do you? If you don't mind me asking, were you on the Milka before? I thought so. What were you doing on the Milka? Uh-huh. No, please. Go on. Did you see anything? Well, I don't know. Anything unusual? Anything else? Yeah, I saw that. And that's here? This is its lair? It can't be very big. That's not very comforting. But I guess that's not your job. But comfort, I mean. I wasn't suggesting you weren't good at your job. I've never looked at it that way before. I couldn't believe it. I was talking to a phantasmal rodent. I hoped he couldn't read my thoughts. He seems easily offended.
I think the whole death of rats is meant to be funny, but I've never actually gotten the punchline.
So, do you come here often? I'm sorry, it's not easy to think of things to say to something like you. Well, it's not often I find myself in the sewers talking to a... What are you exactly? Exactly.
I cannot imagine it has anything to tell me, but I'll ask it about something.
I'm trying to find a golden sword. Can you help? Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, that's the last time I saw it, when it was sticking out of my ribs.
Well, that's annoying. Maybe you do have something that you can tell me about, especially the golden jewel thing. Which, come to think of it, isn't that what I just picked up?
Can you help me find a jewel? Sorry, I forgot. You're a busy entity.
Just leave you alone for now. Unless you can tell me about this.
I'd found the pendant in the sewers. How it got there was anyone's guess. I found this in the nest. Do you know anything about it? It was on the Milka, so this thing brought it here for some reason. I could really use some help, you know. Oh, forget I asked. I had a feeling that Do these bands...
Yeah, forget it. Is there anything else down here worth my time? I really hope that there isn't actually something to get out of the Grim Squeaker. Could I have a good sniff?
The magenta scent permeated the niche, stronger even... There weren't many times in life you got to say that. Still here? That's what I thought.
It bothers me that the Grim Squeaker is here. I probably am meant to talk to it about something. But what? Oh! Oh, good. I want it to be gone because I don't actually want to have to do something with it. But the golden thing that I found, how bizarre. Is the moss gone? I certainly hope so. Yes, good. Things seem to disappear when they're done with.
I'd found the pendant in the sewers. But there was no... The pendant was ornately designed, and it looked as if it might be hollow. But there was no obvious clasp mechanism.
Come on.
I couldn't see what that had to do with the pendant.
Prise it open if it's hollow.
I couldn't see...
Use a coin to jimmy it open?
The coin didn't seem to have anything in common with the pendant. I couldn't...
No. Okay, well, we've got another mysterious object to rub up against everything.
Who would say?
Do you know about... Whoa, I could look it up in the library, couldn't I?
I'd like...
Very well. I will show, sir, the way, since it seems the labyrinthine corridors of this vast edifice are beyond sir's meager navigational skills.
Yeah, I could also ask Two Conquerors and Co. Anyone smart who knows what this might be about? Oh, but maybe Luton already has the case.
There were books on jewelry, but I couldn't find the pendant in any of them. I did get the idea that the design of the pendant might match something else, though.
You gonna share your idea with the rest of the class, Luton?
Two Conquerors had told me he was looking for an ancient jewel. Covered with gold, it was supposed to have Unquam Paratus inscribed on it.
Well, this one doesn't, but we should check.
If there was a connection with the jewel, I didn't know what it was.
Damn. Well, if Two Conquerors knows so much about jewelry, maybe he can still help us out with this one. Jing's progress feels glacial here. I think this is the third and final chapter, though. Which is good, because I'm getting very hungry.
Do either of you recognize this? Is of much familiarness. From where?
Near sort being somewhere near. Ah, yesness. Seal on temple in Alkali.
It's the seal on the doors of a temple?
May I see?
Sure, why not?
Ah, yes, I recognize that. That's from the temple with the intricate door-locking mechanism, isn't it? Quite a marvel of technology for the era it was built, those doors. I was very impressed with them. Now, what was the name of the god it was dedicated to? I can't quite remember.
I know.
Oh.
I am sure you do, but give me a moment and it'll come to me.
I think he meant it's from the temple of Anu Anu.
Ah, yes. I remember. The temple of Anu Anu at Al-Khali. A lovely building.
And this is a replica of the seal.
Of much sureness. Replica of most exactitude.
That might be helpful to know. Thanks.
Alright, time for a grilling of the holy man. Oh, Ninjin, it was a different time. A better time. Speaking of overt racism, Alpha Gemo, when's the next Pharaoh session? Is there a next Pharaoh session? Or have you truly had the last laugh?
Does this pendant mean anything to you?
It is interesting, isn't it? I don't suppose you could be persuaded to donate it to the cult of Anu Anu.
I doubt it.
A shame. That would probably be worth 20% of your recommended daily intake of salvation.
You are holding out on me.
Two Conquerors had told me that the pendant I'd found in the sewers had the same design as the seal of the temple of Anu Anu in the city of Alkali. I understand there's a temple of Anu Anu at Alkali.
Indeed, one of the finest temples on the disc.
Then why are you here? Why not worship in your own temple in Alkali?
Revengealism.
What's that?
It's where you go out into the community to attempt to convert people to your faith by threatening that something terrible will happen to them if they don't.
Mooncalf wasn't telling me something, but I didn't know what. Logical, I suppose, but unsatisfying.
Oh, for God's sake. Don't tell me I'm just back where we started.
Two Conkers had told me that the... Does this pen...
It is in...
There was definitely a link between the temple and the pendant. Perhaps investigating one could tell me something about the other.
Perhaps I need to look up a book on the temple. After all, we were told that we could look up more if we had a name. I can remember where I'm meant to go. I have managed to... Oh, there we go.
Who would say... I'd...
Depends on the wild card. Oh God, what is the wild card tomorrow? Maybe it can be watching Alpha play Pharaoh. That sounds good. Maybe it could be Alpha plays Pharaoh whilst I fix my dance mats. What I don't want it to be is more Discworld. I want to get this finished off tonight.
There was a book in the library called Frescoes and Fatal Traps of the Temple of Al-Kali. But when I turned to the page on the door mechanism, it had been torn out by someone. I was going to have to find another copy of the book. There were only 2 other libraries in Ankh-Morpork that I knew about, and one of those was in the Assassin's Guild.
What's the implication there? We're not going to the Assassin's Guild, are we? We don't have a way there. And the assassin isn't showing up here to invite us to his guild?
There was... He could be...
So where's the other library, Luton? Does the Patrician have a library? Could you provoke the assassin to come to you? No need, he's already provoked. God forbid does Nobby know about it.
2 Conkers had told me that the pendant I'd found in the sewers had the same design as the seal of the Temple of Anu Anu. Have you heard of the Temple of Anu Anu at Al-Kali?
Give me a break, Luton. I don't know everything.
Yeah, that would be my approach as well, or my reproach, Nobby. Yeah, there is no unseen university for me to go to, not that I'm aware of at least, and my attempts to get there have been destroyed because I want to check out Saturnalia, but
Saturnalia was locked up tight.
Yeah, tighter than a duck's arse. We can't get in.
Saturnalia...
The lights are on, but nobody's home. Don't suppose Gaspode knows anything.
I'm back.
Good boy.
I don't want him to, though.
Have you heard of...
Gordon Bennett, who do you think I am?
Bleeding action, man. Double go to our own office and meet the dwarf. Yeah, he doesn't really show up like that anymore, though.
Al-Kali was still following me, but he was concealing himself better since my little discussion with Horst.
I could try coming back here multiple times.
Al-Kali...
But no, it's the same thing.
Al-Kali...
He is literally called Al-Kali, yeah, but we can't meet him on our own terms, sadly.
Horst still wasn't back at his quarters. I was beginning to wonder if he was coming back at all.
I'm also wondering that, Luton. Well, we still do have something to rub up against everybody, and that's information about this place. So, Samael.
Samael.
Mr. Luton. I wouldn't know any...
Yes, you wouldn't. Oh, hang on. Old crazy... What's-his-face at the Temple of Small Gods may know about it. He'll call it heathenous or whatnot, but he may still know about it. Alright, Malaclips.
Have you heard of the Temple of Anu Anu at Al-Kali?
So, interested in comparative religion, are we, Luton? Or perhaps you're an archaeologist?
Given their propensity to smash open sacred monuments, loot them of everything of value, and generally desecrate sacred places everywhere, archaeologists are about as popular with priests as atheists. Mind you, in a world where gods are bad-tempered and damn good shots with a lightning bolt, nobody likes an atheist either.
Okay, perhaps what really needs to be done is linking Al-Kali with Al-Kali. I can make it sound like my own idea rather than just reading alpha in chat. But yes, whilst we can't actually meet Al-Kali, we could pretend that we have in our head. Oh, this needs better indexing.
I couldn't see any real evidence of a connection to Mr. Al-Kali. The dwarf I knew right...
You for real?
Beautiful Carl...
I need to get rid of this. Yeah. Let's try that again, shall we? Grab Al-Kali himself, and drag him over to...
I suppose I could ask them about the temple. I suppose...
Yeah, but we can't get into contact with Al-Kali.
I went over to Horse...
Maybe there's a place where
Al-Kali would...
you can catch him? Don't know where it would be, though.
Al-Kali...
Still a little strange that all we got out of this place was just the pendant. Not that the pendant was nothing, but it wasn't much.
The trail that I had... I think the debris had outlived its usefulness the moment I pulled the pendant out of it. Perhaps I should just get away from the sewers and take a shower.
Yeah, I'm on your side there, Luton. I just want to dot the I's and cross the T's here. Yes, just debris. Tried the library? Yes. But the page was torn out and missing. The relevant page, that is. Maybe I could talk to the Count. He owns the library, although he's a bit, you know, out there. And I haven't spoken to Carlotta in a while.
Can I see the... Still here.
Innocent.
Innocence.
Have you heard of the Temple of Anu Anu at Al-Kali?
I cannot help you with that.
Do you recognize this pendant?
I'd better not discuss that with you.
Why not?
Hey, why not what? Hey, speak up, man. Speak up.
Sorry, Count. Do you recognize this pendant?
It's familiar. I've seen it before. Did I play with it as a child? Perhaps. Why is it that I can remember my childhood hundreds of years ago, but I cannot remember what we were talking about?
The pendant. You recognized it?
Yes. Yes, I know that pendant from somewhere. Perhaps if you give me some time to think about it.
Don't take too long.
Did you say something?
No, I didn't say anything.
Well, time is one thing you don't have. Sadly, I have lots of it. This hasn't been useful. Carlotta, help me.
I'd like to.
You can't keep yourself...
Do you know this?
You recognize this?
No, I have never seen it before.
Useless.
Do these...
I'm sure...
Have you heard of the Temple of Anu Anu at Al-Kali?
I'm sure you can think of something better to ask me, Luton.
The funny thing is, Carlotta, I can't.
I'll be in touch.
I'll be...
We've already tried the libraries. What have I not tried in a while? That would be the merchants. Do they know anything about this jeweled scabbery thing?
Mind if I ask some more questions?
As long as they're not about the incident, be my guest.
Have you heard of the Temple of Anu Anu at Al-Kali?
I don't know anything about that.
I figured.
Does this mean anything to you?
I don't know anything about that.
That also figures. Oh my days. How are we doing so badly? Does the idea of talking to the butler about it?
Does this mean anything to you?
Sir would have to consult the library on that.
Sir has consulted the library on that.
Have you heard of the Temple of Anu Anu at Al-Kali?
Sir would have to consult the library on that.
I could consult the library again.
I'd like to use the...
Very...
I found a copy of My Life Among the Sponge-Eating Coral House-Dwelling Pygmies by General Sir Roderick Purdy. It was no help at all.
Oh, hold on.
The painting bore a striking resemblance to Carlotta.
I thought that maybe the lassie there... Oh, that wasn't what I clicked.
Who would...
I thought that maybe she might be wearing the thing around her neck, but no. Although I could also consult the old book.
The painting wasn't that important.
What about the book?
Best to leave the book alone. The book was about the lineage and heraldry of the nobility of the city of Ankh. I didn't...
Yeah, that was our clue to get Carlotta to show us around the grave area, the mausoleum, but that was aeons ago now.
The painting bore a striking resemblance to Carlotta.
Gosh, it's 2 steps forward, 3 steps back. Where can we even go now? And these were the ones that told me about the Al-Kali thing. Come on, Ninjin, you're telling me your giant brain hasn't thought of anything for this?
Do either of you recognize this?
Is of much familiarness.
From what near...
Yeah, we got this. But I didn't try rubbing the clue that they gave me back against them.
Two conkers had told me that the pendant I'd found in the sewers had the same design as the seal of the Temple of Anu Anu in the city of Al-Kali. Is there anything else you can remember about the Temple of Anu Anu at Al-Kali?
I'm afraid all I was interested in was the mechanism that operated the door. There was a complicated method of opening the temple doors involving applying pressure and twisting the temple's seal. I didn't really pay any attention to anything else.
Do you remember the method?
Oh, no, that was years ago. I'm sure you could look it up somewhere, though.
Anything else?
It is to be abandoning.
The temple is going to be abandoned?
No, it's to be abandoning in the nowness.
It's abandoned. that is of the most truthy flavor. Do you mean it's been abandoned for centuries? Of much error, no. Abandoning of the weeks. They abandoned it a few weeks ago. Your truth is whole. Why would the followers of Anu Anu stay here in the Temple of Small Gods if there was a magnificent temple in Al-Khali they could go to? Not to be knowing by me.
But surely I can grill the other guy about that, the preacher. Surely. I'd be a lot more assured about it if it were a hint in my notebook that we could use. But I think sometimes you get progression checks like that and it doesn't cause a little animation.
I understand there's a...
Indeed.
Then why not what? It's... Mooncalf wasn't telling me something, but I didn't know what. Logical, I suppose, but unsatisfying.
Yeah, troublesome is what it is.
Does this pendant...
It is in... I don't suppose you...
Gosh, I'm getting nowhere fast here. Making tiny, tiny little steps forward. Just not getting into the flow of solving the case.
So how did you end?
Could try my luck in the library again, which was my initial plan before I got sidetracked by the painting.
There was a book in the library called Frescoes and Fatal Traps of the Temple of Al-Khali. But when I turned to the page on the door mechanism, it had been torn out by someone. I was going to have to find another copy of the book. There were only 2 other libraries in Ankh-Morpork that I knew about, and one of those was in the Assassin's Guild.
Okay, but where's the other one, Luton?
There were books on jewelry, but I did get...
It feels so much like there's an entire location that I've been missing so far. Progress has just been that glacial, but I think I've checked everywhere, right?
There was still no sign of Horst in his quarters. He could be anywhere.
Saturnalia does not let me in.
Saturnalia was locked up tight.
Nothing else to be done in this region, right? There's my own chalk outline, of course.
Saturnalia...
The Magdalen Bridge has been raked dry. Nothing new going on here. We've already been to the sewers. Is there a possibility that I missed something in the sewers? I hope not. I've already double-checked the little hidey hole.
The pipe seemed like any other in the sewer, but for some reason my killer's trail seemed to pass through it. Looking up the length of the pipe, I could see a grill in the roof of the sewers, and I could make out the Temple of Small Gods at the top.
Is that relevant? Have I been missing the other end of this?
Looking up the...
Maybe what I need to do is claw my way up there, perhaps using our favorite, the grappling iron.
I didn't feel like trying to throw that up the pipe.
Oh, damn, that really felt good. As in, a good way forward.
I didn't feel like trying to throw that up the pipe.
Have you used your smell-o-vision everywhere? I'm pretty sure I've used it everywhere by now, yes. Doesn't mean I have. Means I'm pretty sure that I have.
The trail that
Yeah, this always leads us over here, and this doesn't really go anywhere, does it? It's either lair, which we have happily... Oh, whoa, there's another niche.
There were far too many niches for me to search by hand. It would take forever. Empty.
I guess that's why you follow this, right?
The smell of the Ankh. The magenta scent permeated the niche.
Just to be sure, this is absolutely our killer's scent, right?
It was definitely the scent from the cemetery. I still didn't know what the coruscating static meant, though.
Means that it's magical. Head back to the graveyard and follow the trail. And look for that end of the pipe. That's a thought. Yeah, because we are now looking for some kind of grating-related thing, right? We do like thoughts. As long as I don't have to have them.
There were far too many niches for me to search by hand. It would take forever.
Yeah, we had a problem coming here before, didn't we? Like I felt locked in this... Here we go. Get me out of here. Get me out of here.
This was the other side of the window behind Mooncalf. The trail led to the Temple of Small Gods. Then I lost it. I'd lost the trail. I couldn't tell where it went from here.
But why? How? I don't understand. There is the idea that there's the pool here, which is about the only interactable thing inside the Temple of Small Gods.
The only non-denominational feature in the temple was a small pool of water in the central atrium. What was I going to do? Go for a swim?
Possibly. I've already tried flinging a coin in here and Luton didn't want to do it.
Just because it was a coin didn't mean I was going to throw it in the first small body of water I saw. I wasn't about to throw that in the pool.
Use your grappling hook? Oh, it's still in our inventory. It must be there for a good reason, right?
I wasn't about to throw that in the pool. It would have been satisfying to smash up one of the statues, but it would probably have caused a lot of trouble. Why was I suddenly of a mind to smash things up?
Suddenly?
Religious emblems were scattered throughout the place. The sacred lace of Hyperopia, the goddess of shoes. The holy trolley of Mr. Safeway. The blessed chamber pot of the whinging martyrs of Constipata. Anything could become a sacred relic if you weren't careful enough.
Can we connect the pendant to the statue of the totem? The idea is that it's meant to be an opening mechanism.
There didn't seem to be any obvious connection to any of the totems that were on display. But from the looks of the ones in the temple, almost anything could be a totem. That had nothing to do with the statues.
Oh, good. Drag the errata clue onto the totems? At this point, I'll try anything.
There wasn't any obvious totem for errata in the chamber. There didn't appear to be a statue of errata in the temple. If that had anything to do with the pool, I couldn't see what it was.
There's a lot of things we can't see, Lieutenant. We can't see a way forward. We've been stuck here for a while now. And there's nothing here aside from Malaclips, who really doesn't want to tell us anything.
Have you heard of the temple of Anu Anu at Al-Kali?
So,
All stuff we've already covered. Have I asked you about this pendant?
Do you recognize this pendant?
it is an ambiguous Puzuma talisman.
What does it do?
It keeps away ambiguous Puzumas.
Does it work?
I don't see any Puzumas around here, do you?
Huh, I walked right into that, didn't I?
Useless, just like everything he ever says. Could the errata clues be used on smells? I guess so. I have no idea why we'd want to do that, though. Because I can take errata and then start applying it to the scents.
The rich aroma, certainly. Nothing it would. If there was a. There was no. What do gods smell like? Don't answer that. There was nothing.
Interesting that there'd be a line for that.
There was nothing. I didn't know of any connection to the purple scent. I was so tired of trying to make connections with Mundy. He was dead. Perhaps I should investigate other things. I didn't see what. There was nothing supernatural about the maroon scent. I had no reason to doubt that it was Rodan's scent. The smell of garbage and a goddess? What on the disc made me make that connection? Perhaps I'd watched Trash of the Titans too often. I didn't want to start. The perfume. There was something far more down to earth about the navy blue scent.
Yeah, I'm not getting anything about an errata scent here. Chances are there is a connection we have to make.
The envelope had come from Reagan's safety deposit box, and the thing was...
Hey, it might be empty, but if we tried smelling this... Do we have Reagan's scent? No, and he's been carted away as well, so absolutely not. Actually, I am out of ideas, chaps. There's gotta be someone out there with a couple of neurons still firing. I gave 2 potential ideas earlier, says Greyfour. Well, I'm open to hearing them again, because I sure don't see them right now. At least we can get some peace and quiet over at Rodan's. Try and hide in the wide barrels again? I already tried that. He doesn't want to risk his life and limb again. We can do that over at the Cafe Ankh. If we go here, and then here, see the wine barrel?
I didn't really need a wine barrel.
No, you don't. And if you try to use the crowbar on it again...
I didn't think I could risk breaking into the palace that way again. Not with Remora after my blood.
Yeah, sadly not. Although, could we convince you that we need to discover this?
Under different circumstances, I'd have happily played with the wine barrels. For the time being, though, it was business first and pleasure later.
Yeah. Samel, you got any bright ideas? Wasn't there a faint smell in the cellar which you couldn't connect to anything? I don't think so. There was 2 conkers, there was Ilsa, and there was wine. And double check, of course. I'm feeling generous. I find it odd that the scent led seemingly to a dead end, and the window at the temple. Did you truly exhaust all the possibilities there? I suppose I didn't. But I tried a lot of things.
There was a lingering smell of purple in the corner. There were some faint traces of a light blue scent in the corner of the cellar. The predominant smell in the cellar was of red wine, considerably more pleasant than the smell of the river, at least.
So the fuchsia one, there's no reason to think that it isn't Ilsa.
I was sure it was the same scent.
Yeah, there you go. And then the blue scent. I can't think of it. We don't have 2 conkers here, do we?
The scent was extremely weak, and I didn't think it was important.
I think it is 2 conkers, and we just don't really care.
The scent...
Yeah. Yeah, he really doesn't care. And why would he? The second one was to ask people about unseen university murder. Some characters mentioned they know someone from the university. Did they? Given they bill you by the token for artificial intelligence these days, I'll have to figure out how to bill you for actual intelligence if that one works. Oh, if it works out. Don't like the sound of that. I thought I'd asked everybody about the wizard murder now.
Do you know any... No, sorry. Don't you get wizards in? You're just around the... No, we don't. The wizards preferred amended drama. What about the... Well, some of the other staff do call in every... I guess the closest to a regular would be Cassandra. She quits her job, okay? The university, which is mainly long. If the pay's... She doesn't get on with it. Why? Mrs. Folmes has a...
Yeah, all these names of people, but we don't see them at all. Unless they're hiding somewhere here. But no, the whole place is empty. Have you asked the Alpha about the merchants? Most definitely. He's one of the first people we grilled. But he can be re-grilled.
Is this a good time for a friendly chat? I hear a prominent merchant has been killed. Heard anything about it?
All I heard was that someone in the Merchants Guild got killed. That's all I know.
Don't get excited, that's just telling us about the Merchant Guild that we can go back to again.
Apparently one of the wizards up at Unseen University got themselves killed.
That's right. The reader of esoteric accounting or something.
How did you...
I was speaking to Mrs. Folmes earlier.
Mrs. Folmes?
She's the head chambermaid up at the new hall.
One of the halls of residence?
Yeah, the big one that runs off from the huge library.
What did she have to say?
Just that this wizard had died.
Can't be...
You couldn't...
Oh, no. No. For anything.
Well...
That's great and all, but it doesn't actually give me access to the area. I suppose I can ask you, of all people, about the new stuff.
Have you heard of the Temple of Anu Anu at Al-Kali?
If you asked fewer questions, maybe you'd get more answers.
Yeah, that's right. That is the second time that name has been mentioned. But do we know where to find her? Still no. Well, the frayed rope is still there, but we can't interact with it anymore.
The bed looked neither comfortable nor inviting.
Stayed in the room not to dislike this one time. In Budapest, no less. Grim. Last time I let my friend ever choose our lodgings. Alright, and maybe going with ninjas.
Either I was going over to the temple or I wasn't. That's all there was to it.
Okay.
The cemetery was at the back of the Temple of Small Gods. I'm back.
Good boy.
Do you know anything?
Have you?
Gordon.
Of course not. So here's the window that Ninja was talking about.
I was confident the silhouette belonged to Mooncalf.
I don't get access to my items here, though, nor can I bring them out and into this little window bit. But you can still interact with the window from here. So naturally, I tried to smash it.
I wasn't about to start smashing windows, even though I wanted to.
Don't know what else I could do with it, though. Could throw a coin or the pendant at it.
I couldn't see any sign of that in the stained glass windows.
There's just pizza on there. I could go for some pizza.
I couldn't see any sign of that in the stained glass windows.
Can you ask the dog about the smells? I can't tend to talk to people about smells. Although, have I tried? No, because I can't interact with Gaspard himself.
Ah, the famous stench of the River Ong.
It's the second time that name was relevant. Just click on everything. Well, there is the notice board over in the Octern Parrot.
Wanted, bedmaker and laundryman for Unseen University. $2 for each day survived. Contact Mrs. Foams at the new hall.
Why does that unlock it? We already heard from Mankin and the other guy about this. Oh, okay. We've interacted with that notice board so many times, but now it gives us this.
University was positioned along a large stretch in the River Ankh, and its campus was convoluted enough that it was hard to tell where the university ended and the city began. It would be wrong to say that the people of the city respected the wizards of the university, and it would be wrong to say that they hated them. In fact, all you could really say was that both the citizens and the wizards were glad of the wall that stopped them from having to socialize on a daily basis. Mrs. Foams,
Yes, I am she. What do you want?
may I come in?
No, you may not.
I've come about the job.
Is that a fact? Very well, you may enter, but wipe your feet. I won't have the help messing up the carpets. Now, you've come for the job, Mr.
Luton. And yes, I am interested in the job.
Well, as the head chambermaid, the decisions about hiring staff falls on my shoulders. Do you have any experience?
No, but I'm a fast learner.
Well, the pay is $2 a day. There are no perks. If you want it, it's yours.
Can you tell me about Unseen University?
It's not the business of help to discuss their employers.
I'll take the job. When do I start?
You can start now by making the beds. The dorm is through that door. I advise you to leave before the students get back.
Why?
Boys will be boys, Mr. Luton, and apprentice wizards are the worst kind of boys imaginable.
Well, that scores that off nice and easily. And we have a whole new place to check out.
Have you heard of the Temple of Anu Anu at Al-Khali?
I have better things to be doing than talking to you, you know.
I'm certain you do. One thing I do want to know about, though, is the murder.
Is it dangerous working here? Only I heard that one of the wizards was murdered.
Don't let that bother you, Mr. Luton. The affairs of the staff are not our concern.
You don't think I'm in any danger?
Goodness, no. The odd death is just the natural course of campus politics, I'm afraid. It's a shocking turn of affairs, but we mustn't question it. Dead men's pointy boots, and all that.
What? That was a breakthrough?
When I mentioned the murder at Unseen University to Mrs. Foams, she said something about dead men's pointy boots.
Guess I'd make a poor private investigator.
I guess I'd better get to work.
Very good.
The fact that you've left is a good indicator.
The lair of the redoubtable Mrs. Foames, the head chambermaid. Mrs. Foames?
Well, what do you want?
Oh,
I haven't
damn.
got time to waste talking to you, you know.
I guess I...
Always unpleasant that you can keep talking to someone. Means you might need to come back later for this, that, and the next. Oh gosh, what a horrible sleeping arrangement. I don't think I've ever had to long-term share a room with somebody. Well, not since I was a very little boy.
A door led out of the dorm and deeper into the university.
Perhaps this is an opportunity to start sniffing.
Not in front of the porter. I'd definitely get thrown out.
There's a porter? Ah.
The burly porter had inflexible written all over him in large ironclad letters.
What are you doing here?
The name's Luton. I'm working for Mrs. Foames.
You're the new bed maker, eh? Well, you can't come any further than this, Luton. Wizards only in the library, thank you.
Wizards only?
Well, wizards, apprentices, and orangutans.
Are you a porter?
No, I'm a Bledlow. And there's a difference, all right?
Military service. None of that in the UK. Not doing it in Sweden when I was there, and even if they did, how would they have me? And now I'm too old and crumbly for it.
What's a Bledlow?
We look after the students.
Look after them?
Just like the watch looks after the city.
You throw your weight around and beat them senseless when they do something wrong?
It's about the size of it, yeah. You don't mess with the lobsters.
Lobsters?
Just a nickname we've picked up over the years.
Why?
If you see us get our hands on a student, you'll understand.
You make it sound like you're hunting them down.
Of course, all students are guilty of everything.
Where are all the students?
They're off playing Unseen University Challenge against the students from the Assassin's Guild.
What does that involve?
I don't know. Given the way most sports are conducted round here, it probably involves a very careful inspection of half the pubs in Ankh-Morpork.
What makes you say that?
Heard of the City and Guilds?
No.
When the guilds started setting up their own colleges, there was a lot of rivalry between various students.
Rivalry?
Well, the university students used to be ambushed by gangs from the guilds, really.
Used to be?
Well, given the faculty's relaxed attitude to sudden death, most of the staff prefer dead students on account of them being easier to teach. But I gather the guilds decided that enough was enough because all the bodies around the place made it very hard to open doors.
So what did they do?
They founded the City and Guilds Match. See, the idea was to carry a football right from the outskirts of the Shades to the Tower of Art, goals being scored by kicking the ball through the door of certain landmarks.
What sort of landmarks?
The sort with names like the Mended Drum and Bunch of Grapes. The scoring team was bought drinks by the other teams, you see. And after a few years, the Arch-Chancellor ruled that only one goal could be scored in each pub since the match had, for 3 years running, it had gone on for a month. Yeah.
What's this got to do with Unseen University Challenge?
Well, the university tends to leave the City and Guilds Match to the guilds. They prefer a more cerebral challenge.
Such as going straight to the pub, not passing go, and not bothering to come back?
That'd be my guess, yes.
So they're not coming back?
Well, they'll be back. They need to come to the library to get their course books.
This is a lot of talking and not a lot of getting anywhere.
Have you heard the expression, dead men's pointy boots?
Of course.
What does it mean?
Well, Towards the upper levels of magic, where the number of positions get few and far between, wizards advance primarily by the untimely death of their bosses.
And the pointy boots?
Well, the point is, no questions are asked as to the emptying of those pointy boots.
Indiscriminate murder of those above you is, I'm sure, what he's getting at. But I still need to know more, unfortunately.
Have you heard of the Temple of Anu Anu at Al-Khali?
I'm just a Bledlow Luton. I don't know anything about that.
What do you know about the goddess Errata?
I don't know anything about that.
Jake, have you tried using the bloody word in the cafe with the library index? The bloody word? You've lost me there, Raziel. But I'm sure I have a lot to explore here without having to go back to the cafe just yet.
I hear the reader of esoteric occultism was murdered.
Yep. Old Matham was so full of poison, even the worms wouldn't touch him.
He was poisoned?
That's right. Right here in the Widdershins wing of the university.
You don't sound concerned.
I just keep an eye on the students. The wizards can do what they like to each other.
Still, we actually got some headway there. Poisoning.
One of the Bledlows up at Unseen University had told me that the reader in esoteric occultism's name was Matham, and he'd been poisoned in his room in the Widdershins wing. Who do you think killed Matham?
Well, that shouldn't be hard to work out, eh? Just see who fills his shoes.
You think it was an internal matter?
I don't see why not. No one else has got a reason to be killing wizards, have they, eh?
Oh, maybe you know something about the other death.
Do you know anything about Cypher's murder?
It's not me place to discuss murders, Luton.
Except the one we just did. Okay, I think that's all I'm getting out of you, which is fine by me. Do I have anything to show you? Probably not.
I tried to head down to the library, but the porter stopped me.
Wizards only in the library, thank you.
I wonder if I have to disguise myself as a wizard then. It's so hard to click on Luton. There.
The dorm was full of the jangling scents of the students, but the most surprising thing was the octarin board. As a wolf, I smelt the words on the board. The chalk marks showed up as sparkling traces against the odorless board. It seemed to be a list of subjects the young apprentices were studying. Occult perils of lace-making, basic myth and monsters, principles of thaumic imponderability, and temples of the Great Nev.
Great
Under
Neferi?
the list of subjects were the words, "You must read a chapter on each before the next lecture."
Why is that relevant? Is it relevant?
The octarin board appeared blank to my eyes, but I had a feeling there was something written on it I couldn't see. A few sticks of chalk, a type of chalk made from octarin carbonate, were resting on the top of the board. I tried to write on the octarin board with the chalk, but I couldn't see what I was writing. The chalk marks were invisible to my eyes. I was pretty sure I'd learned all I was going to learn from using my wolf senses here.
What did I learn, though?
I tried to write the
Nice of them to animate that, though. The poor budget on this game.
For a brief moment, I considered actually making the beds. Fortunately, good sense prevailed.
Yeah, that's a good thought. What about the envelope? Can we snack it on there?
I resisted the urge to wipe the board clean with that. It was hardly the ideal tool for the job.
could I go into wolf form?
I was pretty sure I'd...
Find somewhere that I can become wolf form and then check the letter. Something to consider later.
The students had their very own unlockers to keep their possessions in. Even as a human, I could smell something very disturbing coming from this particular unlocker. The only interesting thing I could find in the unlocker was some books. I guess the rumors about the students weren't true. They did do some studying. What have we got? Occult Primer, Monster Fun Grimoire, Fulamyth, The Theory of Thaumic Imponderability, Lost Temples of the Great Nev. What? Fulamyth, Lost. The only...
Nothing of use.
Given the smell of the unlocker, I was grateful it was locked.
You know what to do, Luton. You find something locked, you unlock it.
I didn't want to put that in the unlocker. I searched the unlocker, but found nothing I wanted to think too hard about. Unlike the other unlockers, this one seemed to be levitating a few inches above the ground. Probably one of the students' cantrips that hadn't worn off yet. As for the unlocker's contents, the less said about them, the better.
So what exactly have I learned here? I've learned what magic looks like. I can smell words. Not much in the way of leads apart from learning about the murder, the poisoning murder. Maybe you would know more about it. Can I try and transform here?
I was pretty sure I'd learned all I was going to. Mrs. Folmes?
Well, what do you want? I haven't got time to waste talking to you.
Alkali was linked to Neff. Was he now? Maybe we can use that.
The wizard was poisoned, I hear.
I think you could use a little less gossip and a lot more work, Mr. Luton.
Do you know anything about Cypher's murder?
Murders are hardly a suitable topic for polite conversation.
Jinx, you just want nothing to do with this, do you? Alright, enough out of you. Alright then. It is, at the very least, a place to check a book.
There was a book on the temples of Great Nev, but not of Alkali. A shame, really. That could be really useful. There was nothing in any of the books about that.
Is there anything in these books about anything?
There was nothing.
Is there anything in my notes that I might want to know about, like errata?
There weren't. Two Conkers had told me that the pendant I'd found in the sewers had the same design as the seal of the temple of Anu Anu in the city of Alkali. Carlotta claimed she worshipped the goddess Errata.
Close, but no cigar.
There was no...
I wouldn't expect anything there.
Fortunately, good sense.
I think something got messed up there.
For a brief moment, I considered actually making the beds. Fortunately, good sense prevailed. I guess it was my job to make the beds. Watch how fast I go.
Yeah, you'd think there's something in those books.
Two Conkers had covered with gold. It was...
Anything about gold-plated jewels in that book?
There was nothing in any of the books about that.
Is there anything of any use in any of those books, Luton?
There was nothing in any of the books about that.
Well, then I am very low on ideas. Remember when we only had a dozen items last game? Good times. Yeah, the problem is now it's not just items, it's many other things.
What? A monster
cult.
full the lot.
I already tried Dead Man's pointy
When
boots
I
with them.
mentioned the murder at Unseen University to Mrs. Foames, still here?
Someone has to keep an eye on the concourse.
No idea. Is there anyone that knows anything about poisons? Maybe just coming here is a trigger for something else to happen. Like going back to my office and... No? Okay. Maybe going back to my office twice?
Al-Khali was still following me.
One of these days, Al-Khali. One of these days. Let's rub the new information we have against everything that we can find.
Mind if I ask some more? Can you tell me anything about Matham's murder?
I can't help you there.
I didn't think so. What about that dead man pointy boot?
I hear up at the Unseen University, they talk about dead men's pointy boots.
Yes, I've heard of that.
Really?
Yes, they ask no questions about how a wizard's shoes were emptied.
Operate the same policy here, do you?
What? Hey, what are you implying?
Well, you know. Here you are, stuck on the door. Then a merchant gets killed, leaving a vacancy in the hierarchy.
I did not kill Gaiman.
But there aren't any witnesses to
Gaiman.
that, are there?
There aren't any witnesses at all. He was alone in the guild house when... Oops.
Thanks for the information.
Wait. Don't tell anyone I said anything. They'll lynch me.
I'll keep quiet if you tell me everything you know.
No, I've already said too much.
Well, it was good while it lasted. Now all I had to find out was how Gaiman had been killed. And I had a feeling I wasn't going to learn that here.
That was handy. Wait, I thought it was handy. It didn't actually give me anything.
According to Nobby, a prominent merchant had been killed as part of the counterweight killings. About this merchant that was killed...
Sorry, a guild... It would... They...
Can you tell...
That was handy, though. I'm surprised that got me that, but maybe I can talk to somebody else about it.
I hear up at the Unseen...
Yeah.
Yeah. Nobby might be full of information, as he often is.
Just thought we could have a little chat.
Oh, all right then. Make it...
Have you ever heard of dead men's pointy boots?
No. What is it?
Something they mentioned at the university. It's possible that murder was something to do with internal politics. It used to be that the one legal way to get ahead as a wizard was to kill a more senior wizard.
Really?
I seriously doubt it.
I wouldn't suggest that of the Merchants Guild.
Why not?
They're a bit touchy about that sort of thing at the guilds. No one likes an ambitious person.
That's why you've got so many friends, Nobby.
Nice clue for something I've already done, though.
What about this merchant that you said was murdered?
I can't discuss that with you.
Well, you must be able to tell me something.
The guilds like to keep these disputes to themselves. You know what I mean? You'll have to talk to the Merchants Guild.
Problem is I already did. Don't get excited about that thing in the top left.
I found out about the murder at the university.
Really?
His name was Matham, and they found him poisoned in the Widdershin's wing. Tell Vimes.
Mr. Vimes?
Believe it or not, I want to get to the bottom of this case as much as he does.
I don't think anyone could want to get to the bottom of a case more than Mr. Vimes.
These are interesting times.
wonder if that means Vines is going to go there.
I found out about that Clark. He was...
If lucky for some.
Okay, so we found out details about 2 of them, but the merchant murder still doesn't show up here. Drowning in wine, poisoned, and then... Can't I make that connection on my own, though? Hold on. Notebook. We take the dead men pointy boot idea and apply it to the merchant murder.
Even if the merchant wasn't killed as part of internal politics, maybe bluffing that I knew it was would help me learn something.
Sure, but then to whom do I bluff that to? Maybe Vimes will show up at the university now that we just ratted on it to Nobby. No. But there is one other man involved in the merchant stuff. And if it ain't him, then... well, I guess it's back to rubbing everything against everything.
Does dead men's pointy boots mean anything to you?
I wouldn't know anything about that, Mr. Luden.
Try harder, Samael.
Samael. I heard that a merchant was murdered. You wouldn't know any... I think you like what? Doesn't that cause bad...
Damn.
I didn't want to bother Samael. With...
I feel like connecting that and the other thing should make another clue that I could press on people.
I wouldn't know anything about that, Mr. Luden.
Right. Damn, we got a name and we can't even use it. Gamin, right? If you won't have it, then maybe at the Octron Parrot.
Is this a good time for a friendly chat? Does dead men's pointy boots mean anything to you?
No.
Okay, glad we had this thrilling chat.
I hear a prominent merchant has been killed. Heard anything about it?
All I heard, I saw...
It's still stuff that we had before. There's one more person who knows information but refuses to talk. Yeah, there is the preacher guy. I have a hard time thinking he has any connection to the stuff so far, but we can try. There's also Death. Yeah, I can rub the information on Death, see what he has to say about it. Hail.
I asked Mooncalf where he...
Sermons. You and your bleeding sermons.
I asked Mooncalf where he was.
You and the sermons, right? Do you know anything about dead man boots? Pointy boots.
Does dead men's pointy boots mean anything to you?
I prefer to involve myself in more spiritual matters.
You know, priest magic is still a type of magic, even though it likes to distance itself from the others in Dominions. Right, I suppose we could do a shakedown with Death, since we know 2 out of 3.
Who would say? Can I see? Still here.
Innocent.
Innocence.
Does dead men's pointy boots mean anything to you?
They use it at the Unseen University, do they not?
So I understand.
It is accurate. The wizards do have pointy boots. It's traditional.
I think it has some other meaning.
That would explain why I have heard it mentioned in the guilds. Their boots are seldom pointy.
Can you tell me anything about Matham's murder?
I already told you that I cannot discuss the details of my work with you.
Do you know anything about Cypher's murder?
I already told you.
According to the gatekeeper at the Merchants Guild, nobody witnessed Gaimin's stabbing.
Gaimin wasn't stabbed.
Really? How did he die?
He was strangled.
Thanks.
Blast. I didn't see that one coming.
How is that a clue? It's like, oh, we know this. How do you know? I spoke to Death himself.
Between the gatekeeper of the Merchants Guild and Death, I'd learned that the murdered merchant's name was Gaimin, and that he'd been strangled in the guild house.
Alright, but now I know all 3 murder details. The question is, who do I use that with? My best guess is Nobby. If I give him everything, maybe I can have a showdown with Vimes. But I need a showdown with a water break, so you go and enjoy this little bit of music and looking at Nobby hard at work. I'll be back in just a couple of minutes. There we go, much better. I'm not as thirsty as normally I would be after a DDR session, but that's because this DDR session was pathetic today. But let's get that out of our head and get back into the head of... What were we doing?
Just thought we could have a little chat.
Oh, all right then. Make
Some
it quick.
cases feels like 7 months since we started playing this. It was just last week. Jings, and it's ending today.
I found out about the dead merchant. His name was Gaimin, and he was strangled.
How did you find that out?
I was told by the Tooth Fairy.
Really? Clever of you to track her down.
Anybody ever told you you're credulous, Snobby?
All right, I know. But I've got some special ointment for it.
Okay, but since I've told you about all of these, what can we get out of that?
I found out about that Clark.
Doesn't seem to get us anything, though. What can we use all this information for? I feel like having gotten a bit of information on all of the cases should earn me something. An event, a new area, someone to talk to. So we'll do the rounds. Oh, one thing I could do is I could talk to Samael about that, since he seems interested about such matters. Did you use the top info on him, the counterweight killing thing?
Samael.
Might be an idea.
I didn't want to bother.
Ah, damn.
You hear a lot of talk around here, Samael. Have you heard anything? Oh, yeah, I've making the... What are they? Just, you know. Well, let me know if you hear anything that has the ring of truth to it.
In that case, let's just confirm with Nobby that maybe these counterweight killings are not all they're cracked up to be. Maybe the killings around me are the real counterweight killings.
Since I'm no longer a suspect, would you like to tell me something about the counterweight killings?
Sorry, Luton, still can't discuss it.
But I've got everything.
The murder could have been part of the so-called counterweight killings.
Could
One
it?
of the blood... Were the two murders connected? It seemed all too plausible to me. Were the two... It's... The murder could have been... The murder could have been part of the so-called counterweight killings.
Yeah, my attempts
I don't know,
to
apparently...
combine the thoughts isn't working out for poor Luton here.
The murder...
Well, what am I meant to do with this then?
Is this a good time for a friendly chat?
It feels like we should have gotten further. Yes, it does.
I decided not to bore Mankin with the details of the murders. It was probably bad enough to have had one in his establishment without me going on about it.
Did you look at the envelope in Wolfie form? Ah, good point. We were thinking about that.
The envelope had come from Reagan's safety deposit box, and I had a feeling that it was important somehow. The thing was, it seemed to be empty. When I opened Reagan's envelope, I don't know what I was expecting. What I wasn't expecting was to find that the envelope was empty. There wasn't even anything written on the inside. The envelope, the thing...
No, so there's no magical invisible stuff on it. Then what was the blackboard for? Well, the blackboard was there to tell me about the sparkly thing. Maybe I can use that information to re-look at this sparkly stuff and ascertain something from it. Or maybe the sparkly stuff in the sewer.
The trail led to the Temple of Small Gods. Then I lost it. I'd lost the trail. I couldn't tell where it went from here.
You couldn't try?
I'd lost the trail.
Could I talk to anybody else about the latest stuff that I discovered? The latest thing I discovered was the...
Between the gatekeeper of the Merchants Guild and death, I'd learned that the murdered merchant's name was Gaimin. and that he'd been strangled in the guild house.
Right, what I could do is confront Death about all of this and ask him, hey, is that actually the counterweight killings or not?
Who would...
Carlotta didn't seem very
Can I
interested in
see
them.
the... Still here.
In a
Thanks for filling in the missing pieces about Gaiman's murder.
I'd deem it a favor if you forgot that I told you.
Can you tell me anything about Matham's murder?
I already told you that.
Having a favor from Death seems useful.
Do you know anything about Cypher's murder?
I already told you that.
Do you know anything about the counterweight killings?
I already.
Well, I really feel like I should have gotten more out of this. Carlotta?
Who would... Can I...
Oops.
Still... Who would... I'd like to see Carlotta.
Could I look up any of it in the library? Strangulation and whatnot? Carlotta? She's not even moving. And, out of this scene, neither am I.
I really...
I think I broke something. Gonna take a chance, make a different save. Going to load that different save. Oh, ye gods, thank goodness I didn't overwrite my other save then. I think I bugged this one well and truly. Good thing we save and save often.
Between the gatekeeper of the merchant...
Right, we still know this. I think this was before I told Nobby about it all, though, so let's do that again, just in case.
Just thought... I found out... Since I'm no...
Yeah, there we go. Right, back up to speed, or so I'll claim. Even so, what can be done with this? Horse isn't around. Never anything here, and I can't talk to the gargoyle, and thank goodness for that. He's an awful person.
Saturnalia was locked up tight.
Still closed. Question the merchant. With the info that Death gave you... that's thinking with your head.
Mind if I ask some more questions? Well, it seems that Gaiman was strangled right here in the Merchant's Guild.
How did you find that out?
A little anthropomorphic personification told me. Okay, so it was risky flaunting my discovery over such an easily offended guild. But how often did you get to consult Death on a murder investigation? I'd earned the right to gloat.
But that doesn't seem helpful.
Well,
How did you...
Can you tell...
I can't help you there.
Have you heard about the counterweight killings?
Who hasn't? It's the talk of the town. A gruesome serial killer in our own backyard.
Ankh-Morpork. So how did you end up working on... What's all this? I don't understand. Why is it guild policy not to discuss the murder?
Well, as you probably know, we formed the guild to stop the dreadful habit of visiting heroes robbing all the fat merchants.
Yeah, I heard that.
Ah, yonder lies a... That's...
Years of service.
Hey, that's a... What about...
Eggplant. By...
And...
You were...
Anyway,
Are you...
Oh, come on, this must be going somewhere.
What? Sorry, couldn't you... What? So how
Why do we still get nothing out of this?
I had a... Does this...
I don't know anything.
Tempting as it was, I decided not to start attacking people with the crowbar. Do these...
I don't know anything.
I had...
Good lord.
Mrs. Folmes?
Well, what do you want? I haven't got time to...
You want to talk about murder?
What do you know about Gaiman's murder?
Murder's a hard...
The wizard was poisoned, I hear.
I think you could use...
Do you?
Murder's a...
Boy, this is just absolutely nowhere, isn't it? What can even be done? Alpha is convinced that the books are handy. Let's have another look at what the books are.
I guess the rumors about the students weren't true. What have we got? Occult primer, monster fun grimoire, Fullamyth, the theory of thaumic imponderability, lost temples of the Great Nev.
Lost Temples of the Great Nev. Now, I'm gonna need it spelled out to me how exactly that's useful, because it doesn't seem to work with our existing hints. Anything about strangulation? No.
I was pretty sure I'd learned all I was going to learn from using my wolf senses here.
And some pointy boots. Bestial Attacker for the Monster Fun book? Oh, it's a thought. God, Alpha's really activating all of his lobes.
I flipped through the Monster Fun grimoire and Fullamyth, but there was nothing resembling the Bestial Attacker in either.
You tried, you swung, you missed. If I could get past the porter, then maybe we could explore some more.
The door led to the library of the Unseen University.
Where do you think you're going?
Just going for a walk.
Stay in the new hall. Yeah? Students and wizards only beyond this point.
Still here?
Someone has to keep an eye on the concourse.
This is why Alpha takes a week to finish a puzzle.
Do you know anything about...
I'm just a bled...
I haven't rubbed everything against this guy, not in my usual manner.
No one I've heard of.
Good voice on him, though.
What do you know?
It's not me place to discuss murders, Luton.
I get that.
Do you know...
It's one of those frustrating things where there's always a delay before he starts talking to you, which makes it painful to talk about things.
The jewel what? I didn't... This was... Have you...
Nah.
What do you know?
I'm just a bledlow.
Bledlow, not a term I've heard, though. We did have some people like this in university, but called them porters.
Can you think of any reason?
He doesn't even know who Mundy is.
Do you know?
Yeah, he really does not want to talk about any murders.
Do you know?
No one I've heard of.
I can't believe Ilsa and Two Conquerors is still something I can even bring up here. Who would know or care?
What?
No one I've heard.
Ilsa skipped town and Two Conquerors is working over in the patrician's mansion-like place anyway.
Still here? What's a... Well, I'd better leave you to it.
I'm surprised I can't steal any of the student stuff, you know, dress up as them to try and get into the library. That'd be typical adventure game logic stuff. There's still the strangeness of the Octarine board.
I tried to write on the octagon board with the chalk, but I couldn't see what I was writing. The chalk marks were invisible to my eyes.
And
I was pretty sure
despite our best efforts, we can't become that again. I can't imagine if I could, would, or should write anything with this.
I could make a hideous screeching noise if I scratched that down the board, but I really hated that sound.
Doesn't bother me. Polystyrene, that bothers me.
I could make... I could make a hideous screeching noise. I resisted the urge to wipe the board clean with that. It was hardly the ideal tool for the job.
He also hasn't skipped town. That was her old letter from years ago. How's that so? Well, she did eventually give it to us, I suppose. Ooh, boy, this is proving to be ever so tough. Still open to any brilliant ideas, though. Although brilliance seems a little lacking today. Just mainly looking to see if I haven't missed anything in this room. You did search for the temple in those books, right? What are you talking about? You and your freaking obsession with the books.
Occult primer, monster fun grimoire, full of myth, the theory, lost temples of the great Nev.
What do you expect me to do with this information? That's right, grimoire, L'Ursulante.
There was nothing in any of the books about that.
Rub our clue for the Temple of Anu Anu. That's like the first thing we did with it, Alpha. I can do it again for you. Here we go. Where's our lost Temple of Anu Anu? Here we are. Temple of Anu Anu. Books.
There was a book on the temples of Great Nev, but not of Al-Kali. A shame, really.
Yes,
that
what a
could be
real
really
shame.
Mrs. Folmes?
Well, what do you want? I haven't got...
Can you tell me about...
It's not the business.
I haven't rubbed a lot against you.
Have you...
I have better things to be doing than talking to you, you know.
We tried that in the library index. The Temple of Anu Anu? Yes, we have. There is a book, and it does seem good, but the useful page is missing from it. Which is not very useful.
What do you know?
Murders are hard.
Dead men?
Yeah, no questions asked as to the manner of their emptying.
I see.
Is there a way to get a student ID from the bar and get through? A student ID from the bar? There was talk about how occasionally some people go down to the bar at Samail's, so maybe there's one just hanging around there.
What do you...
I have...
She really doesn't want to talk to us, but no, not many people do these days. I sure don't see a student thing in the bar here.
I suppressed the urge to get myself a drink, although I could really have used one.
So little progress. Don't really know why I came to talk to these jokers. They haven't done terribly much for me. I'm just wondering if there's anything that I could rub against them now. I could try the clue about the Temple of Thingamajigger again.
Is there anything else?
I'm afraid all I was interested in was the mechanism that operated the door. There was a complicated method of opening the temple doors involving applying pressure and twisting the temple's seal. I didn't really pay any attention to anything else.
Do you remember the method?
Oh, no, that was years ago. I'm sure you could look it up somewhere, though.
Anything else? It is to be abandoning.
Yes, we've heard it all before. The sewers going to the university? I don't think so. There was mention about how most of the sewers are overflowing right now because of all the rainfall.
The trail that it was...
Yeah, we can get back into this place with all the debris and whatnot, and we can admire this again.
The magenta scent permeated the niche, stronger even than the smell of the ankh. There weren't many times in life you got to say that.
But we can't make use of it. Come to think of it, we haven't been using our scents for a long, long time.
I didn't want to root around in the water. I wasn't even sure it really was water.
Yeah, no sign of reaching the uni from here. Did I ever do dog form here? Yes, I do recall doing this. Doesn't go anywhere, of course. Double check my office again.
Al-Khali was still following me.
Can you see smells on items? No. But you can occasionally rub items against smells and say, ooh, this smells like this, that, or the next thing. Case in point, take the bandages and compare them with the smell of... who was it, Mankin?
I couldn't make a connection. The rip certainly...
I can't remember who it had a connection with. Oh, Sapphire.
There was a faint, dark cyan scent on the bandages.
It bothers
I
me.
couldn't be sure, but I thought the bandages had something to do with Sapphire.
Bothers me greatly that we have not been able to go, hey, these smell of Sapphire. What were you doing with them?
The bandages had a hint of dark blue to them.
But Rodan has been missing for a long time. Maybe at some point Rodan will come back and then we can ask him about it, but until then, it's diddly squat. And he certainly refuses to come back. He's not invisible, is he? No. Do you have an invite? I can go and speak to Carlotta whenever I want. Although she hasn't given us anything good for a while.
There was still no sign of Horst in his quarters. He could be...
There's nobody over in the mausoleum, is there? Okay. Would be just like the game to approach somewhere like this and then find that, oh, somebody's just standing here. We can interact with them and everything.
I guess I could have taken a rubbing of the inscription if it wasn't for one thing. I didn't want to.
Have you rubbed the envelope against all the smells? I believe I tried that. The inscription plus the bandages. Almost a thought. I thought I tried using the bandages here, though.
I think the inscription had already told me all it could.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's no use of this place now.
I had plenty of better things to be doing instead of playing with rubble.
Can you confront to the butler that the mansion was broken into? What? Was that not forever ago? And wasn't it Malachite that broke in here anyway? Is Malachite even something we can still talk about?
What do you know about the murder of Mount Malachite?
I don't know anything about any murders, sir.
Well, back to the library we go.
I'd like to use the library again.
Very well. I will show, sir, the way, since it seems the labyrinthine corridors of this vast edifice are beyond sir's meager navigational skill.
I think the idea is to concentrate the current objective, as there are no other leads left. What do we term as the current objective, anyway? I'm gonna have to vague that up a bit. Right, I highly doubt we're going to find a book about this, but one can check.
I didn't really know how to look that up in the library.
Okay, well, let's get back to the matter at hand, right? There is this book that I want, and they have it here.
There was a book in the library called Frescoes and Fatal Traps of the Temple of Al-Kali. But when I turned to the page on the door mechanism, it had been torn out by someone. I was going to have to find another copy of the book. There were only 2 other libraries in Ankh-Morpork that I knew about, and one of those was in the Assassin's Guild.
The idea that we wouldn't go to the Assassin's Guild, but we would go to the university. Have you tried looking up Azil? Is Azil still here on my list of useless garbage? No, it's finally been crossed off, thank God for that. Azil was indeed a red herring. The whole thing was that Monday was upside down at the time. So following that idea, if we think, well, we know we need to get into the library, and it's behind this door, and the porter stops us. How does one stop the porter from stopping us?
I tried to head down to the library, but the porter stopped me.
Wizards only in the library, thank you. Wizards out.
Perhaps I could show him something that makes him think that we are a wizard, like this envelope.
I had a feeling that...
No? Okay.
Not in front of the porter. I'd definitely get thrown out.
Yeah, Azil was this game's Leon.
Does this mean anything to you?
No, I don't know anything about that.
Maybe I could tell him I have a magical crowbar.
Tempting as it was, I decided not to start attacking people with the crowbar. Do these bandages mean anything to you?
I'm just a Bledlow Luton. No, I don't know anything about that.
Magical coin?
I had a feeling that Mundy's coin was important.
How about just straight up bribery?
I suppressed the urge to ask for money. I was broke, sure, but I wasn't that desperate.
Egats.
The door led to the library of the Unseen University.
Where do you think you're going?
Just going for a walk.
Stay in the new hall, yeah? Students and wizards only beyond this point.
I tried to head down. Still here?
Someone.
What's a Bledlow?
We look after the student.
Where are all the students?
They're off playing Unseen University Challenge against the students from the Assassin's Guild.
What does that involve?
I don't know. Given the way most sports are conducted round here, it probably involves a very careful inspection of half the pub.
What makes...
Heard of this? No. When the guild started setting up their... Right. Well... So what...
Right, so maybe one of them's passed out in one of the pubs. But the problem is we only know of one pub. It's not a very good one either. And it's the Octron Parrot. Maybe there's something left behind somewhere? Sure doesn't seem like it. Did we open the pendant thing yet? No.
I'd found the pendant in the sewers. How it got there was anyone's guess. The pendant was ornately designed, and it looked as if it might be hollow, but there was no obvious clasp mechanism.
I think that's what we're looking for the book to find out about. I mean, there is the Cafe Ankh, which also has a bar. But we have checked there many times. Smash it on the library books. Ooh, I could try that.
My old friend, the bar. I was tempted to order a drink, but I was working.
His voice changes a bit when he's in the cafe, doesn't it? No such luck. Unless some of them are down in the wine cellar getting blitzed. That's a no-go. Does the nook where the captain sat still exist? No, that disappeared when the captain did. You're talking about over here, right? Yeah, that's nothing. Nothing at all. And this only takes us over to Samel. Good heavens, what a tough chapter this is. Yeah, none of the logical leaps feel simple. I'm just thinking if there's anywhere else to even grab a drink that we know of. What about the papers in the foreground? No, it's just foreground. Check that many a time. Alright, Alpha is insisting that these books be useful. Maybe they can be.
There was nothing in any of the books about that.
Oh, come now, Alpha, your books are useless.
This sturdy-looking unlocker seemed in better condition than the others. The only interesting thing I could find in the unlocker was some books.
Can you influence what books the students read? If I could shove some other books in there, maybe, but... Ah, now there's a thought.
I tried to write on the octagon board with the chalk, but I couldn't see what I was writing. The chalk marks were invisible to my eyes.
If only we were in dog form.
I was pretty sure I'd learned all I was going to learn from using my wolf senses here.
Then we could write on the board to tell them to look up other books, but that doesn't seem to be something that we can do. Unless what I can do is use my clue on the board. That's a thought.
I altered one of the subjects on the board, switching the Great Nev for Al-Kali. Now all I had to do was see if anyone took the bait.
Ah, there we go. It really threw me that he couldn't see what he was writing, though. All right, Luton. Let's see what we got.
The pendant's design matched the one in the book for the seal of the temple of Anu Anu at Al-Kali. The temple was famed for its intricate door mechanism, and the book described how to manipulate the seal to open the temple doors. I used the same method on the pendant, and it opened with a faint click. Inside was a small piece of paper with names on it. One name leapt out at me. Therma. I decided to keep the list to myself.
We found Therma. I'm Miss Malachite. Why do you have to go?
I'd found a list. The name that stood out. I'd found a list of 8 names in the pendant. The name that stood out was Therma's. The names on the list were Mooncalf, Satrap, Therma, Coom, Gelid, Warb, Foyd, and Kondo. Some I recognized. Some were strangers to me. The question was, what did they have in common? Why did someone have a list of their names, and how did they get it into the pendant?
Mooncalf, you have some explaining to do. And I have some saving to do.
I wasn't about to reveal that I had the list to Mooncalf. I had a feeling that would be suicide. But perhaps I could use it to trap him. Someone told me that you know Therma.
Indeed. And who might that have been?
It's not important. Is she part of your cult?
No. No, she's not.
But you know her.
No, I've never met her.
I see. What about Satrap?
Are you intending to bore me with a list of people's names? I haven't time for this tomfoolery. I must preach the gospel of Anu Anu.
Thy kingdom Coom and all that.
Yes, indeed.
I'd clearly unsettled him mentioning Coom. Now I just needed to sit back and watch what he got up to. I have some more questions.
My time belongs to the god Anu Anu, and I'd thank you not to waste it.
Now that he's unsettled, there were other things we wanted to ask him about, although I've completely forgotten what they were.
I have some more questions.
My time belongs to the god Anu Anu.
Right, perhaps what I can do is observe him from the other side of that stained glass window. Scrappy Dappy Doo comes in and just says hi. Okay. Well, hi.
This was the other side of the window behind Mooncalf.
Scrappy Doo, though. Oh, hello. Did we find Therma?
There were 2 silhouettes at the window. One was definitely Mooncalf. The other looked like a troll. I could just about make out that Mooncalf was saying something, but I couldn't make out what.
Well, we have the ability to hear better now, don't we?
There were 2 silhouettes. With my sharpened wolf senses, I could hear what Mooncalf was saying to the troll.
And I think we may have to do something about it. We will have a meeting of the true believers after this evening's sermon.
Sure thing, boss. You want I should go now?
No. You keep an eye on Luton if you can. I'll go back to the sanctuary and leave a message for the others.
You got it, boss.
And what are we learning here?
I'd overheard something interesting at the window of the Temple of Small Gods. Something about a meeting of the true believers.
Maybe I could just straight up ask Mooncalf about that. He'll probably fob me off, but maybe this dude, whatever his name is, can give me something new. Oh, but the slippery bugger is gone. But Carlotta is a true believer. She would know where it is. That, or he left a stench. We have a few different ways of following up.
I overheard Mooncalf talking about a meeting of the true believers. I'd really like to know what that was about.
It's tough to find out what the cult of Anu Anu is up to.
Is there any way I could listen in to one of Mooncalf's sermons?
The sermons don't take place here. They hold them in the inner sanctum.
The inner sanctum?
It's the center of worship here in the Temple of Small Gods.
How come? I mean, there are a vast number of gods and goddesses that the temple has to provide for. Are you telling me they all have to share one room for the services?
Absolutely. High priests are always complaining that so-and-so was hogging the sanctum all morning, or that such and such left hair at the bottom of the holy font. It causes a lot of tension around the temple.
Can you get me in there? I'd like to have a look around.
I could arrange to have the sanctum for a while if I told them I had a follower, but I don't.
Can't we just say we're a follower?
Carlotta says she's a follower of Errata. Is that right?
Bah! I am the only true follower.
Well, if Carlotta's a follower, maybe I could ask her to get involved, even though she hates to talk about religion. That's not where we want to be.
Who would Sarah like to see this time?
I'd like to see Carlotta. Is she home?
I will go and announce...
This time, let's not move, because it seems to break this scene.
You can't keep yourself away from me, can you, Luton?
I just wanted to ask some more questions. Until I was sure I could trust her, there were some things I didn't want to discuss with Carlotta. And frankly, I wondered if I'd ever really trust her. Tell me about this goddess, Errata.
I already told you, I don't like to talk about religion.
She's not like Om, then. He's the god of Omnia.
Is that the place with the Quisition? All the overzealous holy wars and tortures?
It used to be. They had some kind of reformation, and now they're just overzealous about singing rousing hymns and distributing fundamentalist pamphlets in the street.
Well, that's a kind of torture all of its own.
You're telling me. I got cornered by one of them last week. How do you think I know so much about it? It was 3 hours before I could get them to leave. Thumb screws would have been quicker, at least. Until I was sure I could trust her.
How do I trust Carlotta, then? Seems tall burden.
Until I was sure I could... Do these...
I'm sure...
They didn't seem... I got a key from Ray. It's...
No, not...
I don't really know how I can prove my trust with her.
Now that there are...
I've...
Money would help with trust.
There didn't seem much...
Oh, okay, damn.
There didn't... So, do you set up...
All right, but you're not... I could...
That's...
You can't... Don't... It's...
What?
And it's...
Of all...
Why? Where... And don't...
It what?
It...
If I became...
I wouldn't... You're like the Lord...
What?
Where...
Okay, that's a lot of talking, but it really doesn't get anywhere. Is there something I can do to begin trusting you again?
I'm sure you can...
I take it you don't...
Do you...
Frankly, my... There didn't seem...
That's a shame. I really thought I'd get something there. What I could do, and I see being mentioned in chat as well, is the smell-o-vision. I was planning on doing it. I didn't do it. But that is like a lot of my plans. Oh god, he's back! Well, maybe it wasn't necessary then.
I have some more questions.
Ask them, if you must.
No, I must.
So, here I... What? I'd have to be insane to mention that to Mooncalf.
And we're not?
I have some... I didn't want to push my luck. I didn't want to transform in such an exposed area.
Okay, I have a feeling you would say that if we tried smell-o-vision anyway. Right. Come on, I know you've got Carlotta as a follower. Let me in.
I'd overheard something interesting at the window of the Temple of Small Gods. Something about a meeting of the true believers. That didn't have anything to do with the meeting as far as I knew.
Let's have a quick look at the list of names again.
I'd found a list. The names on the list were Mooncalf, Satrap, Therma, Coom, Gelid, Warb, Foyd, and Kondo. Some I recognize. The question...
I know Therma and I know Mooncalf. Am I meant to know any of the other ones?
Were the names on the lists the true believers that Mooncalf had mentioned? I doubted Errata had anything to do with that, but I was prepared to be wrong.
Quick way to check some names is to go dog vision and check my sense. I'm really, really bad with names because it's a subset of remembering things. Yeah, nothing coming to mind here. Warb? Who was Warb? And don't recall meeting a Coom.
Mind if I ask some more questions? I'd keep the list of names to myself until I knew more about it.
You think Warb was the city troll that interrogated us? Come to think of it, Nobby's always been helpful, and we haven't shown this list to him.
Just thought we could have a little chat.
Oh, Warb was the gambling wizard. Yes, that sounds about right. I wonder if the casino's opened up then.
I'd keep the... Until I...
Alright. Might be something to work with there if Saturnalia is reopened.
Saturnalia was locked up tight.
Maybe the wizard is back at the university. Maybe they're also getting seshed. Mankin, do you know Warb?
Is this a good time? Until I
don't think we're going to be talking about this with anybody. Okay. And they're not at the cafe, are they? No, nobody ever seems to be at the cafe. Bearing in mind, I gave Warb the good luck charm, which gives good luck and then claims it all back with incredible bad luck. No sign of Warb, though. Could I ask you, hey, do you know these people?
I'd keep the list.
Yeah. Yeah, worth noting that we tossed away the item that was found inside. Nothing wrong on my end there, viewer. Yeah, as one of the few people we haven't talked to about this yet, Death. Death might have an idea.
Can I see?
Briefly contemplating the library.
Neither the Count nor Death seemed likely people to discuss that particular matter with.
Very patient man, that Death.
Neither the Count nor Death seemed likely people to discuss that particular matter.
This is going nowhere very, very fast.
Who would...
Very typical of this entire act. You find one thing and then you make nothing of it for 20, 30, 40 minutes. Bit grim, really.
I didn't really know how to look that up in the library.
I think what I need is a way to trust Carlotta, but I don't even know how I'd go about trusting her.
I didn't really...
The objective is pretty clear. See, one person's clear is the next person's very, very murky water. I think the clear thing to do is to re-find our trust in Carlotta so we could talk to her about going and talking to the guy, and then we get into the inner sanctum and all that. That seems rather difficult. You think trusting Carlotta means clearing her of the murders? Well, that wouldn't be difficult to do. We go to our notebook. We grab Carlotta. And then we rub her against the existing murders.
I had no reason to believe Carlotta had anything to do with that murder. I had no reason to believe Carlotta had anything to do with that murder. I had no reason to believe Carlotta had anything to do with that murder.
Good.
I wouldn't put it past Carlotta to have something to do with the killings.
Are you sure? Based on what?
That didn't have anything to do with the attacker as far as I knew. There didn't seem to be... That didn't have anything to do... I don't think that was directly connected to Cypher's murder. If there was a direct connection with me, I didn't see...
Yeah. Alright, I should rub things against Carlotta in the hopes that one of these things will help me trust her.
You can't keep yourself away.
I certainly can't.
So,
It's peculiar that we talk to her and yet this is still available. Normally it goes away, so maybe there's something that I can mention to her and then talk.
No,
Can you...
No.
What do you...
Sorry, I'm not an ex...
So level, what are you really...
No.
I swear...
Oh, I do plan on finishing it today, but it's taking longer than I had thought and hoped, look, Shadden.
Have you seen it?
What?
A little...
Away.
I don't... What?
You don't...
Tell me...
What?
So...
I'm...
I suspected... Now...
I was...
You It didn't seem that...
Don't...
Do all...
That...
I'm...
What kind...
A kind...
That...
Maybe
That's
this
the
was
one.
it.
That...
Oct. Sounds like a...
It's the... The...
Convention.
Or what?
What's that?
If I...
So what?
Anything.
Then how come I've... There must...
Mortals can't see it.
That doesn't...
Well...
Tell me a...
I don't...
I know you don't like to talk about religion. I also don't like a crackly noise whenever I advance quickly through text.
So level with me.
Nothing.
The person who... Can you think of...
What? No. Why should I?
Well, I did. I thought you might...
Ah.
Did you kill Mundy?
What? What do you think I am, Luton?
It's got nothing to do with what I think of you, Carlotta. But the Watch are investigating, and if they find out about your connection with Mundy, you're bound to be a suspect.
So why are you asking me if I did it?
Let's just call it professional curiosity.
If I had done it, would you turn me in?
That depends.
On what?
On why you did it.
You don't strike me as a moralist, Luton.
I'm a simple man, Carlotta. I have simple ideas of what's right and what's wrong. The trouble is, things are seldom that simple. It's always somewhere in the middle ground. I try not to jump to conclusions. In my line of work, that can get you killed.
That must be a tremendous incentive to think everything through.
I do my best. You still haven't answered my question.
I didn't kill him, Luton, if that's what you really want to know.
Do you have an alibi? I told her when the murder took place and asked her if she had an alibi. I wasn't surprised when she did. Frankly, she was...
There are witnesses.
And
I was in the...
Spend a lot of...
We all...
For your... So, do you...
I still don't think that gets us anywhere, though.
Where were you?
When?
Shortly...
Well...
I told Carlotta...
I was at...
I bet... Why don't you invite...
I wouldn't be allowed to bring an unbeliever.
How do you know I'm...
I'd...
A man, don't you...
I'd... It's...
Do we really not trust her?
I wasn't about to ask Carlotta about herself. What do you really know about Alkali?
He works with Horst, and that's about all I know.
With him or for him?
It's hard to say. Are you working with me or for me?
I'm working in spite of you. Do you know...
Be careful.
I guess we need to clear her of the Monday murder, suggests Alpha. We know the other 3 died.
I'd learnt that Mundy had been hung upside down by his legs before he was killed. Vimes had mentioned the counterweight killings to me back in Mundy's room. Apparently there had been a string of weird ritualistic murders in the city. I take it you don't know.
Do you?
Frankly, Until I was sure I could trust her, there were some things I didn't want to discuss with Carlotta. And frankly...
Jeez, what can be done here?
I'll be in touch.
I'll be waiting.
After we saw the priest talking to the troll, have you revisited all the troll-related locations? No. Did you pick up the sewer smell? We can rub it all over the crime scenes. It's the same as our killer's smell. Come to think of it, did I use Carlotta to rule her out in the Octarine Parrot? All the troll-related places, by the way. I mean, there's not many of those. There's this place with Malachite's chalked outline.
They'd put a chalk outline where Malachite had fallen. It really drove home how big that troll was. I couldn't think of a good reason.
Can you bait the troll into a trap somehow? Not that I can think of.
There was definitely the remains of a magenta scent in Mundy's room.
Have we concluded that's the killer?
Unless Mankin, Nobby, or Vimes were the killer, I guess my murderer had also killed Mundy.
That is a way of saying that it wasn't Carlotta, right?
There was definite... The teal scent... There was a hint of an apple-colored scent in the air. There was a bold scent of navy blue in the air.
Is that enough to clear Carlotta? Or do I need to rub some clues against this?
Unless I missed my guess, the magenta scent belonged to the bestial attacker.
Yes. But what use is that?
Unless I had a feeling that the person to whom the apple scent belonged was capable of murder, and that they'd probably get away with it too. But it was all just idle speculation. I was pretty sure that the dark blue scent belonged to Mundy. Whoever the navy blue scent belonged to, I doubted they were a murderer. I didn't want to start imagining a connection with Nobby's smell. I still had to sleep at night.
For me as well, Sudazima. It's unpleasant. But this is my idea of trusting Carlotta. At least it shouldn't kill people.
The magenta scent wasn't female.
Oh!
I was so tired of trying to make connections with Mundy. He was dead. Perhaps I should investigate other things.
Maybe what I should do is rub Carlotta against all of the scents and then go and speak to Carlotta, safe in the knowledge that she didn't do this stuff. So that would be ourselves, Malachite, and who exactly? There's magenta scent, so if we try and say Carlotta...
The magenta scent wasn't female.
Yeah, there we go.
The magenta traces were too weak to be accurately memorized.
Yes, but we've already ascertained that it's the killer.
I was pretty sure that Malachite's murderer was the same as mine. Of course, I survived the operation better than the big dumb troll did.
Ah, yes, the other one was The guy that got ran off the bridge. But we've already cleared this. It'd just be nice for Luton to say, well, I guess Carlotta didn't do this. Maybe I should trust her a little bit. You know, despite turning us into a werewolf, thereby keeping us alive.
There was no mistaking it. It was the scent of my killer.
And we know that it's not Carlotta.
The purple scent was so much more attractive than that.
Oh, that's right. One thing I wanted to do was very specifically rub Carlotta against this.
Nothing smelled as badly as the River Ankh. It was unmistakable.
No.
Nothing smelled as... It was... Nothing...
It's strange. Keeps talking about the Ankh. Tried using a scent on the workshop. Here? Oh, yes. Oh, it's like the first thing we did.
There was a blue mist around.
We've got the blue mist, and that's Rodan's. There you are, Rodan.
Well, of course it was the same scent.
Yes. And yes, we of course tried the bandages.
The bandages had a hint of dark blue to them.
Not good enough, though. And then, of course, there's Malachite over there.
The place where Malachite had been perched smelled of a deep, earthy brown.
I think we need to conclude more details about Mundy's murder, like who cut him down. Also, we don't know what bit Regan. Yeah, but we can't see him either. He's gone.
Who would say like...
Carlotta, I believe you.
You can't keep...
So, do you know a woman... The person who... Can you...
What? No. What?
Did you...
What? What do you...
It's got nothing to... So...
It's just not happening.
Until I was sure I could trust her...
Ooh.
I gotta... It's
it.
I'll be in touch.
Feels a bit off to me. Did we rub everything over that errata zealot malpocalypse or whatever? Yes, we did. I struggle to think of anything that I haven't rubbed over him. He won't take me to the sanctum unless he has a believer. We know he has a believer. There's Carlotta, but we can't talk to Carlotta about that because we don't trust Carlotta. It's getting all a little bit too iffy.
I need your help. So if I agree to be your follower, you can get us into the inner sanctum.
Yes, I can. But you wouldn't really be my follower. The followers of Errata don't follow each other. We don't even follow Errata. We follow our own ways.
So why is there a Church of Errata at all?
You're learning, Luton. Keep thinking like that and you'll go far in the church.
So can you get me into the inner sanctum?
I can, provided we can find a time when the cult of Anu aren't there.
Are mooncalfs lot in there often?
All the time. And that's not all either. He sneaks away after each one. I think they've got a secret sanctuary somewhere.
I'd like to find that.
Actually, I'd quite like you to find it too.
Can't resist a secret, eh?
No, I'd just like to get in the way of everything Mooncalf does. Him and his big evangelical budget and hordes of out-of-tune followers singing and chanting at all hours of the day. He's gonna get his comeuppance, and anything I can do to speed it up suits me fine.
So you'll help me?
Wait here. I'll go and make the
What was the trigger for this? We already had this conversation.
It took a while, but eventually Malaclips got me into the inner sanctum. Malaclips stayed by the door to warn me if anyone was coming.
Save and save often. Well intuited.
There were small stained glass windows in the inner sanctum depicting the story of how a valiant mortal, pure and gentle, was cruelly tricked, taunted, and tortured by the gods. Just for a laugh. There wasn't much I could do to the windows.
Well, I can think of one thing, Luton.
I wasn't about to start smashing windows, even though I wanted to.
Yeah, what a shame. All right, can we doggy form?
With a paranoid like Malaclips at the door, this wasn't a good time to become a werewolf.
Figures.
The inner sanctum sported a beautiful lectern. The plaque said it was donated to the temple by Mr. Fedean, of the militant servitors of Ikebana, goddess of topiary. Searching, I discovered there was a cavity in the base of the lectern. The space under the lectern was large enough to fit a whole person inside. Unfortunately, there wasn't much room to move inside. To my embarrassment, I got stuck.
Luton! They're coming! Hide!
I'm way ahead of you, Malaclips.
Dearly beloved, we are gathered together in the sight of our God, Anu Anu, to speak of our devotion to the Anointed One at this, our time of need. But before today's sermon, I'd like to read from the cult bulletin for a moment. Firstly, there's a jumble sale next Saturday to raise funds to buy a fresh goat to sacrifice. We'd appreciate it if as many cultists as possible could attend. We don't want to have to sacrifice another pigeon. It hardly befits a deity of the illustrious wonder of Anu Anu to be sacrificed another of Mrs. Jerboam's gerbils either. Yes, I know they breed like flies, but that's not the point.
The sermon was one of the most tedious things I'd ever had to listen to. And as if that wasn't bad enough, then the hymns started. Why the gods wanted to listen to such droning monotony was a mystery to me, but I suspected they just liked to make the mortals suffer. The temptation to sink something sharp into Mooncalf's feet was getting very hard to resist.
Why stop, Luton?
Oh, it was tempting to stick it into Mooncalf's foot, but it was a really bad idea. On the plus side, he'd limp, which would make it easier to follow him, but on the minus side, he would immediately find me hidden in the lectern. I didn't want the words, "kill the infidel," to be the last thing I heard.
Very well then. Oh. Didn't expect it to end so soon. Luton? Luton?
I tried to follow Mooncalf, but he moved quickly and his scent was rapidly swallowed up by the stench of the Ankh.
So I suspect I need a way to track him.
Who would say...
What am I doing? Get out of here. Let's think about this before we go back in. I can't think of any things I could attach to him to make this easier.
I'd found the plaster-encrusted bandages on the floor of Rodin's workshop.
I could get a good whiff of him, like his shoes. Don't like the idea of that, but it's a thought. The coin? I don't see the purpose of using the coin on his feet. Turn into a wolf and bite him. Well, what I could also do is... Oops. Oh, whatever. Just get in.
I was going to have to be careful what I did to Mooncalf's feet. Turning into a wolf wasn't something I was
Oh, we're not doing that then. All right. Shove a coin in his foot.
I couldn't see how hitting Mooncalf's... I couldn't see...
There's nothing here but Mooncalf's feet.
I tried to follow Mooncalf out into the streets, but the stench of the Ankh drowned his scent out completely. There weren't that many scents that I could easily pick out against the smell of the Ankh. Perhaps if I was more experienced, it wouldn't be such a problem. For now, I needed a plan. And I needed a plan before the evening sermon.
Right. Do we have anything that can pick up scents heavily and then put them on his feet? No, we cannot transform in the Sanctum because of Malpocalypse at the end there. Something that stinks, or some way to apply stink. True enough, there is the troll perfume. That stuff smells a lot. I tried to steal it before, but I was unable to. But now we can. Okay, of course. Not best pleased with that, but whatever.
I need...
Yeah, I tried to take that bottle of perfume like the first time we found it, but no, I guess it needed to be there so you could do the smell thing with it, but that's still a bit bothersome. The beast smell was strong, but it wasn't something I could really capture. This, on the other hand, is.
I sprayed Mooncalf's feet with Sapphire's trawl perfume. That should make the little psychopath a little easier to follow. Sapphire's perfume cut through the stench of the river like a trawl wading through a dwarf street rally. The bright reek led into the shades, the oldest and most dangerous part of the city.
Yeah, but now we are the danger.
As a wolf, I listened to what the so-called true believers were saying through one of the windows of the sanctuary.
Greetings, brethren. I call to order this extraordinary general meeting of the secret cabal of the true believers of Anu Anu.
You smell nice tonight, boss.
What?
What is that? KC2?
What are you blathering about, Foyd? Anyway, I see we're all present.
Therma not present, boss.
Therma has to keep a low profile at the moment. Do not concern yourselves with her absence.
Why should Therma have such special status? I have important business of my own to be doing, and these interruptions aid no one.
Quiet, Satrap. Mooncalf wouldn't have called us together if it wasn't important.
Indeed not. There is an investigator, a Mr. Luton, who's been asking worrying questions. I think he may know about Nylon Ethertep.
I do now.
I still say this is madness. There must be a better way to glorify our beloved Anu Anu without taking such risks.
You always were the spineless one, Coombe.
Silence, Kondo. As chairman, I will not permit such disputes when the meeting of true believers has just been called to order.
When can we have a dispute?
It can wait until we reach any other business.
Damn.
Shh! What is it?
I heard something outside.
They say bravery is what tells the men from the boys. Well, I was a wolf, so I figured I could be brave and still run away.
Alright, what a breakthrough. I suspect that's unlocked the shades for me. But what have we deduced?
Mooncalf's cultists had mentioned Nylon Ethertep, but at first I didn't know what it meant.
I think we know someone who would. Can we go into the shades? No, we can go to the sanctuary. In the shades.
The cultist sanctuary was deep in the shades.
Oh, and I can just break on in. Nice.
The sanctuary was decorated with a strange and disturbing fresco. Closely examining the fresco, I could see that one of the symbols made a frequent appearance.
I wouldn't have expected Carlotta at the meeting. Carlotta follows Arata, not Anu Anu.
For some reason, the cultists had a map of Ankh-Morpork in the sanctuary. I couldn't easily take the map, but I could use it to work out some things.
Is there anything I could possibly work out right now? Nothing springs to mind.
The recurring symbol on the fresco was like a distorted star with an eye in the center. I wasn't sure what it was. I made a sketch of the symbol in my notebook.
Oh, we're getting more and more leads, but it just sounds like more and more work. How long until we're done?
I wanted to find out what the strange symbol in the sanctuary meant. I wanted to find out...
Well, who could we possibly ask about that?
Heard of Nylon Athatep?
Shh! Do not say that name so loudly.
Why not?
There are some names you simply do not wish to speak without taking proper precautions. No, don't say that word to me ever again.
What if we do anyway? It's funny how this guy has been a red herring the whole game and then finally gives us the big breakthrough, but somewhat expected.
Heard of...
How about the symbol?
Does this symbol mean anything to you?
Yes. But I had best not discuss it with you.
Why not?
I don't want anyone who's listening in to know I know what it is.
That doesn't help me much.
I can't tell you everything, Luton.
That's what I'm afraid of. Is Mooncalf still out there? Mooncalf is gone.
I didn't want to transform in such an exposed area.
And hopefully that will explain to people why I didn't use smell-o-vision in that area. Doesn't let you. Recht, there's a few things to rub up against a few people.
Horst still wasn't back at his quarters.
Question is, who is most likely to be useful for that? I'll try Carlotta.
Who would say? I'd like to see...
Wait, the library makes much more sense. We should look up the symbol in the library.
You can't keep yourself away from me, can you, Luton?
I just...
Never could.
Have you heard of Nylon Athatep?
No. What is it?
Never mind. Until I was sure...
Yeah, I still can't talk to you about that. Right, I do think that the library makes a lot of sense. There should be a book on Nylon Athatep. Yeah, if we can't get any books here, then making the students get it seems like a clever way forward.
The Necrotelecomnicon was a book that legend spoke of, saying that any mortal man who read it would be driven insane. I learnt about it from a copy of Necrotelecomnicon discussed for students with practical experiments that I found in the library. In this tome, there is a description of the old dark gods of the Disc, including the terrible laddering holler, Nylon Athatep. Apparently, Nylon Athatep was once summoned by a series of 8 murders, forming a perfect octagram, focused at the center of the Circle C, thus releasing it from the sunken city of Leshp, where he was trapped, along with drunken Cthulhu Bapalulu. The book speculated about the whereabouts of Nylon Athatep now, but beyond him being safely imprisoned somewhere around the Circle C, it drew no conclusions.
That is useful, because we've got this big map. If we chart the murders, it may well show that it is all related to that cultist killing. Alright, good, very good. How about that symbol?
I'd already learnt about the occult in the Libraris Apocrypha. Perhaps I could find out about the symbol in the library as well.
Working on it.
I'd already... Perhaps I... I found the obscure star-like symbol in the Necrotelecomnicon discussed for students. It called it the sign of the eel, or the Elver sign. It was apparently a protective ward against some of the older, darker gods of the Discworld. The tome also explained how to inscribe one, the order of tracing being very important. Not that I believed any of this mumbo-jumbo, but hey, you can't afford to be too careful, right?
You certainly can.
The symbol I'd found in the sanctuary was the ancient Elver sign, which apparently was a ward against the old dark gods of the Discworld. In the past, an octagram of murders had been involved in summoning Nylonathotep.
So can we not draw the conclusion that this is the octagram of murders?
An octagram of murders could summon the laddering horror. For some reason, that made me very nervous. All this occult business spooked me out. In the past, an...
Okay.
The scent of the troll perfume blotted out everything else in the sanctuary.
Right, so we can't narrow down anything else here. Clever. Very clever game. Right, so I'm curious what happens if we plot this on the map.
If there was an octagram of murders taking place in the city, it might help to find out exactly where each murder took place.
Don't we know that, though? I'll grab each murder and throw it in here. Oh, that's a nice sound. And that explains why things like this weren't crossed off. They still need to be used here for plotting. Well, we already did that with you. Can't I just use counterweight killings and get them all done? Clever.
The murders were marking out a perfect octagram, just like the one that had been used to free Nylonathotep from sunken Leshp centuries ago. If I was right, there would be 2 more murders, one in Dagon Street and one in the Wizard's Pleasance. If I knew which one was next, I could stake it out. In the center of the octagram was the Disc Theater, which almost certainly meant some kind of cosmic evil was entombed there. I can't say I was enthusiastic at the thought of checking it out.
Why does the game keep opening up? We should be closing things off by now. Got a very steady hand, so he does. No, because we weren't part of this cultish affair, we were just getting in the way.
Dagon Street was a small, inconsequential alley in downtown Moorpork.
Definitely save after making this incredible headway, though.
The moon over Dagon Street lit the rundown alley. It didn't look like anyone was around. It was as abandoned as the Octarine Parrot on open stage night. The abandoned fish bar was boarded up tight. One of the shops in the street was called the Three Jolly Luck Takeaway Fish Bar. I remembered that name from somewhere. Something to do with Mr. Hong. I remember he went missing somehow. I wasn't about to take the sign. I couldn't pull the boards off with my hands.
Well, some puzzles just spell themselves out, don't they? Before we go in, let's have a wee gander.
I didn't like to transform in the streets. You never knew who was watching.
Of course. Anything on this side, which on my screen is almost entirely black? That's a no-go. Always so cozy going to indoor scenes.
There was a disturbing dark magenta scent in the fish bar. Something that resonated with cosmic evil. It scared me. It scared me that anything could have such a disturbing scent. And it scared me that I could tell what color cosmic evil was.
And we're taking that evil fog with us.
The dark magenta scent was deep and sinister.
But it's not our killer, right?
There was definitely some similarity between the magenta and dark magenta scents, but it wasn't clear to me what that connection might be.
Did you use the Elver sign clue on the notice board that was covered in them? No. That would make too much sense.
There was a disturbing...
More debris.
Amongst the debris, I found a bone that seemed a little out of place.
I know someone who likes bones.
I didn't want to take the bone. It was bad enough that I'd been carrying around some dead troll's tooth all this time.
Take it anyway.
I didn't want to... The fish bar was littered with assorted debris. The bone seemed out of place somehow. I wasn't sure why. The fish bar was full of cooking pots. Only to be expected, I guess. I don't know what the last thing cooked here was, but it seemed to have been prepared recently.
Oh dear. It's not a cannibal cult now, is it?
Amongst the... I didn't want to take the bone. It was...
Whether I want to take the bone or not, surely it's good to have. But he doesn't want it. Yeah, I might get the doggy friend to help out with that. That was oddly nothing. Hey, Gaspod, could you come and eat this bone for me?
I'm back.
Good boy.
The bone isn't a clue, though.
Can you... Are you... You... Did...
Yeah, all this garbage again. I have no idea what to do with that bone. Maybe it's just there to scare you. Right. There was the note about the sign of the eel.
I'd already sketched the symbol.
But now we knew a bit more about it, right?
Definitely the Elver sign. I'd identified the symbol as the sign of the eel.
Yes. Now, is that of any use at all to us?
All this occult business spooked me out.
Good enough.
The city's center of thespian excellence, the Disc Theatre, was situated on the Isle of Gods, not far from Pseudopolis Yard.
Everyone on the disc knows the legend of Eleanor of Tzot. Or at least everyone knows a legend of Eleanor of Tzot. Or Krinix. Or El Harib. Ask most people and they'll tell you that she was the cause of the Tzotian Wars. Of course, ask most people and they'll tell you the patrician is a kind and benevolent man. Never trust what most people tell you. The real cause of the Tzotian Wars was a little-known goddess called Errata.
If I was going to turn into a wolf, I'd better do it where Previtier couldn't see me. There was a flyer left behind on one of the seats.
The game just keeps opening up more and more. Can we start closing things off, please? This is taking a lot longer than I'd anticipated.
I'd picked up the theater flyer from the Disc Theatre. It told me about the plays in the Disc's current season. The 8 plays in sequence were The Happy Prince of Copperhaven, Antilogy and Cleopatra, Kensington, The King of Ankh, The Leering King, The Tyrant, Truculus and Cressylic, and Titus Diplodocus. The flyer didn't tell me anything about them, though.
8, you say?
The stage, where performers go up in front of a drunken crowd and sell their dignity to earn enough money to barely live on. The pompous windbag on the stage was Previtier. He went beyond being a ham. He had 2 eggs, fried mushrooms, and a gigantic rasher of bacon. That's pretty good. You've been acting long?
One is either born an actor, or one is never an actor.
Yeah, I can just see you paddling about the womb with a script in hand.
Do you doubt my credentials as the Disc's premier performer of dramatic scenes?
As far as I'm concerned, one actor is as good as another. You come on, you speak your lines, and then you get killed. How hard can it be?
Here I stand, your slave, a poor, infirm, weak, and despised old man. Do you slight me such?
What?
You are not abreast of Hwell's fair pen, then, stranger.
The name's Luton. And no, I don't know Hwell's work at all.
My name is Previtier, and my realm is that of tragedy and comedy. The finest arts are my purview.
Yeah, if you say so. So you're an actor?
It is my calling to tread the boards, and for this I am called an actor.
Translation, yes. Why do you talk like that?
When one is blessed with silk, one does not wear cotton.
What's that supposed to mean?
You are not familiar with the ways of the theater, are you, my boy?
No. I always thought it was about getting killed in a different way every night.
Well, that's part of it. But it's also about the lines, the pomp and the circumstance. Men in skirts. Yes, yes. The play's the thing.
To catch the cash flow of the dim.
You disapprove? A man must his living make.
If he could make it with decent grammar, I wouldn't mind.
You should come and see the spectacle. Perhaps then you would cast less scorn upon our merry ways.
You want me to go to see a play?
Come to hear the wooden dialogue.
That's not much of a quote.
It was the best I could do at short notice.
What's playing at the moment?
Troculus and Chrysalic. The tale of the frailty of woman and the stupidity of a man in love.
With a lot of bloody deaths thrown in for good measure.
But of course.
Tell me about the plays.
Would that I had the time to sing the praises of all Hwell's masterworks. But time is short and life is fleeting.
Just tell me about the plays.
Our current season is a groundbreaking interpretation of Hwell's most famous works, pushing back the boundaries of art and style.
Groundbreaking?
'Tis a term we of the noble calling use to describe the way each generation improves and expands upon the themes laid bare in the soul by inspiration.
In other words, your murder scenes look more and more realistic every year.
The triumph of effects.
Unfortunately, the triumph of effects over plot.
The plots are as entrancing as the day they were first written.
In other words, you haven't had any new ideas in decades.
If the way is true, why err from it?
This is awful. Right, what can we do to be done with you?
What can you tell me about this flyer?
Ah! The proud harbinger of our festivities, the page that trumpets the act that illuminates the soul.
That inhabits the body that slept on the seats that sat in the theater that shoddy carpenters made.
Do you mock me, my boy?
Oh, you're way ahead of me on that one. I'd keep the list of names to myself until I knew more about it. I had a... Tempting as it was, I decided not to start attacking people with the crowbar.
Damn, that was the most logical thing to do here.
I suppressed the urge to ask for money.
Can't think what I would ever want to talk to this guy about.
I couldn't possibly help you with that, my boy.
At least he's very quick to tell us that.
What would you say if I told you I suspected people are being murdered to summon a terrible entity to destroy the city?
I would say, doomsday is near, die all, die merrily.
That's from one of these silly plays, isn't it?
The King of Ankh, Act 4, Scene 1.
I was serious, you know. The disc might be the focal point for infernal forces that could destroy the city. I'd enjoy talking to you a lot more if you'd just stop quoting those damn plays. Do you realize how pathetic this makes you look?
What? Must I hold a candle to my shames?
You know, I think I'll be glad if this place does get destroyed by horrors from beyond time and space.
It'd be great publicity. Should I tell them how to spell my name?
Is this guy another big old load of red herrings, though?
I didn't want they'd think I... What would you say if I told you What?
It's all stuff
Have
we've
you heard-
covered before.
The architect of the Tsortian Wars, the origin of our little play tonight.
How come?
Being the goddess of misunderstandings, Errata's popularity is lacking. And she feels slighted by not being invited to a certain wedding. So she plans a devious vengeance, which in turn causes the Tsortian War.
And is it based on a true story?
Everything is a truth of a sort.
Is that a yes or a no?
I am not one to judge such things.
This guy is grating. Is there anything they could possibly know about for me, though?
Is there a gold-plated jewel in any of the plays?
Not that I'm aware of, dear boy, but Clef Patare is described as the jewel of the jelly, if that's any help.
What happens to her?
She gets bitten by an ass. It's very moving.
Yeah, I bet it gets the audience moving for the exits. Tell me what you know about golden swords.
Alas, I know of but one such blade, the falchion from Troculus and Chrysalic.
The falchion was a slightly curved sword, cast in gold.
Well, the real one would be if it existed. Our prop is an old table leg whittled to a point.
Interesting.
About the prop? We have many other props, you know.
I meant what you said about the sword was interesting. I think it was the blade that killed me the other week.
You look surprisingly well for a cadaver, my boy.
Well, they don't make murders like they used to.
Oh, I know what you mean.
I'm surprised that went anywhere, but it still didn't give me anything to work with.
Does dead men's pointy boots mean anything to you?
I can't help you with that, my boy.
Good.
Have you heard of the counterweight killings?
A terrible state of affairs, a tragedy.
But do you know anything about it?
I know it's been very good for the gate receipts.
Has anything unusual happened around here recently?
Who am I to say what is usual and what is an aberrance of nature?
Believe me, if I had someone else to ask, I would.
The closest to an unusual occurrence was when Lucius, miserable souse that he is, missed the role in Titus Diplodocus.
Missed his role?
He was supposed to be playing Canope, but he didn't turn up. I don't know where he is.
Where he is? He still hasn't turned up.
Probably afraid we're going to eat him alive when he finally drags his sorry carcass back here.
Did you hear about the murder of the patrician's clerk?
Ah, the patrician. Uneasy lies the head that wears the crown.
I don't think he ever wears one, but I'll take that as a no. There was a murder at Unseen University recently. The reader of esoteric occultism was killed. Do you know anything about that?
Alas, no. But all that must live must die. Passing through nature to eternity.
Remind me not to invite you to my next party. Have you heard about any merchants being murdered recently?
But of course. One was slain in this very theatre only days ago.
Really?
At the climax of Kensington, the merchant is strangled by his very wife. It was very dramatic.
The murder was in the play?
I would not take such pleasure in a real murder, my boy.
To mourn a mischief that is past and gone is the next way to draw new mischief on.
Couldn't you just say, bad things cause other bad things?
One must embrace the beauty of language.
Well, ease up on the hug, Privitier. I think the language needs to breathe a little.
Do like Luton's way with words and all of this. Right, is that everything I could possibly squeeze out of you? Ugh.
Seen any strange beasts around here?
Not since the transmogrification.
That's enough out of you, right? I don't want to listen to this guy anymore.
I couldn't
Bit sad they didn't give me anything useful, though. Oh well. What can be done? Should anything be done?
If I was going to...
They have 8 plays. Yeah, the number 8 there is not gone beyond my knowledge, or notice, rather. There doesn't seem to be a place I can go to transform without being within his prying eyes, unless the idea is that I can...
I quickly transformed into a
Ooh.
wolf and had a sniff around. There was an eerie, dark magenta scent in the theater. But what caught my attention was the magenta scent that seemed to disappear into the stage. My murderer had been here.
I am very glad that I persisted in that.
I was pretty sure I'd learned all I was going to learn from using my wolf senses here.
Could I probe you about possible murderers here?
Mind if I ask? So...
Doesn't seem so. What a vile place. Alright, back at my office where I do my best thinking and my best saving. So my killer had been over there, huh?
A strange scent I first found in the cemetery.
Do the 8 plays cryptically correspond with the murder victims? Well, one of the things was that we needed to find where the next one would take place. So I think the best thing we can do is compare that play to the map that we found in the sanctuary. See, do all my best thinking in the office. Very convenient of them to leave this map here for me.
The map couldn't help with that.
It certainly could, Luton. Just try a little harder. Perhaps what we do is we take the flyer.
I'd picked up the theater flyer from the disc theater. The 8 plays in the
Yes. Yes. Take the flyer and then compare it to the murders, Luton.
There did seem to be something in common with the counterweight killings and Hwell's 8 great tragedies. If there was a connection, there was no obvious I didn't think...
Okay, great. Can we work with that?
That didn't have anything to do with the attacker, as far as I knew. The map couldn't help with that.
Perhaps I need to compare it to our little diagram, then?
I couldn't see a connection. 8 plays, an 8-pointed symbol. There had to be a connection.
Yes, Luton.
I dreaded to think that there might be a connection to Nylon Ethertep.
Yeah, I rubbed the flyer against the actor.
I couldn't see a connection.
Yes, I know there has to be a connection, but for the love of God, could you actually attach it here?
I couldn't see a connection.
Just because there were 8 names there.
I didn't see a link to the list of names. There was no obvious connection to Reagan's envelope.
Maybe you have to do it the other way around. Perhaps you need to grab the octagram of murders and rub it against the flyer.
8 plays, an 8-pointed symbol. There had to be a connection.
Or do we take the actual 8-pointed symbol itself? Not the eel sign thing. Not Nylon Epithet, but you, sign of the eel.
I couldn't see a connection to the flyer. In the past, an octagram of murders had been involved in summoning Nylon Ethertep.
Oh, I took the wrong thing. I took the sign of eel there.
8 plays, an 8-pointed symbol. There had to be a connection. The murders were marking out a perfect octagram, just like the one that had been used to free Nylon Ethertep from sunken Lesh centuries ago. If I was right, there would be 2 more murders, one in Dagon Street and one in the Wizard's Pleasance. If I knew which one was next, I could stake it out. In the center of the octagram was the Disc Theater, which almost certainly meant some kind of cosmic evil was entombed there. I can't say I was enthusiastic at the thought of checking it out.
Yes, great, but I'd like to be able to draw a conclusion on what comes next.
The 8 plays in sequence were The Happy Prince of Copperhaven, Antilogy and Clefata.
Right, you know what? We can go to the library and look these plays up.
Who would...
Maybe that will help us out. It's a promising start.
I looked up Hwel in the library and found his complete works. In there was a discussion of the 8 great tragedies, Hwel's bloodiest works. From the About the Author paragraph, I learned that Hwel was a dwarf who was banished from his tribe not only because of his claustrophobia, but because of his tendency to daydream. Both undesirable, to say the least, if you work in a mine. 102, and in the prime of his life for a dwarf, Hwel now worked for Vittler's Plays at the Disc Theatre as one of the premier playwrights of the day. The 8 great tragedies were given in great detail. 8 plays, each with a collection of murders, usually with one more particularly gruesome or grotesque than the others, presumably for use in publicity trailers. The publicity trailers helped draw people into the theater by being towed around town to display posters. There was something suspiciously familiar about some of those murders.
But will we write it down? Thank goodness. Alright, well, the game's starting to flow again. Right, can we take our big brain move here?
I'd learnt about the 8 great tragedies, a series of plays written by the dwarfish playwright Hwel, each featuring at least one outlandish murder. Something about the 8 great tragedies reminded me of recent events in Ankh-Morpork.
Reminded you, did they? Right, let's go and rub them against them.
There did seem to be something in common with the counterweight killings and Hwel's 8 great tragedies. Cypher had died just like the king's retainer in The King of Ankh, drowned in a vat of wine. Matham had been poisoned. It wasn't exactly the same as the poisoning of Village in The Happy Prince of Copperhaven, but there were definite similarities with one of the other poisonings in the play. The merchant Gaiman was strangled in his guild house. I didn't know by whom, but it certainly sounded similar to the strangling of the merchant in Kensington, one of Hwel's great tragedies, who had been strangled by his wife, who thought he had cheated on her. That didn't have anything to do with the attacker, as far as I knew.
Yeah, because the bestial attackers are attacker.
This was between me and Carlotta.
The way it glitches out, it shows that Errata is a werewolf. Highly amusing.
I'd read about the death of the title role in The Leering King, one of the 8 great tragedies. The king was hung upside down from a tree, whereupon his eyes were gouged out. It sounded very familiar.
Okay, surely this is going to help us trust Carlotta more.
In Antilogy and Clefatara, the Queen of Jelly Baby is killed when she is bitten by an asp that would have left tiny bite marks on her. I was definitely onto something. Malachite, stabbed in the back repeatedly with a crowbar. The lead in The Tyrant, stabbed in the back repeatedly. Not with a crowbar, but it was close enough.
I think we've drawn enough of a conclusion here.
There did seem to be something...
Can I draw it together with the cultish 8-pointed symbol?
8 and 8, there had to be a connection.
Oh, we can see the connection. Then the question is, where's the next one going to be?
Useful though they are.
We haven't visited death in ages, but I feel like we don't need to. Not yet, at least. Oh, and Luton.
The murders were marking out a perfect octagram. If I was right, there would be 2 more murders. If I knew which one was next, I could stake it out. In the center of the octagram,
Okay.
In the past, an octagram of murders had been involved in summoning Nylonathotep.
I feel like we've already made the logical leap here. It's just knowing what to rub together for it.
8 plays. An 8-pointed symbol. There had to. The map couldn't help with that.
Perhaps you there. No, not you. You there. Ugh, I do not want to talk to you.
Mind if I ask? Tell me about the 8 great tragedies, and don't make me regret asking you about this.
The 8 great tragedies are...
That's all you...
I could tell you much.
Such as...
I could tell of the soul search, whilst in the meantime...
No, that's fine.
Oh, and the dead. Oh, that my...
That's enough.
And the famous... Oh, what's the...
Stop it!
Perhaps the unspeakable acts of Titus Diplodocus? There. That's all, folks.
All right, enough.
Our revels now are ended.
Stop! I knew I shouldn't have asked.
Folly.
What would you say if I took...
Yeah, the flyer does do them in a specific order.
The 8 plays in sequence were The Happy Prince of Copperhaven, Antilogy and Cleopatra, Kensington, The King of Ankh.
But how do I use
the
that
Leering
information?
King, The Tyrant, Truculus and Cressylic, and Titus Diplodocus. The flyer didn't tell me anything about them, though.
So it's Trosselic and whatever that I need to know more about.
What can you tell... What can... That in...
Do you...
Oh, you're...
Somebody said there might be a way onto the stage. If there is, then I certainly don't see it here. There's nothing to interact with. Ooh.
Where the center disappeared, there were some marks. I couldn't quite make them out, but they seemed to be a definite shape of some kind. I ran my finger around the marks casually. There was something about them that made you want to trace things on them, like a smiley face or a tic-tac-toe board. Well, something like that. Maybe something a little more sinister.
Oh, I've got things I can trace on it. And trace my crowbar on it.
I didn't want to disturb the marks. They might be important. I didn't want to...
Could we not figure out the octagram of murders against the marks?
I traced an octagram on the marks, but nothing happened.
Okay, in
I
that
had a
case,
feeling it was the right idea, but the wrong shape.
we're going to want the safety one then. It was right there, the eel sign.
I traced the sign of the eel across the marks, exactly as I'd learned how to do in the Libraris Apocrypha. There was a faint click, and the next thing I knew, there was a passageway under the stage.
Egats. He's not a clown. Although the difference might be difficult there, Marvin.
The passageway led into a dark and ominous vault. The whole sepulchral temple seemed to be formed from curves and angles that would give geometry teachers nightmares.
And we could just leave? Get back down, Luton.
The centerpiece to this disturbing chamber was a stone altar engraved with a map of the Circle Sea. It looked centuries old, the kind of altar that could tell a few tales if it could talk. I was glad it couldn't. The map of the Circle Sea seemed to be the only interesting feature of the altar.
Right.
Using the map, I worked out where each of the 8 great tragedies had taken place. They made an octagram around the edge, just like the counterweight killings did in Ankh-Morpork. I could match each of the tragedies to one of the murders, and the positions corresponded precisely. I knew that someone was going to get dragged to death from the Wizard's Pleasance, and that some unlucky fellow was going to get eaten in Dagon Street. I had a feeling I knew what had bothered me about the bone in the fish bar now. It was a human femur. That meant there was only one murder to go, and that it would take place at the Wizard's Pleasance.
Could I have gotten here without having explored that place already? Because I don't think I got anything out of the Dragon Street. Maybe if you hadn't done that, you'd have to go, I wonder what's happening, and then you have to go and check out the street first. But we need to go to Wizard's Pleasance. Do we even know how to get there? Well, I know how to save. Just leave the clown to his own devices.
The Pleasance was part of Unseen University, nestled against the River Ankh and cut off from the city by a wall. The Wizard's Pleasance was a small, newt-haunted meadow in a horseshoe bend in the Ankh, inside the grounds of the Unseen University, separated from it but connected to the university gardens by the Bridge of Sighs. On summer evenings, if the wind is blowing towards the river, it is a nice area for a stroll.
And if it's not, savage.
I didn't know how long I'd have to wait until something happened, but it turned out to be less than I thought. I'd suspected I'd been being followed, and I wasn't surprised to find that Al-Khali was skulking around behind me. Gods alone knows how he got into the university. But if I could do it, I guess anyone could. It was over in seconds. I was about to follow the killer's trail when I saw a familiar face.
Why did you carry on with the case, Luton?
Too many people told me to stop.
I was hoping it wouldn't come to this. I like you, Luton. It didn't have to be this way.
So you're behind this, are you?
I'm just a servant. My master, Anu, is behind this.
That beast is Mooncalf's god?
Mooncalf didn't start this cult. I did. When the last human worshippers of Anu had passed on, leaving only an empty temple in their wake, the cult lived on among the lycanthropes. My late husband got me involved, and I came back to Ankh-Morpork to arrange everything.
Came back?
I thought you'd realize, Luton. I'm Therma.
It figures. You killed Malachite, didn't you?
I didn't kill any of them. My master did that. We just arranged everything for him. He's stronger when we gather together and pray.
You were in the Temple of Small Gods each time there was a murder.
It was a perfect alibi.
Why was Malachite looking for you?
I'm his sister.
His sister? Hands up who can spot the big problem here.
I was adopted by Mr. and Mrs. Karst. They named me Therma. And Malachite and I grew up together.
What happened?
It's a tough life when you're a poor troll. And tougher still when you weren't born a troll. I used to sit at the table eating bread, while the rest of the family was chewing cold sandwiches. That kind of thing leaves its mark on a girl.
My heart bleeds for you.
Malachite and I broke into the von Uberwald mansion and made off with some of the Count's valuables, including that pendant you've been carrying around.
And that jeweled box in the carriage that presumably held the asp that poisoned Reagan.
That's right.
How did you and Malachite get separated?
He got caught, but he didn't tell the watch about me. I thought I'd seen the last of him. I sold most of what I got, and I was living off it comfortably. But I'd seen that painting in the hallway, and it got me thinking.
The painting that looks like you?
Exactly. I reinvented myself as a debutante, and I seduced Ulrich and married into high society. I went back to Uberwald with him, changed my name to Carlotta, and my life as a troll was forgotten. Therma was dead. Long live Carlotta von Uberwald.
Did you know Ulrich was a werewolf?
Not until the honeymoon. That was a surprise, I can tell you. Not entirely an unpleasant one, I have to say.
How did you get involved in this cult business?
Before he
Inherently,
died,
I
Ulrich
perceive.
inducted me into the worship of Anu Anu, and it became my mission to engineer his return to power. I recruited followers and we prayed to him, gradually awakening his consciousness. He'd been stuck in the form of a small dog on the streets of Al-Khali for decades, not even remembering who he was. As our numbers grew, Anu Anu's power grew, and eventually he was able to slip aboard a ship and steal his way here to Ankh-Morpork.
The Milka.
That's right. The Milka also stopped off at Sort, where it picked up Mundi. He was supposed to be bringing us the Sortese falchion, having stolen it from a dig at Sorta. The archaeologists didn't even know it was there. Unfortunately, what we hadn't counted on was that Mundi was a man with few scruples and even less brains to go with it. Either he approached Horst, or Horst approached him. One way or another, he arranged to sell the sword to that devious troll.
Only he didn't have the sword, did he? He'd concealed it in one of the crates in the cargo hold.
We didn't know that. We just knew that Mundi had gone to ground. That's why I hired you to find him.
And when I did, your cult killed him. Only you'd expected the sword to be with him. And by the time he was dead, it was too late to ask him where he'd put it.
We couldn't believe our luck when you found the sword for us after Mundi's death. I'm sorry that my master had to stab you to get it.
Did you know I was going to get killed? Was that why you made me into a werewolf?
I suspected that things would get a little rough for you, and I believed you were too valuable an asset to waste.
I'm flattered. And the counterweight killings were your cult attempting to summon Nyarlathotep by mimicking the way he was summoned before. I don't get it.
With the falchion, my master can defeat the laddering horror again, and he will grow in power, ascending to the ranks of the most powerful gods, where he belongs.
That's all very well, but a lot of people died for that dream. You can't just go around killing people whenever the notion strikes you. It's not polite.
What are the lives of a few people against the prize?
Reagan knew, didn't he? Or at least suspected.
I don't know what he actually knew, but he suspected a lot. He'd been blackmailing me for weeks.
The envelope in his locker. He said he had evidence, didn't he?
I didn't know it was empty. He said he had proof, and he knew enough that I couldn't take any chances. He had to go.
Why are you telling me all this?
It's customary for the villain to explain his evil schemes when the hero is captured.
I'm no hero, and you're no villain either. We're just people.
You know it's not too late, Luton. Join us.
Join your cult. What happens if I refuse?
There's no point in refusing. It's already too late to stop the summoning of Nyarlathotep. Al-Khali was the 8th murder. Even now, the other cultists are gathering at the focal point for the invocation.
That would be the temple under the Disc Theater, I take it.
You're good. I'll give you that. Let's go, or we'll miss the pre-summoning.
What if I try to stop you?
Like I said, it's already too late for that. Join us, Luton. You know it's the only choice.
I could kill you and make a run for it.
You wouldn't hurt me, would you, Luton? After all we've been through.
You arranged the murder of your own brother, and you'd have me killed too if I got in the way.
So what? In this world, you get one chance at happiness.
You may be right. All right. I'll go along with this for now, but I'm not making any promises for the future.
That's good enough for me.
Carlotta told me she would have to bind me in case I got any foolish ideas, and then she escorted me into the depths of the temple. It looked like the whole crowd was there. As well as Carlotta, I recognized Mooncalf and Warb, the wizard from Saturnalia. 8 of them in all, one for each person on the list. But my attention was drawn to the hulking mass of Anu Anu, and the golden sword that he was wielding like it was a toothpick.
It begins.
Take your places, people. Everyone remember your lines.
Nylonetatep, who summoned thee? In accordance with the ancient pacts, we have made 8 sacrifices in the manner prescribed. Come to us.
I was filled with an overwhelming sensation of dread. I guess summoning rituals have that effect on me.
It is here! Now I command you, by the power of the fashion, to bend to my will. Bend to my will, I command thee. I hold the fashion. You will obey me.
I got the impression that that wasn't supposed to happen. The next thing I knew, the temple was coming apart at the seams, and rocks were falling everywhere. I don't know what was wrong, but it seemed as if Anu couldn't control the unspeakable force of cosmic horror that he had unleashed, and now it was loose in the city. As if my day wasn't bad enough already.
Oh my god, there is a 4th act. I thought there were only 3.
After the rubble had settled, I pulled myself out from under it and had a look around. The temple seemed different somehow. And not just because the roof had caved in. Anu was lying in a crumpled heap on the other side of the chamber, and Carlotta was tending to his wounds. The rest of the cult had made their getaway. Everyone but Warb, whose luck had taken a permanent turn for the worse.
Okay, well, I said I'd finish it tonight. I guess we're strapping in then.
Carlotta was obviously upset by Anu's injuries. I guess there was a heart in that cold chest somewhere. It looked as if part of the ceiling had rearranged most of Warb's head. The only thing of interest on Warb's body was the charm bracelet, and I didn't want to take that back. I only hope he got some good luck out of it before his final payoff came. Maybe I should have warned him. Maybe he got what he deserved. Who was I to judge? There was something about the walls that I didn't like. I think it was the way they wouldn't stop swimming. Come on, Carlotta, let's get out of here before the rest of the roof comes down.
I'm not leaving my master.
He's not going to make it. You can at least save yourself.
Leave us, Luton. Leave!
I tried to listen in to what Anu was saying, but his voice was weak and faltering.
I should have known. The inscription. I forgot the inscription.
Quiet, master. Conserve your strength.
For a god, Anu was looking in a bad way.
I've played enough Dominions for this. Feels good. Right, is there anything to grab? Maybe you want to let me finish him off?
I could barely hear Anu's voice.
The play. It was there in the play. I had forgotten about it. Hadn't even noticed it was missing.
He wasn't making much sense. You've got to get out of here before it's too late.
It's already too late. Leave me.
Warb was in no condition to talk to me about that now.
Okay, alright. Do we just get the heck out of here? Can we get out of here?
I decided against touching the walls.
Looks like there's text on it, though.
An inscription had appeared on the wall. Maybe it had been there all the time, and I just couldn't read it. I wasn't sure. It seemed to say, Quod nescient eos interficit. I didn't know what it meant. Quad meant what, but that was all I knew.
That's already more than I know. Hang on, didn't we know that there was something we were meant to find with that kind of inscription on it?
The inscription had read, Quod nescient eos interficit.
Ooh, didn't that come up somewhere before? Maybe on one of these things that's scored out, though. The gold-plated jewel, perhaps.
2 conkers covered with gold. It was supposed to have Unquam Paratus inscribed on it.
Okay, that's what I was thinking of, and it was completely different. Can we have a sniff?
It seemed like a good plan at the time. I'd transform into a wolf and see what my senses told me. But when the dark magenta scent engulfed me, I was struck with a wave of sheer terror, and I ran howling from the temple. It was embarrassing having to sneak back down again naked to collect my clothes, and I decided not to try that again in a hurry. The terrified cultist was obviously in pain and finding it hard to walk. He wasn't going anywhere. Well, he wasn't going anywhere fast, anyway. What's up with you?
Broke my stupid leg when the roof came in.
Which one are you?
What?
You must be Coom.
How did you know that?
I recognize your voice. Now give me one good reason why I shouldn't turn you over to the Watch.
Please, don't. I didn't think I was doing anything wrong. It was just a little fun, you know? Secret meetings and plots for world domination. I mean, it's intoxicating.
Well, now it's blown up in your face, and at least one member of your cult is dead.
Who was it?
Warb. He had a disagreement with a large block of stone.
I don't want to do... I'm terrified. I suspect that some of the cultists might have wanted us to fail.
Really? Why?
I don't know. Just a hunch. Please don't turn me over to the Watch. I didn't do anything wrong.
8 people died because of your cult.
No. I'm sorry. I should never have got involved.
Where have the others gone?
I don't know. Back to the sanctuary, I guess. They didn't really tell me much. I was only the novice.
Maybe I was getting soft in my old age, but I couldn't escape the feeling that the poor fool was just a victim of peer pressure. I guess he just wanted to belong to something, and he didn't much care what. I sympathized. In my own way. Get going. I don't ever want to see you again.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. You won't regret this.
I'd better not.
I don't know how he's getting out of here. I think these slithering tentacles might have their filthy way with Coom. Well, on the plus side, the guy on the stage is probably dead. Oh god.
I hadn't seen Horst since I arranged his meeting with Laredo. Wherever Horst was, he wasn't at his quarters.
Yeah, at least we can chill out in our own office. We got our best thinking done here. Very good. Can we draw a conclusion about Therma not being Therma? No, in fact I don't know why this place is accessible. We can't even go down. We're no longer being tailed by Al-Khali, at least. Don't know why I'm stopping to check everywhere. We should probably get on with the actual story.
The city's center of thespian excellence.
Hey, Nobby, you seen what's going on out there?
Things are looking busy in here, Nobby.
Yeah. I don't know what's come over everyone, but they're acting crazy.
Crazy? Isn't that a subjective term around here?
What?
Never mind. What sort of crazy things?
People attacking each other for no good reason. And jumping to their deaths, too. We haven't seen such carnage since the rule of Lord Snapcase. We've got riots out there. And they're not even being started by dwarves. I've never seen anything like it.
It's going to get worse.
How can you tell?
Trust me, this is only the beginning.
Nobby and his crime statistics. I mean, what are we even meant to be doing about this? We're not a wizard like Rincewind. We can't just grab a dragon and wield it like a shotgun. Or could we?
The inscription had read, Quod nescient eos interficit.
Right, that is too intelligent an inscription for me, but I know not one but 2 boffins. It's Alpha and Ninja, but they're not in the game, but I do know 2 boffins that are.
When I went back to
Fourth
Leonard's
act.
cell, it was lacking a large part of the wall. The disc quake must have taken its toll on the palace. Leonard and two conkers were still working on the flapping wing flying device like nothing had happened.
And can I see them? Ah, here we go.
Just a few more questions, if you wouldn't mind. What is that thing?
To my flap, I had put...
What was the
It occurred to me that if I modify...
They really don't know what's going on. Okay.
What are the
It's the same text as before?
Mainly-
Yes. Maybe I can get them something to fix their weight problems, but I feel like there are bigger problems right now.
Does the phrase quod nescient eos interficit mean anything to you?
Where is that familiar to?
You recognize it?
Yes, Ness. It is to be the motto of one of the elder cults. I am not remembering of which.
A cult, not the cult of Anu Anu.
Oh, with sureness that is not to be so. Older cult than that even. But cannot be remembering of what?
Well, that's not useful.
Does the phrase... Either of you heard of Nylon Athatep?
That's a familiar name. I believe that's the name of one of the old dark gods.
Do you know anything more about it?
Sorry, no.
Yeah, not being particularly useful. And Darius is saying that now that we're entering the end of the long play, what are your thoughts? You like this or 2 better? I think I was originally thinking that Discworld Noir was slightly better than the other 2, having enjoyed them all. But this end part feels a bit off to me. They've abandoned a bit too much of the noir vibes. All in all, I think they're all equally good in their own way. I mean, one was really good but held back by just the age and the jank and far too much moon logic. I really loved the presentation of 2, but it lacked focus. And this one, I loved it overall, but like I said, the ending here is kind of falling apart a bit. Right, can we do anything?
I'd keep the...
Maybe I meant to find something that will aid the poor dying god. This place felt like it was almost completely unused, so we go in through the window. We found the bone and the smell.
I didn't want to think about it anymore.
Think about it more, Luton.
I don't know what the last thing cooked here was, but it seemed to have been prepared recently.
I don't think I'd recognize human bones at a glance. Seems a bit cheap that the whole city is meant to be
I don't know exactly
messed up.
what I hoped to learn from the sanctuary, but I went anyway. Maybe I was hoping that all
But the scenes are
cultists
not.
would be as easily intimidated as Coombe. I was wrong.
You're very sharp, Mr. Luton. You've done a very sharp thing. Maybe even sharp enough to cut your own throat.
You must be Kondo.
I'm flattered. How did you know?
I recognize your voice. You tried to kill me with that crossbow once before.
It's silver-tipped before you get any heroic ideas. The Dark Sect isn't as sloppy as the cult of Anu Anu.
A cult within a cult.
We couldn't believe our luck. Mooncarve and Therma were looking for people to join their cult, and they actually wanted to summon Nylon Ethertep. Can you believe that? Do you have any idea how rare it is that someone wants to summon the laddering horror for anything other than wreaking havoc and destruction?
Who's we?
Oh, no, it's not that easy. Do you think I'm the overconfident villain who reveals his whole plot to the hero shortly before placing you in an overly complex life or death situation that you then escape from at the last minute?
It might make life easier if you were.
Real life isn't like the clickies, Luton. The good guys don't always win.
What makes you think I'm the good guy?
I don't care what side you're on, Luton. All I care about is that we are victorious and that everything is destroyed.
I just don't understand why anyone would want to destroy the whole of creation. If you want to die, why not just kill yourself?
I'm going to achieve something with my life, Luton. Something that no one will ever forget.
Everyone's going to be dead. No one is going to remember anything.
And that's an achievement no one else can claim.
You're insane.
That's what my psychiatrist said. I had to kill him too. He knew too much, just like you.
Some people say that when you're about to die, your life flashes before your eyes. For me, the world seemed to go into slow motion.
I told you, Luton, the good guys don't always win.
Very true, but they try much harder.
I'm dead, aren't I? Am I going to spend eternity suffering in the pits of hell for what I've done?
If that's what you want.
Oh, I can't believe I'm not going to find out how all this ends after all the work I put into it.
It's never fun being taken off a project you've worked hard on.
That's the last time I get so involved in my work.
How right you are.
When I came to, I wasn't sure if I was dead or alive. That seemed to be happening to me a lot.
Hello again.
Have you come for me?
No. I was just passing through and I thought it would be polite to say hello. Isn't that what you're supposed to do with acquaintances?
If you want to scare them to death.
Sorry. I'm not good in social situations.
It must be hard to fit in when you're a 7-foot-tall skeleton with a scythe.
I'll see you later.
That doesn't fill me with confidence.
That, I'm afraid, is your problem.
Again, some of the scenes are just bizarre. So I assume we went in full werewolf form and murdered this guy, but he did say that he had a silver-tipped crossbow. Perhaps it was a bluff.
I'd killed Kondo, but at least he hadn't killed me. On Kondo's body was an amulet. It had to be worth finding out what it was, so I took it.
Oh, hang on. That looks more like a plain piece than anything.
Kondo's amulet has a symbol on it that looked like an eye, but an eye with 3 protruding lobes.
I wonder if that's something I can give to the boffins, and then maybe that'll help them with their flying device. It did look like there was a giant ramp created by the hole in the wall, so maybe it's going to be... oh, Christ, what was the name of that thing? Russian smoking gun. Chekhov's gun, except it's Chekhov's flying machine. I'm already curious, let's see. No, it's a fidget spinner, oh god. Did those fall out of fashion? Surely they did. How would they fit a plane through there? Well, the wall is gone now. Here, do you want this?
Does this mean anything to either of you?
That symbol is of familiarness to me. I am of fear that I cannot remember what it is to be.
Anything you remember could be useful.
The symbol is being called the Eye of 3 Lobes. That much I am remembering.
Well, that's something.
Ah, okay, perhaps not. This looks all too convenient, right? Okay, what still can be done? Rodan? Oh, he's back! I can finally ask you about the bandages.
You dropped these over by Malachite's spot.
This guy is horrible to talk to. I can't imagine that's changed over time.
Oh, Did I? Thank you. What are they?
They're bandages. Only the funny thing is, they're covered in plaster.
Really?
I suppose you were making some kind of modification to one of your statues.
Yes, that's right.
Only the funny thing is, none of the statues have changed. Perhaps you could explain that. Shall I tell you what I think? I think you're operating as an illegal plastic surgeon for trolls on the lam. Half-inch on the nose here, a bit extra on the chin. Even their own mother wouldn't know them, eh?
But I never do anything illegal. Honestly.
Don't worry, I'm not going to turn you over to the watch. I just want some information.
Information?
Yeah. I know that you're not the best person to come to for information, given your memory.
Yes, that's what makes me a good plaster surgeon. I can never remember who my patients are.
Do you work here?
Not usually. No. I usually work wherever they need me.
But you had to do Malachite here because he didn't have anywhere to go.
Malachite. Malachite.
Oh, come on. He was right here in the workshop.
Oh, that troll. Yes, I did him.
That's what I thought.
But how is that relevant at any point? Surely that has nothing to do with the current situation. The game seems to agree it took it off me.
Kondo's amulet has a symbol on it that looked like an eye, but an eye with 3 protruding lobes.
Is this all going to tie together, or did they just run out of ideas towards the end?
Can we talk?
I know I can. And you can at least make intelligible noises.
What could I possibly want to know out of this guy?
The amulet was something to do with a very secretive and dangerous cult. I didn't want to show it to people without a good reason.
I have no idea what I want to talk to this guy about to begin with. Quick check over here to make sure that the crime scene is still crimey and sceney. And of course Sapphire is gone. Oh man, this place is full of 2 annoyances, the notice board and the troll perfume.
When I went back to the mansion, the butler had some grim news for me. The Count had shuffled off his mortal coil in the recent disc quake. He was sleeping the big sleep, pushing up daisies, crossing the final frontier, booking a vacation to the underworld. Basically, he was dead. Fortunately, he'd left provisions for me in his will. He'd pay my way to the end of the case, and more importantly, he was allowing me to continue to use the library. Well, what did it matter to him who used the library now he was gone? When you're dead, you were sleeping the big sleep, and nothing much mattered to you anymore. All the nastiness was behind you. For the rest of us, the nastiness was still all around us. And if I didn't stop that nastiness from crushing us all under its tentacles, we'd all be sleeping the big sleep. Frankly, I didn't think the afterlife would have enough beds.
I don't need to be dead to sleep big sleeps, game. But this is clearly a clue that the library is still useful, so let's make use of it.
The symbol on the amulet was mentioned in a copy of The Joy of Sects. It was the 3-lobed eye, the emblem of the followers of Nylanathatep, the so-called Dark Sect, who plotted nothing less than the destruction of the whole of creation. Party guys. I bet they were a lot of fun at dinner parties.
Yeah, but that's not new information, is it? Certainly not. We already know what they were trying to do because they've gone and done it. Bizarre that that coin is still in my inventory. Same with the grappling hook. We don't have anything really to follow up on now, do we? Why some of these things aren't crossed out already, I don't know. Oh, well, there was the inscription. Did we ever look that up?
I worked out a translation for the phrase I'd seen on the wall of the sepulchral temple. What they don't know will kill them. Unfortunately, without something to cross-reference with it, I couldn't find out anything else about it.
But is that still a breakthrough? Absolutely not. Does it even update this?
The inscription...
No. What do you mean I need to cross-reference that? Cross-reference it how?
The Temple of Small Gods seemed deserted when I returned there. I could hear mad laughter echoing inside. Mooncalf? Is that you?
Leave this place. Begone. All are cursed. All will be destroyed.
It was Mooncalf, all right. What happened, Mooncalf?
Mother was right. I should have become a tax collector. It's good money, Mooncalf, she said. Better than you learn with that cult foolishness. You've got to provide for your future. Now look at me. I have no future.
None of us have a future unless we can stop Nylon Athatep.
Don't say that name. Don't say that name.
After the summoning, the words Quadnescient Eos Interficit appeared on the walls. What does that mean to you?
No. No, it didn't. That temple doesn't exist. It never happened.
Yes it did.
No! No, it didn't! It never happened!
How can I stop Nylon Athatep?
Don't mention that name!
Okay, let's try a different approach.
It's the first real screaming that we've heard in this game, isn't it?
Will the sign of the eel protect me from Nylon Athatep?
It's too late. We should have thought of that before. We might have saved it.
Listen, Mooncalf. We have to stop this thing. I need help.
Nothing can help us now.
You are just useless.
What do you know about the goddess Errata?
Leave me in peace! Leave me in peace!
Okay, I think he's got nothing for me. Can I just, like, smash him with the crowbar?
Tempting as it was, I decided not to start attacking people with the crowbar.
What a loss.
This amulet is the mark of that entity that you and your cult summoned. I found it on Kondo's body. Does it mean anything to you?
It means that Kondo is a traitor. He won't be the only one. They all hate me.
Kondo wasn't a follower of Anu Anu at all. He worships the laddering horror. I think he might have been mad.
Madness. Yes. Sweet singing in my ears.
Seems to be fashionable at the moment. Now listen to me. I need to know who else might have been a double agent.
Who? Who? I'll tell you who. They all hated me. Especially Foyd.
Foyd? The troll?
Yes, the troll. I never liked him. I don't trust trolls.
Where is he now?
How would I know? He wouldn't tell me. He never liked me. Nobody liked me.
Did he say anything to you?
He said he was going to change his identity, make a run for it. Such a coward. Stupid troll.
What about the rest of the cult? Where can I find them?
It's too late for everyone. Nothing can save us now.
Where's your faith? Don't you believe that Anu Anu is the god of gods?
No. I renounce my faith. Anu Anu betrayed me. He betrayed me!
Mooncalf jumped screaming through the stained glass window and began to climb the temple. I could hear Mooncalf ranting as he climbed up the outside of the temple.
I give my faith to one God, and it brings about the destruction of everything. Gods are nothing but trouble.
That's some peak climbing.
can't trust them. You can't trust them. We don't need them. They need us more than we need them. I'm letting atheism into my heart as my savior. I am a born-again atheist. I renounce all gods! Oh. I can't believe I survived that fall.
You didn't.
You're death, then.
You've heard of me? I'm flattered.
Oh, what were the odds that I'd get hit by lightning just as I renounced all gods?
About 1 to 1, I'd say. You're not the first. Although I think you're the first to do it from the top of their own temple. Full marks for style.
Thank you, I think.
Don't mention it. I try to make the process as enjoyable as possible.
So what happens next?
That depends on you. But you've renounced all the gods, so I doubt you'll be off to any of the heavens. Or hells, for that matter.
Well, what about reincarnation? I always liked the sound of that.
Well, it's not really up to me. But if you do come back, can I advise you to be careful what you say on the top of religious monuments?
I'll see what I can do. Do you know, I don't feel so, so dedicated anymore.
Death gives you a whole new perspective on life.
I should never have become a zealot. My mother was right. I should have been a tax collector.
Perhaps in the next lifetime, eh?
Say what you like about Mooncalf. He knew how to put on a show. Unfortunately, he hadn't left me with many leads, although finding Foyd wasn't a bad idea. I had already a lot of practice getting information out of trolls. All I had to do was work out where he was.
Well, that shouldn't be tough. If he's going for a makeover, we know just who to see. Also, I don't share Ninjin's idea about this being an inferior death. I really like his kind of tired melancholy towards his duty. Better than death in Discworld 2. Hell, better than the one in Discworld 1. That one was just full of excuses. Alright, cough it up, Rodan. Where the hell is Foyd? What kind of name is Foyd?
I decided to track down Foyd. I figured it wouldn't be hard to get information out of him. Did you work on a troll named Foyd?
Foyd.
All right, I can't give you a description. All trolls look the same to me. But if you worked on him, it'd have been recently. Have you worked on a troll in the last day or so?
Yes. I worked on someone down by the river recently.
A street name would be nice.
I'm really hopeless with names.
How do you find people's houses?
I'm really good at taking directions.
Well, where was this troll that you worked on?
You walk to the river Ankh, turn right, and then take the 3rd street on the right. It's opposite an abandoned shop.
An abandoned shop? Thanks. I think I can find that.
And let that be the last we ever speak to Rodan.
The door was shut tight.
Well, once again on this street, I think we have our solution. Oi, Luton, come back.
It was a bit unnecessary to use the crowbar. It wasn't even locked.
I'll do it anyway.
It was a bit...
Oh.
Foyd, are you there?
No, there's no one named Foyd here.
Don't lie, Foyd. Firstly, I recognize your voice. And secondly, I've spoken to Rodan. Don't worry, I'm not gonna cause you any trouble.
Poor door.
Someone had painted the sign of the eel on the floor. Foyd must have been looking for protection from the laddering horror. I guess he wasn't as stupid as he seemed. Or maybe his self-preservation was strong enough to cut through his stupidity. I could rub out the Elver sign and let Foyd take his chances, but I still had some pity left. The big, dumb troll was lying almost motionless on the floor. The floor had seen better days. All you have to do is cooperate with me, and I'll leave you alone.
Were yous followed?
No, I've got cautious about that recently.
What do you want?
Nice place you have here.
Cut the small talk. Just ask yous questions and get out.
Nice place you have here.
Well, I'm curious about if you're the traitor or not.
Does this amulet mean anything to you?
Yeah, that does look familiar. That's Satrap's.
This belongs to Satrap? Are you sure?
Sure, I'm sure. Saw it round his neck.
And where is he now?
Dunno.
Foyd, think carefully. I'm still looking for Satrap, Therma, and Gelid. Do you know where they are?
No, dunno.
Do you know anything about the plays at the Disc Theater?
I can't help yous with that.
Maybe this is another Dark Young cameo.
Tempting as it was, I decided not to start attacking people with the crowbar. I had a feeling...
Yeah, Mundy's coins appointment. Has this been useful at all at any point?
Do you know what quad nescient eos interficit means?
That's the thingy. Quad nescient CEOs interficit.
The thingy? What does it mean to you?
Dunno.
I could very quickly lose patience with you, Foyd. Tell me about Nile and Ethatep.
No! Ask me something else.
Were you part of the Nile and Ethatep worshippers?
Not tells yous nothing.
Who are you running from, Foyd?
Not saying nothing.
Why have you inscribed an Elver sign on the floor?
No reason.
It wasn't so that you could protect yourself, was it?
No. It's just that it looks pretty, that's all.
You're lying, Foyd. You're terrified. You think the symbol is going to protect you.
What if I do? That's my right.
Who's it gonna protect you from, Foyd?
Not gonna say that name ever again. Never.
Maybe I can help you.
No one can help me now.
Do you want help?
What do you know about the goddess Errata?
I wouldn't know nothing about that.
Why have you... Have you ever heard anyone mention a gold-plated jewel?
No, never.
Think hard now.
My brain already hurts. I can't think any harder.
He is young.
Never mind.
Running out of leads now, though. Yeah, some things get listed multiple times.
Have you had any
Horst? I know the name, but not the troll it goes with.
Strange that I'd even have lines relating to Horst at this time. We haven't seen him in hours. Haven't seen him all act. Oh, I could ask about Carlotta, since Carlotta is Therma.
Do you know where Carlotta is?
Who's this Carlotta fella?
What about Therma? Do you know where Therma is?
Dunno.
Well, finding you's been a waste of time. There must be something here. Maybe an item in your house here that's passed me by.
I wouldn't know nothing about that.
Didn't even say anything.
Tell me about Nylanethotep.
No!
Do you know...
That's the thing.
Nice place you have.
Cat.
Is there an item here that I'm missing? Or perhaps I need to speak to someone else before coming to you. Maybe I need to go back down to where the wriggly tentacle thing is. Oh, no, that just says Foyd. Foyd, Elversine, Luton, and not much else. Actually, nothing else. Roughly nonchalant about all of this. Ah, and Carlotta's gone. Which probably means that we can now assume doggy form.
Oh no, I wasn't going to try that again.
Perhaps not.
There was something about the walls that I didn't like. I think it was the way they wouldn't stop swimming. It seemed to say, Quod nescient eos interficit. I didn't know what it meant. Quad meant what, but that was all I knew.
Partridge 312 comes in, they say, hi Jake, well, welcome. Welcome to the, I assume, end of this game. It's got to be coming soon.
The only thing of interest on Warb's body was the charm bracelet, and I didn't want to take that back. I only hope he got some good luck out of it before his final payoff came. Maybe I should have warned him. Maybe he got what he deserved. Who was I? I searched the rubble and uncovered the golden falchion.
Ooh.
The sword was bad luck, but I had a feeling it was safer in my hands than anyone else's.
Unexpected. So I did miss something down here.
The golden sword had already caused me a lot of trouble. I had a feeling it was going to cause a lot more before long. Examining the sword, I noticed an indentation in the pommel. It looked as if something was supposed to fit there.
What, perchance?
The golden sword was fine just the way it was.
No, you say there's something to be added.
The golden... Examining the sword, I noticed an indentation in the pommel. It looked as if something was supposed to fit there.
The coin?
The golden sword was...
Oh, okay. What could one do with this sword? Maybe I could intimidate Foyd with it. Where was he again? The street. Usually put jewels in a pommel, yes, but jewel is something I don't have. Oh, we put the door back up. Or not. Alright, sword activate. Oh, maybe Horst is finally back.
I have the falchion. I think it might be possible to stop Nylanethotep using the sword, but I need to know how.
Dunno. They didn't tell me nothing like that.
Are you telling me that you were part of a secret cult, but you didn't know anything that was going on?
Well, I did what Mooncalf told me most of the time.
Because he was the leader, you mean?
Well, he was the figurehead, but I don't know if he was the leader.
Then why were you following Mooncalf's instructions?
He was my contact. That's how we stayed in touch. Use contact keeps you in touch with what goes down.
I see.
It's not handy. Not handy at all. And the scarab is gone. Once we opened it up and we got the letter, we ditched the scarab. Right, what could still possibly be done?
I hadn't seen Horst since I arranged his meeting with Laredo. Wherever Horst was, he wasn't at his quarters.
What a shame. Could go there, give him a sword, and get all that money.
It had been a while since I'd been to the new hall, and I had a bad feeling about what Mrs. Folmes would have to say to me if she saw me.
Mr. Luton, I was wondering if you'd turn up again.
Can I come in?
No, you're fired. Worst bedmaker I ever hired.
Listen, I have to get inside the university. There's a dangerous cult trying to destroy the city, and I need to talk to someone inside.
That's what they all say. Now goodbye and don't come back.
That wasn't what I wanted to hear. Can I come in?
No, go away. You're fired and that's that.
One more try.
Can I come in?
No.
Well then. Samel, any bright ideas? Anything? It's kind of sad what happens to a lot of the locations in this game. It gave us so many new locations in this act, and I feel like it definitely could have utilized the existing ones a lot more. It gets very sad when you come into a location like this, and it's just poor Samel sitting on his own in the corner. Makes the game feel devoid of life.
Samel.
Mr. Luton.
Does quad nescient eos interficit mean anything to you?
I wouldn't know anything about that, Mr. Luton.
I expect that on everything from you.
Nylon Athetep was important to the cult somehow. It didn't seem wise to mention it to just anyone.
What about Laredo Kronk? She might know something about Jules. She disappeared at the same time, what's-his-face did? Jasper Horst.
Does this mean anything to you?
I would...
No. Why even have this place available? Right, what can still be looked into? I have the sword now, there must be something to do with it. Perhaps the library. I haven't been able to be anywhere with this sword until now, so maybe, just maybe, there's something we can use it to look up books about it. Oh?
1001 Golden Swords, the complete story of gold swords throughout history, had an entry on the Sortes Falchion. Their illustration was different somehow. I noticed that there was some kind of gold stud in the pommel where the real sword had an indentation. Perhaps there was something missing from the sword, and perhaps that was why Anu had failed to defeat Nylon Athetep.
I still think it's the coin.
The golden sword was fine just the way it was.
Yeah, but the game disagrees. And it's not the amulet either.
The golden...
It's not just fine the way it is. We need to add something to it. Maybe I could attach a coin from my purse.
The golden...
No? Okay. We said we need to cross-reference the information with something, although I don't know exactly what we'd be cross-referencing. Maybe I need to look up Nylon
I worked
Athetep.
out a translation for the phrase I'd seen on the wall of the sepulchral temple. What they don't, unfortunately...
Alright, maybe we'll try the other things as well.
I had a look through the Necrotelecomnicon discussed for students to see if I could find any more useful information. It wasn't long before I found the phrase that had been inscribed on the wall of the sepulchral temple. Quod nescient eos interficit. It turned out to be the motto of an ancient cult, the dark sect of Nylonathotep, whose emblem was the triple-lobed eye. The tome told me a little of the history of the cult. It seems the mad cultists of the laddering horror had conspired to destroy all creation, but their attempt failed. Obviously. And they were believed to have faded into obscurity. I had a suspicion that's exactly what the cult wanted people to think. According to the book, the cult had a sacred artifact, a source of great power known as the Radiant Trapezohedron, which could destroy Nylonathotep or give him dominion over all things, if it fell into his tentacles. There was no description of it, although the author seemed to think it was something small. There was something about a cult plotting to destroy all creation that disturbed me. I had a feeling you couldn't reason with people like that.
Don't need to reason with them, we've got a sword. And I feel like we could have taken the crossbow off the guy from before. You know, the guy we killed with our bare hands. Because I sure didn't have the sword then. Right, what exactly was that advancement in the notebook?
I'd learned about the trapezohedron in the Libraris Apocrypha. I wasn't really sure what a trapezohedron was. Either a geometric shape or some kind of dinosaur, I assume.
Again, we have boffins to do the thinking for us. Surely between the two of them, one of them knows what a trapeze, whatever it is. Know what a trapeze is. Can you check Rodan's shop? I thought I saw a sigil on the left side. We certainly can.
Have you heard of the Radiant Trapezohedron?
What is this being?
Well, I don't really know. It's a source of great power. That's the only thing I'm sure about.
What is being a trapezohedron to mean?
It's a type of crystal in which all the faces are trapeziums.
And a trapezium?
A type of quadrilateral with no parallel sides.
No, that's a trapezoid.
No, a trapezoid has two parallel sides of different lengths.
That's a trapezium.
No, it's not.
Where are your family from anywhere near Genua?
My grandfather was. What's that got to do with anything?
Genuine geometry has slightly different definitions to Theban geometry. I tend to go by Legibus's definitions in his geometries. Have you read it?
This trapezodendron.
Trapezohedron.
All sides would be consisting of squashed squares.
Well, that's a slightly crude summary, but essentially correct.
That's it! That's the jewel I am being seeking.
Really?
Much yesness. Just like that is being, but with gold platings.
And you were looking for this, right? How close were you to finding it?
I am of some sureness that it is to being in Ankh-Morpork, and I am of the believing that this arrangement of stars is of great importantude in its discoverage.
Can I see that?
Please, take if you wishing. I am not to be having much chances to look myself now. I would be of delighted nature if you would continue the looking for me.
All right, Professor Oak. That was an inventory item?
Two conkers had given me a star map that was supposed to lead to the jewel he was looking for. I didn't know what to make of the map. I was never good at astrology.
I have two ideas. One is to use it on the map that we have. The other is to use it in the library. I don't feel much of a sense of urgency despite all this going on. Oh, we can't even use this map anymore. Fine.
I couldn't see a connection with the Elver sign. That had nothing to do with the fresco.
Maybe, just maybe, our troll friend knows about it, because he didn't know much about anything else.
The star map wasn't something I could talk to just anyone about.
Well, that is a shame. Oh, somebody said they saw something in Rodan's place. I don't know what they meant, but but I sure don't see anything new. Just Rodan being back, after having disappeared for 2 acts. I have no idea. What was the other brainwave that we had? Hey, does Nobby know anything about star charts?
The star map was...
No, of course not.
I hadn't seen Horst since I arranged his meeting with Laredo. Wherever Horst was, he wasn't at his quarters.
If this is the answer, they're getting really lazy with just relying on the library as the answer to everything.
The library had a large collection of books on astrology. Because the disk is situated on a giant turtle that flies through space, the arrangement of the stars changed every few decades. The constellations in front and behind the turtle stayed more or less the same, but the constellations at the side changed with enough frequency that a new volume of Paddy Moore's The Night Sky had to be published almost every other year. In the most recent volume, I found the stars from Two Conquer's map. Unfortunately, I didn't learn anything particularly useful, except that the alignment shown would only occur at a particular point in time. If the book was right, the time was now.
Do we have somewhere that gives us a good view? Mausoleum is a nice view. Even as an interactable sky.
The stars were definitely pointing at the mausoleum, but I couldn't just judge by eye exactly where they were pointing.
You could try.
What exactly was I going to do to the sky with that?
I don't know, peer through the hole in the coin?
Turning into a wolf wasn't something I was entirely comfortable with yet. I was trying to restrict myself to just when it was really necessary. I liked the sky as much as the next man, but it wasn't exactly something I could pick up and put in my pocket. The central atrium of the mausoleum opened up so that you could see the sky. I guess on some nights it must have been quite a beautiful sight, but this wasn't one of those nights.
Does the amulet help me see?
What exactly was I going to do to the sky with that?
Okay, well, no need to be sharp when we looting. I'm just throwing out some ideas here. Certainly missing something here.
Two Conquers had given me a star map that was supposed to lead to the jewel he was looking for.
The grappling hook. I'll just grapple the sky down then.
What exactly was I going to do to the sky?
What exactly is your problem here?
What exactly? The stars were definitely pointing at the mausoleum, but I couldn't just judge by eye exactly where they were pointing. I'd learned about the trapezohedron in the Libraris Apocrypha. I wasn't really sure what a trapezohedron was. Either a geometric shape or some kind of dinosaur, I assume. I'd learned about...
Oh, did I ask the troll about that? I doubt he knows, but it might be worth a try.
Did anyone ever mention the radiant trapezohedron to you, Foyd?
The radiating trapezohedron?
I'll take that as a no.
There was an attempt. Oh god, no, get me away from this thing. Well, actually... maybe you have a tool for this. Okay, I'm on Luton.
The star map wasn't...
Yeah, I figured.
Given the trap...
Nah. Well, I'm glad. Didn't want to talk to him. So I need something that will help me navigate this. Again, last time I needed help navigating this, I used... What's-her-face? Carlotta. Therma. And there's no, like, pixel-hunted special star to look for, is there?
I didn't know what to make of the map. I was never good at astrology. Two conkers had given me a star map that was supposed to lead to the jewel he was looking for.
Yeah, the implication is I need some kind of object for this. There wasn't one hiding with them here, was there? I mean, I've tried to loot the place several times, but as we found, coming back at different times means looting different items. Maybe the thing here dislodged something. I mean, look at this big thing on the floor. Can't have it, mind you.
There was nothing useful to me on the table. Well...
And you're sure we can't just prise it off with the crowbar? Not the falchion. The crowbar.
What was it about the crowbar that made me want to try it out on everything?
Have I tried just giving them the sword? Saying, hey, look at what I found.
What do you make of this?
Where you this did get?
You recognize it?
Not sword, no. But indenting at end of handle, same shape as gold-plated jewel I is being searching for.
You're telling me that a gold-plated jewel belongs in the pommel?
It would be seeming so.
Interesting.
Yes, but we've already figured that part out. Yeah, if only the dock was still open, you'd figure that would have some kind of star-reading device. As it happens right now, I can't find bugger all. I guess I could ask them again about
Even with Al-Khali's death, I still felt like I was being watched. I couldn't see anyone following me, though.
Oh, good. Yeah, maybe I need to show them the map, even though they gave me the map, and then say, hey, there's got to be some kind of trinket that goes with this, right? Did you show the sword to Ford? I thought I had, but at this point it's all kind of melting together.
Where did you get this star map from?
After much researching, found tale of lost knight and jewel. Resting place of jewel to be dictated by these stars.
And that's all you know?
Never managed to be deciphering.
Well, I'll see what I can do. Just a few more... What is that? What? Either of...
That's a familiar name. I believe that's the...
Yeah, we've been here, we've done that. It still bothers me that Foyd has given me nothing. There must be something for Foyd. There's no way we get Foyd's location, find Foyd, and then have absolutely nothing to get out of him. So we're going to go on a rub everything against Foyd parade here. I'm as thrilled as you are at the prospect of doing that with a vaguely Scottish troll. Just doing another round of pixel hunting in the area first, though. Maybe I could threaten him by saying I'll erase your sign. He gave you the name of another cultist, yeah, but not where to find them.
I'm afraid I have a few more questions for you, Foyd.
What do you want to know?
Did he actually give us another name?
Do you know any...
I can't.
Yeah, I said I'm looking for the other cultists, but he wasn't helping me with it, was he?
Foyd, think carefully. I'm still looking for Satrap, Therma, and Gelid. Do you know where they are?
No, dunno.
Brilliant.
I have the Falchion. I think it might be possible.
Yeah.
He didn't tell me.
Are you...
Well,
Because he...
Well,
then
he was that you.
Yeah, we've been through all of this. Oh!
Everyone in the cult had a contact, right?
That's right.
So who was Satrap's contact?
That was Gelid.
And where can I find Gelid?
Dunno, but I think he worked as a porter up at the university.
That's all I need to know. Thanks.
Alright, maybe we can get in now. Yeah, if we try really hard.
Can I come in?
No, go away. You're fired, and that's that.
The new hall at Unseen University.
That is a problem. Perhaps we need to think about it.
According to Foyd, Gelid was my route to Satrap, the head of the Dark Sect. According to... I didn't think that had anything to do with the trapezohedron. It turned out to be the motto of an ancient cult, the Dark Sect of Nylonathotep, whose emblem was the triple-lobed eye. I knew that Gelid was a member of the Dark Sect of Nylonathotep.
Yes, but how do we get to him?
I couldn't see a connection with... I doubted it, but I was prepared.
That's... Satrap. Yeah, when in doubt, let's ask actual people. Hail, Nobby.
I need...
After all, I still have access to these places, so they must be useful for something. Poor Samael, just forced to sit there in his little corner.
I need to get into the Unseen University, and I want you to help me do it.
How?
Can't you get me some kind of warrant or something?
No, absolutely not. Vimes would go spare if he knew I'd given a search warrant to you.
A search warrant?
Yeah, it's a piece of parchment from the patrician allowing us to search a premises. Or is that a premise?
Well, I need one.
I can't do it, Luton. It's more than my job's worth.
The survival of the city might depend on it.
You'd say anything just to get your own way.
All right, if that's the way it's going to be. How did you get into my office the other day, Nobby?
The door was open.
No, it wasn't. I always lock my door. In that neighborhood, my coffee maker wouldn't last 10 minutes if I didn't.
Well, I found my way in. Let's just leave it at that, eh?
How would Vimes feel if he learned that you'd been breaking and entering onto private property just to fill your own pockets?
You're not going to tell him, are you, Luton? He'd go spare.
Well, you scratch my back and I'll scratch yours.
What would I want my back scratched for?
I mean, I'll ignore your transgression if you get me a warrant to let me into the university.
I don't know about this, Luton. I think...
Act now. You can think about it later.
Okay. Wait here.
Well, if I couldn't count on him as a friend, I could always count on him as a coward.
Don't get out before somebody sees you.
Consider me gone.
Got quite a lot out of Nobby in this whole game. I'm just kind of sad that Samel didn't have any place
Open
there.
up! Open up!
Hold on, hold on. What What is it? Oh, it's you.
I have here a signed parchment from the Oblong office allowing me access to university grounds.
Let me see that.
You'll see it's completely in order.
All right, you can come inside. Where did you get this from?
I'm a private investigator. I got this through legitimate channels.
What sort of legitimate channels?
That's not for me to discuss.
This is most aggravating. Right, here's what's going to happen. You wait here, and I'm going to go and have a word with the watch. If this checks out, then I won't have any choice but to let you in. And if it doesn't, I'll be back with the watch to have you arrested. Is that clear?
Perfectly.
Don't touch anything, don't go anywhere. Do I make myself clear?
Perfectly.
I don't like you, Luton, and I don't trust you. But you'd better not cross me on this. I'll be back shortly.
I look forward to it. Sheesh. What did she think she'd do to me? Choke me with a duster? Now to find Gelid. I'd have to be fast. There was no telling what Foams would do when she got back. I certainly couldn't count on Nobby to back me up when the old battle axe came storming into the watch house.
Do we finally get to go past this door?
The door led to the library of the Unseen University.
Yes, and we're not opening it.
The door was locked.
Maybe the bloodstains
The
have
door
something to
was
do with
locked.
that.
I couldn't stop myself. The scent of blood made me lose control, and I transformed into my wolf form. I followed the trail of blood from the concourse up onto the rooftops. I found the Bledlow's body by the observatory.
Oh no.
No attempt had been made to hide it. I don't think the murderer cared. I could hear voices coming from inside the observatory, and even though my better judgment said to stay away, my curiosity drew me on. I hoped there was a limitation to how many times curiosity could kill the werewolf. I made my way into the observatory, and inside was a wizard whose voice I recognized. Satrap. I wasn't sure what he was doing, but it couldn't be good.
The stars are right! A bit further! Now, left! Left a bit!
A golem was operating the cranks for the observatory's main telescope, and Satrap was calling out instructions. I guess he was looking for something.
Mr. Luton, do come in. I've been expecting you.
You've been using your magic to spy on me?
No, I saw you through the telescope.
Mind telling me what you're doing?
Oh, the same as everyone else. Waiting for the end of all creation.
All creation?
Well, Nylon Athertep might only destroy Ankh-Morpork to begin with, but I'm sure it will get around to destroying everything sooner or later. It's all just a matter of time.
So you're the leader of the dark sect of Nylon Athertep, then?
Luton, I am the dark sect. They would be nothing without me.
And you're a wizard?
The professor of astrology, as it happens. I acquired the job only recently, although it has been empty for a while. Mathom was interested in the post, but I was fortunate enough to dispose of him as part of the summoning ritual.
So there was some internal politics involved in that murder?
Oh, make no mistake. Most of those 8 murders served another purpose. People don't become cultists because they want to help the gods out. They know that it's a good way to get what they want and to justify whatever unspeakable acts they want by blaming it on a god.
Carlotta needed Reagan killed because he was blackmailing her, and Mundy had the sword. What about the merchant Gaimin?
He and Kondo never got on. For all I know, there were reasons that the other people were chosen as well. It's often the way of these things.
Kondo's dead. I killed him.
Well, that'll be one less thing for Nylon Athertep to do when he gets here.
How many of the cultists were secretly in the dark sect?
Only myself and Kondo. But Foyd was easily manipulated to our ends as well. He rarely had any idea what was going on. We just used him because it suited our purposes to do so. Foyd couldn't have told anyone what we were doing because he only barely understood anything that was going on around him.
What about Gelid? Did you kill him?
Yes, he had to be removed. He was still loyal to Anu Anu, and he had outlived his usefulness.
What have you done with Carlotta?
As far as I know, she's still tending the wounds of that wretched excuse for a god.
You pulled the wool over her eyes, didn't you? Pretending to worship Anu Anu.
The wool? I pulled the whole sheep.
Was Horst somehow involved in your plans?
Horst? Ha! Without Horst, we'd have never got Monday staying in the Octarine Parrot. The trouble with trying to murder in a geometric shape is you're really quite restricted as to where you can work.
So how come Horst's name isn't on the list?
He's not a cultist, Luton. He's just a greedy troll who thought helping us would get him the sword.
Instead, it's going to get him and everyone else killed.
I really think you should have let me say that. I mean, you say it in such a disappointing fashion. I can deliver lines like that with much greater dramatic effect.
You're a vain, arrogant, dangerous man, Satrap.
Thank you.
Where's the trapezohedron?
It's funny you should ask. I was just looking for it now. Once we have our hands on it, nothing will stop Nylon Athatep. The whole of creation will be destroyed.
Don't you think that laugh is a little over the top?
Listen, Luton, there are fewer perks than you might think to being what most people would consider an insane psychopath plotting the destruction of everything. I have always thought that a good dose of mad laughter was something I had earned the right to indulge in.
This whole plan is crazy, Satrap. No one in their right mind plots such mindless destruction on such a large scale. You need help.
I have all the help I need, Luton. I have Nylonathatep.
It's not helping you. It wouldn't help anyone. It is totally evil.
Evil? No. I will not accept that. It is conditioned simply to survive, and it can survive only by dominating all other life. When all other life is suppressed, then we will have peace. Wars will end. It is a power not of evil, but of good.
Satrap, if you had created a spell that could destroy all forms of life, would sweep throughout the disk and leave nothing in its wake, would you allow its use?
It is an interesting conjecture.
But would you do it?
Yes. Yes.
To hold in my hand a scroll that contained such power. To know that life, death on such a scale, was my choice. To know that the faintest of breaths speaking those words would end everything. Yes! Yes! I would do it. That power would set me up among the gods, and through Nylonathatep, I have that power!
You're deranged, Satrap. I thought Mooncalf was bad, but you take the honors. I can't allow this to continue. I have to stop you.
You cannot stop me now! I'm invincible!
Give it up, Satrap. It's over. I pursued Satrap up onto the roof. His robes were rank with the stench of Gelid's blood, and I couldn't control myself. The next thing I knew, Satrap's body was tumbling down the roof into a crumpled heap below.
down here! This isn't over! Don't turn away from me while I'm talking to you! Come back! This isn't over!
It is for you.
Oh, black spectre of the cold sleep of death, leave me, your humble servant, so that I can witness the destruction I have wrought in thy name.
Wrought in thy name? You should get out more often, Satrap.
I live to serve you.
Really? Any good at making curry?
No. But I am causing death and destruction on a scale as yet unprecedented.
And you think that makes me happy? I'm not the god of death, you know. I'm just death. I'm just providing a service. There are times, you know, when I get really annoyed by you mortals.
Does that mean I'm going to be punished for all eternity?
If that's what you want.
Isn't there some way I can bargain with you?
Nothing springs to mind.
Surely someone has found a way to attempt to avoid the final curtain?
Well, people sometimes challenge me to a game.
Do they ever win?
No. But someone once challenged me to that one where you knock a little ball out of a hole. Flog, I think it was called.
What sort of game is that?
A really stupid one to play against a person who spends every second working on his swing.
Can I play you at it?
If you like. Last time I got a birdie on the 18th. But it was its own fault for flying so low.
I'll do anything to save my life. Whatever you ask.
You're afraid of dying, aren't you?
I didn't think I would be. But I was wrong.
Here. Take my hand. There's nothing to worry about. The hard part is over.
Why are you being so nice to me? I tried to destroy all of creation.
Well, nobody's perfect.
Good lord, it's really dragging, the end of this game. But huzzah, we've found it. Just the astrolabe I was looking for.
The view through the telescope showed me nothing.
Well, we already know where to go with this, but even so, let's take the opportunity to observe the night sky.
If I knew something about stars, I guess I could have used the star map to point the telescope in the right direction. But I didn't know anything useful, and I had no idea where to start. I could tell the golem what to do, but beyond that there wasn't much I could do. The golem didn't say much. It wasn't their way.
Mosaics?
The floor of the observatory was decorated with the 64 signs of the zodiac. They were all here. The celestial parsnip, the cow of heaven, the knotted string, even Okjok the salesman. Fascinating though they were, I couldn't do anything to the mosaics with my bare hands.
Are you telling me that we actually want to go and smash them out and take them? I mean, I'm down for that if you are, Luton.
I wasn't about to damage a priceless mosaic. Why was I suddenly getting these urges to behave like a petty thug?
You've killed a few people. I was saying earlier on that in the Discworld games, well, 1 and 2, especially 1, Rincewind was not afraid of killing plenty of people and causing lots of misery for others, and Luton was relatively restrained. But now it's Luton Unchained.
I could probably use the astrolabe to navigate with the map, but I'd need to know where I was supposed to be looking first. I was having a sudden bout of precognition. For some reason, I knew I had to use the astrolabe here, but I didn't know why. It would really help if I knew which part of the sky I should be paying attention to.
We have all the information, Luton. Come on.
The stars were definitely pointing at the mausoleum, but I couldn't just judge by eye exactly where they were pointing.
Come on!
The star...
Maybe I missed something in the observatory?
The view through the telescope showed me nothing. I looked at the star map and back to the mosaics. The map seemed to include a constellation. All I had to do was find out which one and tell the golem to move the telescope to look at it. Well, it was a plan of sorts.
Egads, do I actually have to figure that out? What does this look like? Can we look to the left or right? Or are one of these already correct? There's not a lot of stars here. There's not a lot of stars here.
The small, boring group of faint stars was the least remarkable of all the constellations. I suppose the small, boring group of faint stars might have been on the map, but if they were, they'd been drawn much brighter than they really were. Swing the telescope around to face the small, boring group of faint stars.
Seems fine to me.
The stars seemed to be pointing at the Selachi Mausoleum. If the map was right, the jewel was somewhere inside.
Okay, we already knew that, though.
I like the sky as much as the next man. The stars were definitely pointing at the mausoleum, but I couldn't just judge by eye exactly where they were pointing.
You can do it, Luton. Ah.
I used the astrolabe to see exactly where Two Conqueror's map pointed.
I would not begin to know how to use this device.
They seemed to be indicating a grotesque in the entrance chamber. I don't know who thought it was tasteful to make carved statues that were part human and part mythical beast, but frankly, I thought they looked awful.
Well, we have a simple solution for that, Luton. I'm sure the Selachis will understand.
I couldn't shift the grotesque with the crowbar. It was far too heavy for that.
I wasn't suggesting shift it.
I searched the grotesque carefully and concluded that it was a cover stone for something underground. I pushed it, opening up the crypt below. The stale air told me that this chamber hadn't been visited in hundreds of years. In the gloom, I could make out a single sarcophagus. On the sarcophagus was a circular indentation with a square peg coming out of it.
Oh, it's all coming together now.
There was a certain similarity of design between the coin and the sarcophagus. I had a feeling they were connected somehow. Mundy's coin fitted the indentation perfectly, and with it I could easily turn the peg. There was a faint click, and the sarcophagus opened. Inside the sarcophagus was a suit of armor, grasping a glowing gem that could only be the radiant trapezohedron. I wasn't expecting the armor to burst into life, though.
Thanks a lot. 400 years I wait for you to come and let me out. And the first thing you do is cut my arm off. It'll take ages to sew back on.
I'm sorry. I just sort of acted reflexively.
So you instinctively cut the arm off people you meet?
If they come bursting out of a coffin, yes.
It's a sarcophagus. A very nice sarcophagus. Donated to the Order by some nice people in Jelly Baby.
And you're vitally impaired.
Vitally impaired? What's that supposed to mean? Call a spade a spade. I'm a zombie. Right.
If that's the way you want it, I need that jewel.
I'm sure you do. But first, you must answer the riddle and prove your worth.
The riddle?
Indeed. Are you ready, mortal?
This is ridiculous. I'm in a real hurry and I need that jewel.
Oh, please. I've been here for 400 years. Please let me ask the riddle.
Make it fast.
All right. What is... Oh, bugger. I've forgotten it.
You've forgotten it?
Well, it has been 400 years. You see how good your memory is after 4 centuries. Especially when you got mice.
Can I have the jewel or not?
No. I have to ask the riddle. How else am I going to know if you're a follower of the dark cults?
Let me get this straight. You can tell if I'm a follower of the dark cults by whether or not I can answer a riddle.
Absolutely.
So how does that work, then? Are the forces of darkness incapable of answering riddles?
I'm sure the gods would never allow the unworthy to gain control of this.
Interesting theory. Look, I need that jewel, and you're just going to have to find a way to give it to me.
The Order decided that we'd ask a riddle to determine the worthiness of anyone petitioning for the trapezohedron. I have to ask a riddle.
Can't you just make a riddle up?
Well, there was one specific riddle I was supposed to be asking.
But since you can't remember it, you need a new plan. Why not just make one up?
All right. What is... No. Sorry. I can't do it. mind's a blank. You know what it's like when you're under pressure to perform. You just can't do it.
Never.
The city is going to be destroyed because you don't perform well under pressure. I don't believe this.
I'm starting to feel like crowbar to the face might be a solution.
Stick to the matter in hand, I think. Look, I have the golden falchion. Surely that counts for something.
Oh, I knew you had the sword, but that's no help. If you're on the side of darkness and you have the falchion, then I definitely can't give you the jewel.
How did you know I had the sword?
I saw you coming in the jewel.
Really? Did you see anything else?
Oh, I've been watching the progress of the sword since I got here.
In which case you must have seen Mundy hide the sword in the crate, and me recover it from Vault 51.
Yes, I did.
So, you saw me killed by Anu Anu.
Oh, yeah. That big dog creature. How did you survive that, by the way?
Carlotta had turned me into a werewolf.
I thought it might be something like that. They never give you the whole story with those cliffhanger endings.
Starting to regret getting the whole story here.
I remember 200 years ago when I saw someone go off the cliff in a cart. Only it turned out he actually leapt clear at the last minute. I call that cheating.
Anyway, did you see when Anu Anu summoned Nylonathotep?
Oh, I see. That's what the big cosmic horror was then.
What did you think it was?
Well, I thought it might just have been fog. The reception in here isn't very good.
If you saw all that, you must know that I'm not with the forces of darkness.
Hang on. You were there when this cosmic horror was summoned?
Yes.
Then why didn't you stop it?
I was being restrained. Come on, just give me the jewel.
No can do.
You saw me defeat Satrap, wasn't that enough? Didn't you hear what he said?
No sound with the jewel, I'm afraid. You just get pictures.
Do you know what's most ridiculous about this? If I was with the Dark Sect, I'd just use the sword to kill you, and then just run off with the jewel.
You know, that's a very good point.
So I'll tell you what I'll do. Either give me the jewel freely, or I'll pretend I'm with the Dark Sects and I'll just take it.
You're not leaving me many options.
Jewel, please.
Here you go.
Thank you. And may I say, I hope the next 400 years just fly by.
Oh, I'm glad that's over. This guy was horrible to talk to. It was like hearing someone
Horst.
constantly just
I
slurp
was wondering
from a drink.
where you had got to.
But then we have been engaged in similar pastimes.
Luton.
Ilsa.
As you can see, I have been forced to take more drastic action. I dislike having to take such radical steps, but since the untimely demise of Mr. Alcali, I no longer have the luxury of observing events from afar.
Let her go, Horst.
Let her go, Mr. Luton? You make it sound as if she is my prisoner. I am merely keeping her well protected against the more hostile elements of this wretched settlement.
Let her go.
That is precisely my intention, Mr. Luton. But first, you must fulfill your agreement with me.
You want the sword.
Indeed, you agreed to bring me the sword, and I am here to collect.
No deal, Horst. I need the sword to stop Nylanethotep.
Indeed. And what might that be, sir?
It's a creature from the dungeon dimensions, and it's loose in Ankh-Morpork.
That's his maybe. It still doesn't change our agreement. You promised me the sword, sir, and I am here to collect.
If I give you the sword, thousands will die.
Oh, come now. The world is full of people. What are the lives of those insignificant specks compared to our own desires? We, sir, are a breed apart from most people. We see what we want, and we take it. If a few tiny lights have to be extinguished to achieve our goals, then that is unfortunate. But it is of little consequence.
We're not talking about a few lights. We're talking about a few thousand lights. Maybe hundreds of thousands.
Then we will have to learn to live in the dark.
I can't do it, Horst.
Oh dear. I thought you were a man of your word, sir, but it seems I was mistaken. Very well. Then I am forced to take more drastic action. I don't know how much pressure it would take from my fingers to suffocate the young lady here. And I'm not entirely sure that I wouldn't apply slightly too much pressure and snap her spine. However, you have forced me to experiment.
Lieutenant.
All right, Horst. You win. Let her go.
Excellent. I thought you were a man of reason, sir, and I was right. I admire a man who is not so stubborn as to throw away what he values just for his stubborn pride.
You've got what you wanted, now let her go! I took Ilsa back to my office. What other choice did I have? I felt so stupid, giving Horst the sword and staying with Ilsa as the troll disappeared into the night's fog. But even if I tried to follow him, the dark magenta stench of Nylanethotep drowned out every other scent in the city. There was nothing I could do. After we'd both calmed down, I told her everything that had happened.
So Satrap was looking for Tukonka's jewel.
That jewel is known as the Radiant Trapezohedron, and I think it can save the city, but I have a nasty suspicion that we need this sword as well.
The Radiant Trapezohedron. Yes, it never occurred to me that they would be the same. The descriptions of the trapezohedron are vague at best. Satrap must have been trying to immanentize the Garunan Eschaton.
Can you try that again without sneezing?
The Garunan Eschaton is one of the many myths concerning the end of the Discworld. It's very obscure.
What's it about?
It tells how some of the entities from the dungeon dimensions have been trapped around the Discworld. Some in the lost city of Leshp, some in the heart of the Garuna Trench, some in places men don't even have names for. When the Eschaton occurs, they are supposed to be released from their captivity and destroy everything they can get their tentacles on. The usual thing.
Well, Nylanethotep is loose. Maybe this is it. Maybe this is the end of everything. Maybe it's a good time to borrow lots of money.
Luton, I heard you'd been killed. I saw your grave.
I heal quickly.
I left a letter by your graveside.
I know. I saw it.
I wrote it when I had to leave you all those years ago, but I never had the courage to send it to you. I didn't know how to tell you that I was married.
To two conquerors.
Yes, he needs me, Luton. He always did. And in a strange way, I need him too. He gave my life meaning. I had nothing before I met him.
None of that matters anymore.
You never told me how you felt.
What's to tell? I was born when you kissed me, and I died when you left me. I lived a few weeks while you loved me. Of course, I also died when I got stabbed in the back, but you know, that wasn't nearly as painful.
I'm sorry.
I bet you never thought of me as a man who could fall in love.
I never thought about you at all. I couldn't. If I had, it would have driven me mad.
I thought about you every day, until I'd drunk enough to forget. I let my life slide till there was nothing left to live for but bitterness. Well, all that's going to change. I'm going to save this city if I have to die again to do it. And I'm not going to do it for you, or for me, or for the worthless people who live in it. I'm going to do it to prove for once and for all that I'm not the washed-up loser everyone thinks I am. And if it turns out that I am, then everything will get destroyed and no one will know about it. So hey, from where I stand, there's no downside.
What are you going to do?
First of all, we have to find Horst.
How?
I have no idea.
Jesus, this game should have finished like 4 hours ago. It knows how to drag out an ending. Okay. At least we're in our usual state of having no idea what to do. Find Horst, huh?
Wherever Horst was, he wasn't at his quarters.
Where would he be? Would he have gone down here? Oh no, don't mention an Act 5, okay? Discworld games only have 3 acts and then a 4th one that concludes in a few minutes. This one's been a few too many minutes, but I'm sure we're right around the corner from victory. Where the hell would Horst be? The only place we've ever found him is in the headquarters, so where else truly would he be? He's a troll, so maybe the other troll would know. Bit speciesist that, but what else do I have to go on?
For an artifact of near unlimited power, the Trapezahedron was surprisingly unimpressive.
Maybe I could show it off to people.
Everyone and his wife was looking for the radiant Trapezahedron. I wasn't about to start flashing it around casually. I'm afraid I have a few more questions. Nice play.
Yeah, and I don't think I have any leads here regarding... Oh, wait, no, hold on. I do have one lead for Jasper. And it's just his name.
An associate of Al-Khali's, whatever that means, Horst was a troll who was large on stature and fond of long, rambling sentences that rarely got to the point. I didn't trust him for a second.
Yeah, he also didn't pay us.
Have you had any dealings with a shifty troll named Jasper Horst?
Horst? I know the name, but not the troll it goes with.
Alright, but it's good to know that I can ask people about Horst, so time to ask questions.
I've got a few more questions for you.
Haven't you finished this case yet? Not yet.
Steady now, mankin.
Do you know a troll by the name of Jasper Horst?
I know a lot of people. That doesn't mean I want to talk about them with you.
Just in case, he didn't leave a notice, did he?
Eat at Harga's House of Ribs. All you can gobble for $1, menu available. Famous wherever huge appetites gather and mountainous stomachs rumble.
Doesn't the gem let you see the sword? An excellent point.
I peered deeply into the Trapezahedron, and I could see an image of Horst with the golden sword. It looked like he was at the Maudlin Bridge.
Definitely where I was just about to check next.
I took a few precautions and then headed down to the Maudlin Bridge to check it out. The image in the Trapezahedron turned out to be right. Horst was at the Maudlin Bridge, and he wasn't alone. He and our mutual acquaintance seemed to be in some sort of dispute.
What happened to our agreement, Horst? We were supposed to be working together.
Really, madam? Then why was it that you arranged for Monday to sell the sword to you and you alone?
Just because I didn't trust Al-Khali as a courier didn't mean I broke the agreement.
And I suppose you're going to deny that you were involved in his death?
I couldn't stop his death, but that doesn't mean I caused it.
Doesn't it?
What about you? It was you who set Malachite after me, wasn't it?
I thought you might appreciate being reunited with your estranged brother.
You sent him after me to try and slow me down.
You are the betrayer among us, madam. Don't try and substitute me as the villain of the piece. Yes, I freed Malachite, and yes, I used him to slow down you and Mr. Luton. But you were the one who arranged his death.
I didn't arrange his death. He was just in the wrong place at the wrong time.
And you put him there.
I'm not here to debate the details with you, Horst.
Why are you here?
Give me the sword.
After all I've risked to get hold of it? No. As soon as my launch arrives, I will be taking the sword away from this god's forsaken city. If you want, you can have a small share of the profits. I am not ungrateful for your assistance in this endeavor, but that is all I'm prepared to offer.
Why, you miserable excuse for a troll!
Oh, come now. I could snap your neck like a twig if I wanted to, but I'm not going to, because there's nothing to be gained from doing it.
Listen, Horst, either give me the sword or kill me. Because one way or another, I won't allow you to leave town with the sword.
As you wish.
I didn't think of myself as a murderer, but I wasn't about to stand by and watch Horst try to kill Carlotta. It was over in a flash. I don't even know how it happened.
He's better off dead.
Is that all you can say about him?
He was some kind of a troll. What does it matter what you say about trolls?
What now?
We have to get out of the city.
Can't we stop it?
It's too late for that. Right now, Nylonathotep is opening a portal to the dungeon dimensions above the city. When it grows large enough, everything will be destroyed.
I have the trapezohedron. Doesn't that help?
It means Nylonathotep won't be powerful enough to destroy more than just the Circle C. And if we leave now, we can get away before the worst of the destruction.
I'm not leaving the city. It's my home. It's not much of a home, but it's all I've got.
You've got me, Luton. Come with me. I'll renounce the cult, and we can run free in the hills of Ubervold.
It's not that I don't have feelings for you, Carlotta. I do. It's just that I don't trust you. You murdered your own brother. You'd have killed me if I'd got in the way.
So what? So I'm no good. I'm no worse than anybody else. Think about it, Luton. You, me, the wide open spaces of Ubervold. Or you can stay here and die with the rest of the rabble. Don't be a fool, Luton. Join me.
I can't. I'm sorry, Carlotta, but there's only one way this can end.
You're turning me over to the Watch?
I'd like to be able to run away with you, turn my back on the city, and just escape it all. But face it, Carlotta, I'd be dead in a week. Thanks for coming, Nobby.
Hey, what are friends for? Mrs. Carlotta von Uberwald, I'm arresting you for conspiracy, accessory to murder, attempted herbicide, and for being bloody stupid. You don't have to say anything. But if you say not guilty, we're liable to kill ourselves laughing.
Oh, you'll regret this, Luton. Nothing's going to save you now. The only way to stop the destruction of the city would be to take the Falchion into the portal. And I hope you try.
As he left, Vimes fixed me in his eyes, as if to say that this didn't make up for what I did all those years ago. But I didn't care about that. This wasn't about the past. It was about the future. I looked down at the hulking corpse of Jasper Horst in the river mud, and I wondered if I'd done the right thing. But life's too short for regrets, and if I didn't stop Nylonathotep soon, it would be too short for a shot of whiskey, and that wasn't any sort of life I wanted. Somehow, I had to get the Falchion into the portal before it was too late. Time was short. I had to reach that portal somehow. The question was, how?
Okay, what was with that? We just smacked Jasper into the water like he was made of meringue. Right, is it finally time to use Chekhov's gun? I can only assume yes. Mix the stone with the sword.
The trapezohedron fitted into the pommel perfectly, but I wanted to wait until the right moment to do it.
Of course, Luton. Alright, well, it's always the right moment to save and save often. Hey. Oh, it's much too late, Panda. I want to sleep. I really want to eat as well.
The contraption that Leonard and two conkers had been working on was my only chance.
Well, it's finished. Now all we have to do is fly it.
And I'm volunteering.
Ah, hello again. You want to be the person in the seat that guides the device?
I'm going to have to be.
We still need somewhere long and flat to launch it from.
I'll see what I can do.
Don't we have it right now?
There wasn't much point talking to Leonard or two conkers until I'd sorted out somewhere to launch the contraption from. There wasn't much point talking.
We have this.
It didn't take me long to get the roof clear of rubble. I hope there was no one down below when it hit the ground.
No one we know, at least.
I've cleared the rubble off the roof. Can we launch this from there?
It might just work.
Give me a hand moving it out there and we'll see what happens. The device was ready to fly. All I had to do was pluck up enough courage to do it. Seconds before I could launch, Ilsa came flying down the rooftop.
Wait!
What are you doing here? How did you find me?
Luton, you can see this device from halfway across the city. All you have to do is look up.
Why did you stop me?
You're going to try and stop Nylonathotep in this?
It's all I've got. Carlotta said if I took the sword into the portal, I could stop it.
You can't go up against a creature from the dungeon dimensions without some sort of protection.
Protection? Like what?
I don't know, but you need something.
All right, I'll see what I can do.
How about a smooch? No?
Although the crowbar was... I guess it... Kondo's amulet has a symbol on it that looked like an eye, but an eye with 3 protruding lobes. The triple-lobed eye symbol was the sign of Nylonathotep. That wasn't going to protect me.
The crowbar's done a pretty good job of protecting me.
That wasn't going to protect me. I wasn't entirely comfortable on the roof as it was. Being a werewolf wouldn't help. There was an inscription on the crowbar. Property of the Patrician's Palace. That wasn't going to protect me in the way Ilsa meant.
Still getting crowbar-specific lines. That's good. How about money?
That wasn't going to protect me. That wasn't going to...
Well, there is the sign, although maybe we have to paint it on. There's a sign of protection. And it's still available.
I inscribed the sign of the eel on the side of the flapping wing flying device. I hoped it was enough protection. I was going to need all the help I could get. This is it, Ilsa. I have my protection. Wish me luck.
This is crazy, Luton. It's suicide.
I know, but I have to do it. I'm the only one who can. Now, wish me luck. I slotted the trapezohedron into the sword and steered the flying machine towards the portal, pedaling as fast as my tired little legs could manage. I kept flying onwards, the sky full of flame and thunder. It was 1,000,000 to 1 chance that I could land it safely. But on the Discworld, 1,000,000 to 1 chances happen 9 times out of 10.
Nice landing, Luton.
Who do you think you are? My guardian angel?
I lost my wings a long time ago.
I can see I'm going to have to get used to finding you where I least expect.
Yeah, sounds about right.
My original launch had attracted a lot of attention. I'd saved the city, but that didn't change things with Remora. If I didn't get out of the city, there was no telling what he'd do to me. 2 Conkers, get the flapping wing flying device ready. It's going on another flight.
Oh, as you are wishing.
Where are you going?
I'm not going anywhere, but you are. The Assassin's Guild still has a contract out on your husband's head, and they won't stop until he's dead.
Let him go. I'll stay here with you.
I can't offer you much of a life, but he can.
I love you, Luton.
Yeah, I know. But love isn't always enough. If you don't get on that flying machine, you'll regret it. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but soon, and for the rest of your life. Which won't be very long if the Assassin's Guild catches you.
What about us?
We'll always have the Hotel Pseudopolis. We didn't for a while. We lost it. But we got it back. And no one can take that away from us. Here's looking at you, Ilsa. Well, it's over. I don't know. It doesn't make much sense to me.
You really loved her, didn't you? Well, don't ask me either. I mean, I'm a species that thinks someone's leg is an object of desire.
Thanks, Gaspode. You know, this could be the beginning of a beautiful friendship.
Don't push your luck, sonny boy.
Whoa, okay, it's finally over. Now, I really enjoyed this game, but the final 4 or 5 hours was a real slog. Even so, I still think all 3 of the Discworld games are about on-level pegging. As I was mentioning earlier on, when Andaris was asking me, how do you think it compares to the other 2? But they all have their strengths, they all have their weaknesses, and I would struggle to put one above or below any of the other. But all in all, I enjoyed the whole affair, and it was a lovely bit of nostalgia. I remember almost nothing of the Discworld books that I've read, and whilst playing through this, I realised that I'd read some of the books and completely forgotten about them. Small Gods comes to mind. And even though I can't remember a word in them, I still look back fondly on having read them back in my more voracious days for books. I see we're not clearing through this. I guess we're going to sit through and see if it has anything special for us at the end here. Felt more like a visual novel than a puzzle game. Well, it really did feel like a detective game. I really liked the parts where you had to take the stuff that you knew and combine it with other things you knew to draw conclusions. My main problem was you didn't do that enough. And right back we go. And away I go, because I've been doing this all day. It's now 11 PM. Had a very short DDR stint, and now this for 8.5 hours. I am going to go and finally have some dinner and go and get some sleep. As for tomorrow, Alpha Gemmo was alluding to some streaming, so I might just kick back and watch that, and then I'll be back with some Caesar 3 the day after. We shall see, but until I am back, it is a cheers, and until our next long play vote, a cheerio.